習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
讓本帥看看，對手究竟有多少斤兩。
武道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可高，亦可收。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，武道即道。 真正的對手就是自己。
習武之道就係戰勝自我之道。霧係我，冰亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的。 李星云，哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。 幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron?
Traitor. I will not listen to Akiria's lapdog. Today, I will purge you shot of your filth!
Go now!
You're courting death!
Justina!
Excellent. It's taken the bait. As your escort, it's my job to return you to Lenazra safe and sound. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
That light. Does it burn brighter than I do? When you find her in the rift, I'd like to see her for myself.
风卷雷云，来者不善。老伙计，这次又该麻烦你了。
nights are long, trying to understand a life of words unspoken. How all of her hopes, all of her plans, told so much of what I meant to be. How some should stand, but I'm broken. Your love will help me so near. Never left enough space to hear how it tore me up inside. I've never been prepared to take the key to your kingdom's gate. The dreams wanted that I never shared. Your fears. In the flames I feel alive, the burden in my hands are climbing up to the heavens gates, defy the fates to show you who I am. Break this throne now, trade for my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. Never hold me back. Break this road now, face the world with all that I have. Live forever held within my hand. NARAKA calls
習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
讓本帥看看，對手究竟有多少斤兩。
武道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可攻，亦可守。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，无统即道。真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道，就係戰勝自我之道。霧係我，冰亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的。李星云，哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm Moxie, I'm joined by Raven. And Raven, can you believe it? Blink and you'll miss it. The entire fall split season is already almost at a close. We've gone through 3 bi-weekly finals, and this is the last one. And I'm sure the question on everybody's lips right now is, can Spider pull off the golden stage and find the back-to-back-to-back-to-back bi-weekly final champion take?
Yeah, he's been absolutely dominant this season, really reinventing himself. He's definitely my favorite pick to take it all. Now, just because you win a bi-weekly finals doesn't mean you're going to take the biggest one. And a common theme this year, as we've gotten used to so much Pro League, has been, do you go throughout the whole year, win or lose the actual weekly finals, only to win the actually NBPL finals, or would you rather the opposite way, win all these weekly finals and not take the last one? And for most players, it's going to be the latter. You want to win the big one, but Spider has shown his dominant form. And with the new rule set, Moxie, I feel like all the players who are very comfortable in their skin in reinventing their playstyle do have a huge edge. Spider's not the only one. There are a couple other players who have this year reinvented themselves.
Well, speaking about reinventing, we're going to be reinventing our drops, as this is a bi-weekly final, which means that we move away from the dailies and towards the bottom half, which means bi-weekly for the full split item choice gift is going to be up for grabs if you watch for 60 minutes with your account linked. Given the fact that we could potentially go the full distance of 8 games today, you're gonna get that opportunity of 60 minutes watch time. We're gonna be potentially here for a very long day of NARAKA, as the last solos bi-weekly final actually went to several games. Even though we saw in game 3, players actually hit the MVP eligibility threshold.
Yeah, with a blink of an eye, Moxie, 7 games went by. For solos, it never feels very, very long. There's just something very exciting of that mano-y-mano fighting. Versus last time with Duncan, we went full 8 rounds in trios. Now, I think I just learned from that last time we did go 7 rounds that with the match point system, even though these players do get the match point, with how incredibly hard the competition is this year, and with the new rule set, it is still very, very hard to just MVP each round. All of these players have something special going for them this year. We were talking a little bit about Spider, but there's still Verse and Shen Yuan, who have been the newcomers, challenging the throne of Mike and Spider. Every single year, we've run the same narrative, Mike, Spider, locking horns, the 2 goats going at it. Spider has gotten the best of Mike this year. Does he keep it going? But right on their heels is Shen Yuan and Verse. Now, before Verse really took the storm, just playing better than everyone, playing a lot smarter than everyone. But recently, I would say Verse has some of the best Yang fighting when it comes to this pillar play that we saw Kelly at Koi Cup show to the Pro League players. He's taken it to another level. Not that everyone else hasn't, but I feel like Verse is in a league of his own when it comes to it. And Shen Yuan, the big dueler of NARAKA Pro League, has been absolutely dominant. He's been a little bit streaky, kind of like old school 225, but he's still been a force to be reckoned with, and a lot of players avoid him just because he is the #1 Temi in the world.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure we're going to be getting to see that Temi coming on through. We're likely going to be getting 1 game of everybody as Lani, and then Lani being swept away from the hero pool, as the rule set for bi-weekly finals differs from the regular week for solos, in that normally in the regular week we have our versus matchups, our 1 versus 1s, to determine the phase order of all of these players. We don't have that in the bi-weekly finals. What we have is the player, the hero who's been picked the most frequently from phase 1 in the regular week. Everybody plays that hero. So if Lani is the first pick, 12 people play the Lani, as we saw it in the previous bi-weekly final. Then, after that game, Lani is removed from hero selection for the entire rest of the day, and phase order is then split into 2 teams, where you have the non-eligibility players and the MVP eligibility players. The non-MVP eligibility players are put first. Getting a higher point ranking actually influences their playstyle, not their playstyle, their pick order in the phases, and then after we've got that first half, we go into the MVP eligibility players, where their amount of highest score is also going to influence the order that they get to pick from. Which means if a player hits MVP eligibility early, Raven, they're going to be the last person to get to select a hero. And with Lonnie being removed from the selection, that means that you're going to be on something a little bit off meta a whole lot of times.
Well, off meta, not always a bad thing, especially with this new rule set. We've seen all these players perform super well, especially with those later picks. Even though certain characters are, quote, meta, I would say with the lobby being 12 different characters, we've seen different strengths and weaknesses come out for different characters. Before, Lana used to just be the most dominant. She is one of the most versatile. She still struggles in that end game, but Liam and Syra has shown a little bit of weakness as there are so many different type of characters now in the lobby. A lot of Liam's combos, a lot of Syra's strength defensively doesn't seem to be as strong versus unique characters. And with how skilled everyone is, we're seeing even Justina's. I always felt like Justina, as a dark horse character, has always performed super well, especially in clutch situations. She's not one of the characters that usually get banned out. And most of the, I would say, solo players have a soft spot for Justina because she is one of the premier dueling characters, just like Temmie. Every single year we've seen Justina and Temmie really show up. Now, we have seen a lot of the new character, Enor. Everyone's working on it throughout the week. I'm curious to see if they're able to bring this in, throw some lightning bolts on, and make it work. No combo breaks, kind of sussy to me. Will they make it work? Who knows?
Yeah, that was a lot of frustration on player cams when we were watching people try and play because they would get locked in a combo and, like you said, lacking a combo breaker. Even if they had the ultimate, you could tell that they were mashing that ult, just trying to get it out at any potential front they could for the health reset. Didn't get the opportunity to do so. I actually wanted to get your thoughts, Raven, on something that I found very strange that occurred on the last day of regular play, which was Spider actually bulked away from playing Valda. He was very late in the phasing, 2 games in a row, and he actually, because he would have had to have double picked if he did go towards that Valda, decided to go for Hardy over the Valda, and we got to see for 2 games in a row Spider literally pick anything else that he could get his hands on to not have to play her. Do you think there's a specific reason for that?
For match points specifically, clutch rounds, you really want to pick a character for a certain map. I believe every single pro player has kind of a tier list personal to themselves of what they feel very strong in, because when it comes to match point, you have to win it. Now, looking at the top 6, we see some of the notable names. I didn't really get to touch on the dark horse picks for today, but Arano and his wrist tape. I believe Spider picking up the wrist tape has taken his game to another level. Arano's the OG of it. And my man, my former teammate, Frostvis, had to be my dark horse picks for today. Arano has always performed well under the big lights. He's always been just right outside the limelight of shipping one of these big tournaments home, but he's always been in contention there. He's always been in that final circle, and he's always performed very consistent under the most stressful circumstances and tournaments. Frostvis has had his moments, his streaks, has hit a lot of his peaks and valleys throughout his career so far in Pro League. Consistency is definitely the name of the game, and Frostvis telling me he's qualified for Jacob, so a lot of pressure off his shoulders, so he's able to kind of cruise and really focus on the enjoyment on the game. And with the new patch around the circle, I think a lot of these pro players, we'll see who is going to be the best going out into Jacob. But first, we still have this bi-weekly finals, the 4th week, like you were saying earlier, Moxie. This season has gone by very fast. It's almost become kind of normalized for me to just see Pro League on every single night, just because all of the BWG guys have been studying, preparing to go to J Cup throughout this year. And I've seen a lot of these solo games over and over, even the scrims. So for this to be the last weekly, this really snuck up on me.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild too, because you also have to remember that we had EWC sandwiched in between as well. So it wasn't even that it was the back-to-back week calendar that we're so accustomed to seeing from Nbpl. There was an additional week thrown in there. But we were right, it is indeed going to be a Lani mirror match, which means that we don't have to go through any of our hero selections. We know that everyone's going to be on this hero. We're going to be starting off on Padoria, which is going to be midnight, so there are going to be increased Firefly spawns. Also, in terms of those floating piles, when they spawn up, Fireflies are going to be accompanying them alongside all of those troves that spawn, the 4 troves for every single one of those floating pile locations, as all of these players really want to do well. Like this mirror matchup, it's really important that they do well, because the amount of points that they have at the end of this mirror matchup determine how far along they are in the pick phases when it comes to game 2 and game 3. And if you're ahead in terms of your pick phases, then you get the opportunity to pick up something incredibly meta very early on and start making your way into the MVP eligibility threshold. If you don't perform, then you're going to be much lower down that pick order, and you might have to go and settle for something like a Wu Chen or a Feria, which tend to be the ones that are the 11th and 12th players have no choice but to try and choose between.
Looking at the ranking here, Spider all the way at the top with 27, Verse trailing behind at 20, Shenyuan at 19, Mike at 17, Edward at 15.5, Wufang at 14.5, 225 at 14.5, MTF, or formerly known as Fong, at 14, Arano at 11, Pace at 10.5, Star at 9, Action at 7.5, Frost was at 6, Chen at 4.5, XSY at 2, Chuz, HM, and Lipo, no points for them. Another name, I don't believe it. Did Pace qualify for this solos finals?
He didn't. That was a really heartbreaking moment. He was incredibly close and he wasn't able to. That was a very emotional game number 6 on Thursday, where we actually saw so many players being incredibly close and not being able to make it over the finish line into those top 12s, which is very unfortunate, as those qualifying points that we just saw, that is the determinant for who gets to go into the grand finals without having to go through last chance qualifiers. And the top 6 players of that leaderboard, off of the points that they've been able to put together from the bi-weekly final, will be able to instantly stamp that spot onto those grand finals. Everybody else is going to have to go into that last chance qualifiers. And we actually heard from T225 yesterday in an interview that he really did not want to go through those, because he actually prioritized having rest, being able to sort of not have that stress factor playing on your mind and take a little bit of time to prepare for the grand finals, as opposed to having to keep on practicing as hard as you are in preparation for those last chance qualifiers, while knowing that grand finals is looming around the corner too.
I always feel like it's a mixed feeling going into last chance qualifiers versus just taking that nice vacation time going into actual grand finals. For I know Spider and Mike, both of them have crazy work ethics when it comes to playing ranked ladder, grinding 6 to 8 hours every single day. But for other players, grinding every single day can really pay a toll, and burnout is a real thing. I know Frostbus never really cares whether or not he gets through or he has to go through last chance qualifiers, just because it's another time to practice, another time to really test and limit test all the new strategies that you have to do now with this 8-round match point with a 12-character lobby. There's still a lot to be figured out in the solo end games. There's a little bit that's become routine, a little bit of a meta that's evolved so far, but every single time we go to one of these finals, someone always cooking up something interesting, some type of new strategy with one of the characters either stepping up their aggression, taking a lot more risks for the Spirit Well, or taking a step back and playing off what the other players who did a lot better. The big thing that I've noticed this year that's been different throughout other NARAKA solo years is, in general, the player with momentum keeps the momentum going all the way to the very end. Before, there were other strategies that allowed you to play and do very, very well that Arano and Verse were known for. That was like really their come up, that they would play very, very slow. And before them, Wang Liang, or now Edward, would do the same thing where they would play a very loot heavy game, a very slow game, and manage to always be in the top 4. Now, I would say you have to go Yang. You have to win the spirit role. You have to be a good fighter in order to be one of the top 2 to ship one of these things. So I'm curious today, that's something I'm going to be looking out for. Is there another sneaky strategy that one of these pro players will figure out?
I mean, we've seen stepped up aggression. Like, it's been actually wild. On Thursday, we didn't get to see a single zone close. It was literally just 3 or 4 players on the last Spirit Well would be around, like, we would be down to 7 players in the lobby before even second Realm of Yang opened up for even. It was absolutely wild. Some of those games ended with 6 minutes still on the timer. And that was after it was a 1 versus 1 with full resets as well coming on through. We saw multiple ultimates in the same 1v1s with the players just being able to drop a player low enough and then one of them disengaging, kiting well enough and backing off, getting a full restabilize on the armor or being able to kite over to a spirit well that they'd previously captured, getting that legendary armor reset off of the ground, and then going back at it all over again. There's been so much aggression coming on through, and as you talked about, new strategies really have to start coming into play because we've also moved patch. Now, if you have Yang depletion, you can't just traipse on over to a Spirit Well, pick up that buff, and cleanse the debuff for freebies. You only get to reset your timer. Plus, if you manage to drop a player with a million birds might, they no longer give you a soul bloom either to be able to cleanse. It's actually going to be the million birds might essence which they drop now, which means that all it does is reset your Yang depletion timer. Does make it a little bit harder for players to keep a track of exactly how long is left on that countdown, so the strategy of shadowing a player with Yang depletion, waiting for the time to burn out, and then coming on through with that last hit has definitely been somewhat weakened off of the back of that. But it also means that players with Yang depletion have to get much more aggressive, because if they do end up finding a player with a buff, they know that not only do they have to win the fight against the buffed player, they've got to hold on to something like their ultimate so that they can take a fight against another player who actually has a soul bloom for them to pick up afterwards.
Yeah, it's very, very complicated in the mid game now, like you're saying, Moxie. And we saw like a Voltremeter kind of start where a lot of players would wait to the last second to get soul blooms before in the previous style of NARAKA where you could get cleansed from a Vermilion's buff. A lot of the times the Yang winners would just go at it and you would just sit there and try to sneak in grabbing a soul bloom. Now I would say one of the big changes with the rule set and this patch change is that the players have to really think about the tempo of how they're going to play, when they're going to take risks and when they're going to take fights. We saw before when you're running that old time, a lot of players ended up timing out and dying to Yang depletion. They weren't able to get those cleanses. So I feel like today we're going to see a lot of new strategies of at least tempos of where people are going to all in, when people are going to try to find their cleanses, or is it going to be the opposite? Where a lot of players are going to realize, maybe I cannot go into Yang. I should step back because the likeliness of me being able to cleanse, this is what it was like way back before, is unlikely with how difficult it is. Now, I believe you don't go in, fortune favors the bold, you'll never be one of the champions. You'll never get one of those points. And remember, this is a bi-weekly finals. What really matters in the end is the actual Nbpl finals for this half of the year. That's really the title that brings prestige. Not to take anything away from today, winning these, very, very important, especially for your game, just because you are in a lobby with the 12 best solo players in the world. So testing your mettle under these rules and patch really shows where your skill sets are. And I believe today, Moxie, one thing that I'm going to be looking at is how people play the flag.
Yes.
They grab the flag and cleanse. How do people play off of it? Because before, if you touch that flag, everyone just...
Oh, yeah.
It might as well just been a flag of death.
I mean, I was gonna say we actually saw Lani try to make plays off of the ultimate with the flag, where you would just teleport, like you would fake out with the flag that you were going to back off of well, and then you would teleport back into well. But that strategy still ended up failing because the Lani ended up just being absolutely exploited by everybody in the lobby. Because indeed, the mid game has gotten more complicated with the changes coming on through about all of the Vermilion Birdsmite essences, buffs not cleansing that Yang depletion. So too has the end game got far more complicated as well, because now that Yang depletion is really something that sends these players into an absolute like aggressive whirlwind that we see. And it was actually Spider, he had a really good strategy when that Yang depletion hit at the tail end. He waited for like a minute and a half to be left on that Yang depletion timer. 3 players went out into zone. They were fighting. It was Holoroth, right? And they were all in one of the caves that had opened up, and they were all scrapping out for control of who would get those kills, who would get the Soul Bloom. Spider was on Temmie, and he literally just waited for the zone to do half of his work for him, and came in with his ultimate, trapping everybody into the zone, draining them of the stamina. Actually cost Tita to do 5 to go down to zone tick damage rather than an actual hit of a weapon. And then he was still able to come on top too, because he was just able to pick up all of the Soul Blooms that got left behind, almost instantly got to take a 1 versus 1 against Evalda, force out the combo breaker, and then put them in the absolute air fryer.
Look at those pictures of the maps. Frostopus coach coming in clutch with the landing positions for all these players. And this is one of the things I was looking forward to. I love the new map designs that we can actually see where players are clicking. As much as I love the 3D map as well. It's very, very interactive, very visually pleasing. Tactically, it was actually very hard to figure out where players chose to land, just because it didn't really go one-to-one with the exact square. Now, the new map doesn't go so far to go with the exact square. You still want to see the nice logos and everything, but it gives you a better idea of wherever everyone's playing. And seen over the years, or this year in particular, actually, no, the last 2 years, counter-stratting and coaches playing such a bigger role for these players, just because your off spawn really sets your momentum. The name of the game for today is get to match point fast. You're going to give yourself more chances to win this thing, and more chances to seal the deal. Get used to taking the bigger bag home. If you get an MVP earlier, that's how you get the ginormous bag at Jacob. Something that Mike did last year. That was a lot of moolah. So getting that MVP early on, and like Moxie was saying earlier, does force you to 12th place. And now with 12 characters, the pool of the 12th pick is pretty small.
Especially now that Lani's removed for every game after game 1.
Yeah, so I'm hoping today, shout out to Duncan, that someone busts out the Tarka. Now
it happened. It happened on Thursday. Spider played Tarka.
Oh my god! I hope another person does it. But Spider? I heard Spider didn't do well with Tarka though.
No, he didn't.
The only person I've seen to do really, really well with the Fire Dog, Fire Guy, is Genuine. He actually MVP'd with the Fireball Brigade on Holoroth with Fireflies. But he was able to stay on top of everyone else and kind of play the old school Fireball Tarka that was very range heavy. You have that added little pumpkin you can send at them, that giant Fireball. But you can deny a lot of the risky stuff by ranging. And Genuine's already known for that playstyle on his Temmie. So the fact that he was able to seamlessly transition into Tarka, which is a beloved character in NARAKA. Everyone loves playing that character on ranked. But when it comes to competitive play, not having combo breaks as your ability is very, very tough in this day and age, especially with flying knives. Everyone knows a lot of combo extensions. And then especially with weapon swapping, a lot of players, there's a lot of things that most people don't realize are even happening anymore. Before, traditionally, when you got hit to the ground, waking up used to be usually 2 things. People would roll into dodge or roll into tap dodge. Now, with weapon swapping and more of these pro players getting into that dueling culture that Azel brought to the league, that Shenyuan brought to the league, that particularly Pace comes from as well. A lot of players are doing sneaky things as far as like slapping. When they get hit to the ground, they just wake up, immediately go unarmed, and just going for a slap. A lot of players will weapon swap, cutting a lot of their rolls and their dodges in half, changing the timing variations. A lot of very, very sneaky things that viewers may not be seeing, but I have noticed that we are in a new dawn where no one just throws 1 charges, 2 charges. We're all in decimal places now, Moxie. There's 1.5s, there's 2.5s, there's a smidge, there's a half, there's a quarter. Everyone is changing their timings. Looking at today's mirror matchup, the Ditto, the legendary Ditto, Moxie. No excuses here. Maybe a little bit with weapon differences if whoever gets flying knives smile. But the mirror matchup is one of the highest skill matchups in all of fighting games, and one of the biggest tells of who's going to do well today is that average points.
Yeah, everyone's going to be on the Lani as we get ready to head into our first game of potentially 8. And we can see that Arcada is actually entirely out of zone drop selection, which is huge. It means that no one can actually make a play to go immediately for the Volpine Soul Essence coming on through. They're all forced into the lower half of that map, or the left side. Imperium is going to see a little bit of action, as to is Skygaze Cove, given the fact that it is going to be one of those gold loot areas, which means it is going to field higher rarity of equipment. However, this being a mortal war, you're not going to be able to find yourselves legendary equipment unless you're able to win things like your Realm of Yangs, or if we're on Holorath, Salvation Podium will be able to give you one of those. Which means if we see any player immediately find themselves with the absolute RNG blessing of a purple armor, a purple weapon, they're immediately going to have such an advantage against all of their opponents. As we can get ready to head into this match, it is going to be midnight. There are going to be increased fireflies. Padoria, as one of as our most recent map in the pool of NARAKA BLADEPOINT, has the most amount of fireflies. So there's going to be a lot of ultimates coming online very, very quickly, as Spider's already been able to get his hands on blue flying knives. Takes a slap coming through from Jail's HM, but immediately gets to go into the uppercut, followed up by the RMB into the drop RMB. Tries to prevent that armor reset as well coming on through from his opponent just by picking it up off the ground. Forces that combo breaker, and HM has no choice but to try and disengage away.
Wow, HM surviving the pressure from Spider. Very, very clean play from Spider. Able to deny the armor swap, just flowing perfectly. But HM, with his defense perfectly flowing, finding some space here, switching to the dual blades, and getting away from Spider. Edward on the backhand, though, you see him chasing down these two players. Spider, very, very close. Tries to land the grapple stagger. Not able to. HM very, very tight with the timings. Able to scale rush, create some space, but Spider's hungry for blood. You want the first blood of the day to start your day. Remember, S-Star Spider has had the lead, even though it's 7.3. A little bit does mean a lot in the long run. We've seen a lot of 0.1s, 0.2s. To be the decider for match point. So HM is going to get a third armor reset off this 1v1 off spawn. Combo break's going to be coming out. Tree falls down. Uh-oh, is this a bad omen for Spider? Now that HM has the ult.
Yeah, Spider's gonna get put potentially into that combo. He did so much more damage to HM, which meant that the rage generation was faster for the other Lonnie. Gets his ultimate now, immediately goes for the trick ball. It's so low though. Has to get a little bit of that heal sustain, but it has been lowered in solos now to 50 instead of 150, and you can tell the difference off of the amount that Spider's able to gain from sustaining. And that tree falling was indeed a bad omen, as Spider falls very shortly afterwards. We move now over towards a absolute clump of players here. TV5 currently being chased down by what, 1, 2, 3, 4, with Chen trying to play on the outside as well. As TV5, oh, he tried to go for a focus, and Frostivus expects it, anticipates and parries. Now TV5 gets cooked too when he's trying to scale rush away, given the fact that he's got the flying knives rather than a fan or a dagger, so the scale rush is going to charge a little bit slower. Does manage to find the Grey Armor reset coming on through from one of those throws, but again gets interrupted before he can Scourge by Frostivus with those light attacks from the nunchucks. Another Grey Armor swap from 225, but he's just constantly having to kite it out. His ultimate is not there even. This just feels a little bit like treading water, as I think oh my goodness, a fifth one? TD5 finding every single Grey Armor on the map currently, but it's just not gonna be enough, and I think he knows.
Ooh. BB's Frostivus gets the first kill of the day, sneaking in that RMB, finishing off 225. Arano, though, did all of the heavy lifting, got the scale rush, got the uppercut, not able to secure the kill, and now, for his troubles, has to run away from Frostivus. We are going to move over to Verse. Second place at 7.1 points. Hasn't gotten anything going yet for the day. Wufang lands a focus attack, pushing him off him with those blue fist blades. Dagger going to be chasing down. Now, normally we see MTF with the dagger. I haven't seen a lot of Versus Dagger when it comes to off spawn. A lot of parry mashing going on here. We do get the cancel into the one charge release. Wufang's ready to receive it. Back to back. Wufang gives him the parry check. No. We catch those. You're gonna have to hold this one Verse off spawn.
I was gonna say, the back-to-back after the first parry is already post the combo break when you don't have it up. That's a decision. As FX's star is currently being put into the blend, it has to utilize the combo breaker to make sure that HM doesn't get to follow off of the extension from that uppercut flying knives combo that he was looking to close Star into. Scale Rush comes on for Star, just chaining those all the way back to back, and we can catch up with Spider, who's now rezzed and taking a fight against TB5, who's also revived TB5 with that purple staff. Not able to land a hit though, the fist blades just coming on through before he can find that opening and staggering him out. TB5 goes for the overhold, actually commits into the lunge, into the RMB follow-up with the jump LMB chase down as well when Spider's stuck in that restand animation. Out comes the ultimate, TB5 going for the triple connection, forcing Spider into having to burn his combo breaker. Out comes Goalie's dance, and TB5 is going to look for the drop down RMB with the staff potentially. Spider does anticipate it. TB5 kites over to his triple so he can pick it up and get a little bit of heal siphon, and we reset and go again, although Spider, his ultimate's going to be running out soon. I think both of these players know without the ultimate, they're just a little bit too vulnerable and they're going to back off and give each other space instead.
Ooh, I'm surprised Spider backed off of there with the blue armor. Probably wants to set up for first Yang right here. Mike, we haven't seen him all day. The GOAT. You can never put your money against Mike. I think this is the first time I'm ever going to put my money against Mike and go with Spider instead. I've always chose Mike as favorites for tournaments. It's just one of the easiest picks of your life. Purple armor off spawn, one of the luckiest players of the league. Star, though, trying to make Mike unlucky here off spawn. White armor versus purple armor. This ult on ult action. Usually, whoever gets to hold second gets the advantage of throwing the ball, but I've seen everyone getting staggered coming out of it. As soon as they throw, whoever gets the ball on his target seems to be getting a lot of the combo off. Mike does get the armor friend, the armor reset here, but Star is not giving up the aggression. He's staying right on top of Mike. There is a Yang right here, so whoever wins this is going to be able to go to Yang right afterwards. 1, 2, hold 3. Mike stares him down. Fist dodge out into the release. Star back-to-back parries. Wants to back up for a second. Mike's going to opt to grab the ticket here with the white armor. He's going to have to go back and find his purple armor, though. Or is he going to go in with the white armor? Did Chen steal the purple armor? Oof,
no, I think Chen already had the purple armor.
Wait a minute.
But, hold on a minute. Mike just got money for free. Someone opened Cave and Mike gets money for free, but Spider manages to steal the Yang pass.
Star got a purple armor too.
We're seeing a lot of early purple armor.
Bad trade of all of this deal.
Yeah, I was really surprised that Star actually went for the full chase onto Mike instead of just grabbing the purple armor that he left behind as a potential peace offering to leave him alone. As now we get to see Star over on that purple armor in the realm of Yang, looking for the connection of the focus. Spider's going to go for the crouch cancel out of it. Star doesn't read into it. Out comes the ultimate, keeps up the pressure. Crouch horizontal, RMB into the jump LMB. Now looking for the chase down, trying to figure out perfectly spacing around the Lani stagger. Attempted to come on through and knock Spider down. He's going to keep up that chase down. Both of these Lanis trying to deny any sort of pillar play from the other, so they can't get that sustainability. And Spider is slowly starting to chip through that purple armor with the jump LMBs into the RMB. That's going to be Spider now at a big advantage in terms of health once the ultimates are done.
Last hit situation. Star bobbing, weaving, tries to get through, but Spider shows the ace card at the end. Cannon through the pillar. Perfectly reads the double jump. Now we are going to go over to Mike versus Edward. Wait a second. What the? We get the uppercut combo into a grapple reset with the fist plates? I believe Mike would have been
Mike
dead.
just rolls it.
It's a little sussy custom combo from Edward, but it's not going to matter because he is going to get the parry onto Mike, and then Edward gives himself a slap for enjoyment. Maybe he was just be like, I was too close.
Yeah, maybe he's like, I should have gone the 1-2-3. I should have gone the 1-2-3.
What? I think he just forgot because every other weapon after an uppercut, you do go for grapple resets. Well, maybe there's just some insane new combo that we haven't seen with the fist plays. The victory slap to the face. That's the first one for me, though, Moxie. I haven't seen someone win a Yang and then slap themselves.
Oh, we've got engraving. Edward's not going to have a fun time fighting against this one. We're looking for the parry, doesn't find it, has to use the combo breaker so he doesn't get punished. Edward knows he has a huge advantage with that combo breaker on cooldown. Can now continue to try and find the chase. Looks for the slap with that stagger into a setup catch from those blades, but he doesn't have his combo breaker now, and he's currently being, absolutely cooked by the carousel coming on through from that longsword uppercut horizontal combo. Has to use the ultimate, puts himself into one of the buildings inside Imperium, potentially looking for an armor swap in one of those places, but it's already been picked finally through, and there's absolutely no way that Edward would have been able to get away when Wufang was immediately chasing atop of him.
That was some slick movement from both of them. I was like, oh, nice ult. Edward gets through the window, but then Wufang, I thought he made a movement error. Little did I know Wufang was like, no, catch, look at this, look at me fly through the window, and he gets his sneaky stagger. There's no way Edward expected a flying Wufang through the window to land that stagger. We are going to move over to 225 versus Action. 2 minutes and 20 seconds for 225 with the staff. 1-2 jumping. Aerial keeps the pressure on top of Action. Action, though, moves up and down the cliff, trying to buy some time. 225 trying to land a falling vertical focus tag, not able to. Now Action, it's his turn with his delayed ult. 225's ult running down. Not going to get anything on the last one, but he does have the health post. Sends the flying at
he got the stagger!
Second. Oh, but doesn't get much off of the Action. Immediately mashes using the ball throw. And now both of them staring longingly at distance as both of them heal over and over. We're going to go to a round 2.
Oh, third party though, they're right next to another Realm of Yang portal, which means that Wufang has showed up in the scene. T25 knows that there is not going to be a fight that he wants to take. Has to look for an armor swap, but I believe it was already broken, as he still doesn't have any of that armor back. And now it's just a case of not being caught out in the middle. Has to make sure that he doesn't run into other players though, because he just runs immediately into another hunting pack. Realm of Yang depletion is going to put so much aggression into these players. There's so much definition for why they're chasing as aggressively onto TW5. If they have that timer, they don't want to have to worry about being caught out with it in the later stages of the map. TW5 gets clipped by the LMB coming on through from a dagger as he passes on through. Has picked up another great armor reset, but unfortunately has to backtrack himself to a place that he's already kited from, just playing off of these hallways, setting up for scale rushes and lunges coming on through from that staff mobility. Was able to find another great armor from the center, gets parried off of the backstep into the RMB, max distance from that staff though, and now gets clipped by the LMB from the pole, so it has to burn all of his stamina dodging away from the follow-up swing and gets taken down. The question is, who's got the soul bloom? Because Mike still has Yang depletion. I don't think he was even in the pack. He's hunting Spider down currently. He kited on over to a Realm of Yang portal, anticipating that the player would be positioned there and potentially isolated for a 1v1. And Spider just utilizes the Lani ultimate and teleports away from Mike's chase down.
Spider is known for this on every single Yang portal. He does delay, perfectly timing his ult to air stall and really deny any type of aggression that Mike and players like Mike like to do to try to find a kill. And when you're setting up for these Yangs, we've seen this year that everyone's very particular when they go in. It's not just like an RNG, we just click, we're just going in, let's fight with whoever. Some players prefer to go in early, some players prefer to go in second, some players prefer to go in last, and it really opens up the mind game of who you're going to get on the other side. Now, Mike did get an extension for his cleanse. He does have 3 minutes to work it to try to find a cleanse here at the end. Unfortunately, he ran into Spider on the Yang. Sneaky, pretending to be a relaxing customer, but immediately puts a nunchuck to the back of HM's head, forcing the combo breakout. We are going to get another Yang fight, though. Spider versus Edward.
Two of these players stacked to the teeth as well. Spider with the grapple showcasing that he's got that assault smolder coming on through. Looks for the R&B, manages to find the connection at the max distance. Edward goes for the overhold. Spider doesn't want to read into it. Uses the combo breaker instead, puts himself onto the pill, looking for a scourge into a stagger coming on through, and that means that Edward has to use his combo breaker now as well. Both of these Lannies now going to be vulnerable for the combo extensions, and Spider's able to find it, toothpick into the tap dodge back, and then immediately frying him with the swap over to the musket. My goodness, the Hongsod's reach.
No. Looks like GG Chen is going to win the other Realm of Yang versus Frostabus. Now coming out, both of those players, Edward and Frostabus, are going to need a cleanse here. Just like Mike does. A minute and 40. He is going to chase down HM into the zone. Blueberry armor. You know, Mike is going to pop his ult, try to lock this down, try to seal the deal, but HM using his clip side to be able to move, weave in and out. Wait, he finds a little crack and is able to get a last second heal. Shadow Corruption in the top right corner shows we're getting to the max. That means we're not going to be able to get much heals right now. Mike doesn't have much time, but it's time for the slide and vibe. He slides up. He's going to risk it all to chase this down. Sends one, crouching LMB. He's going to get the kill, but he's going to get the soul bloom. He's not. No! Mike threads the needle, and this time he gets the needle.
Oh, and I mean, even if he was able to pick up the Soul Bloom, I don't think he would have remained in the lobby for long, given the fact that Verse and Jin were literally just the vultures at the top of the cliffs waiting for the carcasses to drop before they could pick through all of that loot or jump on a low health bar player. And yeah, we're down to 7 players in the lobby, Raven, already. 2 of which currently have Yang depletion, which means that aggression is only going to continue. Frostabus and Edward, having both lost their Realm of Yang fights, now have around about 4 more minutes, given the fact that they've also already rezzed on up to find a Soul Bloom. Unfortunately for Edward, he's arrived at the scene of the crime a little bit too late. Those Soul Blooms have long been picked clean. Spider now has to win a 1 versus 1 against a very desperate Frostabus who knows that he needs to try and find this win before a third party can come on through. Finds the parry onto Spider, comes on out now with the fist blades from Spider's Lani. Goes for the whole check into the RMB, using the combo breaker to try and create as much distance between himself as possible so that he can also kite over towards that tower, skirmish behind it, and get a heal off before Frostabus can find the chase down, as Edward is locked into a 1 versus 1 against Jin to continue in this lobby. Both of these Lanis having invested their ultimate. Edward looking for any amount of damage that he can do with that longsword off of that stagger coming on through from the trick ball connection onto Jin. Just isn't able to find it, as Jin with the fan is a little bit faster.
Edward bets it all on his chase down versus actions, but still, he goes for that light, the tap dodge, wrong timing, needed to commit to it a little bit sooner. Going to go to a replay inside the Realm of Yang. Frostabus versus Chen right here. One charge going to be coming out from Frostabus, gets him against the wall, doesn't get an uppercut combo, does catch Chen lacking around the corner, but Chen still has combo break, still has ultimate, gonna switch into the second gear, throw out one of the balls, forcing out the combo break from Frostabus. The Frostabus going to pop his ultimate as well. This is the roulette of the ball tossing. Both of these players trying to get the best. Chen goes to the top post, tries to get a little bit of the heal little bit of a knockdown, but both of these players dodging every single ball until the very end. Frostbite does get the stagger, but Chen's combo break does come back up. And what the? Frost gets scooped up from the back hitbox of the flying knives. That is going to be a little tilting for my man Frostbite. That's
yeah. I mean, he went for the R&B focus as well with the dual blades, and Chen just waits it out and then steps in and light attacks. And Frost was so low that he doesn't manage to live it. Now he has to take a fight against a fully scaled up Jin who's got that engraving, already going to be showcasing it. Frost was sending out the R&B from those halberds, looking to again tech chase onto Jin's disengage. Doesn't have the combo breaker, so into the extension with that longsword we go, off of that horizontal catch. Now Frostivus gets hit by the engraving, has to come on through looking for an uppercut himself, but that just means that he's in the air, and Jin with the R&B full sends it into Frostivus, and Frostivus is out.
Oh no. Frostivus is gonna fall here while Verse slides up and sees what leftovers are left on Frostivus' body. As we transition in the endgame with 5 people left, everyone's gonna be posturing for the Spirit Well situations as you see SR Spider already showing everyone the aggressive body language, throwing out those focus attacks. Light attacks or focus attacks do deny any type of a shenanigan ranges, anyone lining up a bow shot on him.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a soldier. Normally, like, when we see players posturing up for the Spirit Well, they show off the soldier that they have, like, if it's Aurora Burst, Merciless Havoc, Stanchion Sky Pillar, anything that would deter a player from trying to take a fight against them. So the fact that Spider is just continuing to commit the R&Bs from those dual blades could mean that he's hiding something up his sleeve. We know, though, from the inventory bag check that the only legendary soldier that he currently has is going to be for ranged, which means that it's not going to be attached to either the Hong Sword or those purple dual blades that he currently has. As out comes the Spirit Well, and now comes the posturing for control off of it. Palm Lightning from Verse is immediately going to give him an advantage to holding that space in the middle, as Spider now has to come on through, moving up into the place and just trying to clank off of the Palm Lightning before it can charge on up.
Spider immediately catches a parry of Verse. Versus Palm Lightning on the outside, sends it toward Action. Action's like, really? That's what we're doing? Alright, now it's time to all in you, buckaroo. Action. Gonna be real petty with it. You chipped him, and now he's gonna be putting all of his effort toward them as the Spirit Wells go down, and everyone is gonna eat that Yang depletion situation. Spider with no gold armor to his name. Pole sword from Action with the assault, doing so much flame damage, chipping Spider down. He is gonna find a little bit of a corner here as his zone's coming in. He has to be careful. Does find the parry onto Action, but Verse finds an angle at the top ropes with that Palm Lightning. Absolutely a nuisance for Spider here. Now with not many options left, no more stamina to his name, he opts to slide, but the grapple stagger is gonna catch him as Chen and Verse are gonna loot up his body. We are gonna move over to Action and Wufong on the other cleanse. It looks like everyone else did get cleansed except Wufong. He got the short end of the stick, Moxie.
Yeah, he was trying to gatekeep the altar for the flag cap to come in through from Jin, which meant that he wasn't there for the Spider chase down. Jin did use his ultimate, though, against that fight against Wufong, as he's going to try and hide himself inside that invis bush, while all 3 of these other players fight it on out. Wufong does have that engraving, is immediately going to be putting it to good use. Out comes the R&B from that longsword too, trying to play on the outskirts of this fight, not wanting to be put in the middle. The good news for him is that there's other Lanis in the lobby, so he can do a costume change. Coming on through, finds a big parry as well to open up onto First, who has no choice off of the third party from Chan to go up into the air with that ultimate, hold on to the goalie stance for as long as he possibly can. Risks it all to go into the Moonbane AoE, and my goodness, we're feeling lucky. Manages to kite on over towards that spirit world that he'd previously captured to be able to pick up the legendary armor left behind, and now should have the upper hand in terms of sustainability as the ultimate from Wufong has come on through, and they look to commit fully onto this Lani, not allowing Verse any out on the kite, no opportunity, no other buildings, gets hit fully into that ball stagger, and there's just two Lanis absolutely frying him with the Moonshot Storm from Chen coming on through with the last hit. Oh my goodness, what a play. We thought it was only Palm Lightning that he had access to, but he was hiding that all along.
Wufong with the classic dual Halby TOD on Alani. Just Verse so unlucky there. I was talking about it earlier today that normally when you're snowballing a lobby, when you're winning all the Yangs, when you're grabbing the Spirit Wells, it's very hard to die, but Wufong manages to deliver the lobby to Verse, ending his game. And now we're gonna get a 1v1 to end the first round of the day. We're getting GG's Chen versus SS1's Action into the uppercut combo down the hill. He doesn't find the extra stagger. Action's gonna be able to get around the corner, threaten the double charge, goes for the cancel, gets the stagger initially, looks for the cross, ends up getting crossed himself. Now Chen looks for the cancel, goes for the cross again, but this time eats a ton of damage, shows the tome, but actually does a great job of popping ult and gold framing all of that damage as we move to the last little bit. Chen is gonna find the uppercut. Try again. He goes for the cross with the Hong sword repeatedly, and he ends his life. Finally landing that uppercut combo with that gold Hong sword, doing 1 billion damage, Moxie.
Yeah, he was looking for that. He was looking for that for a long time, and he had combo breaker and ultimate advantage, considering he still had access to both in comparison to his opponent, who'd burned for both. So he finally manages to find that horizontal into uppercut catch into RMB full takedown, and will be able to find that last 1v1 win, which means that he picks up the kill score multiplier and is likely going to be able to MVP off of the back of that, despite Wufong having been able to pull together 4 eliminations. And Raven, tradition continues. Another end zone finished before the zone fully closes, and determined by a 1v1 after that last hit of Yang depletion coming on through from failing to cap out the Spirit Well, hit every single other remaining player in the lobby, and it was like throwing kerosene on a lit fire. So much explosive action following up.
On very, very unlucky from Verse that you see Spider massage versus shoulders going out of this stage, knowing that what a funny situation Verse found himself in, as we saw the gold knife jade juggling him on top of Wufong's awesome combo. Wufong with the gold dual Halbies, one of the tried and trues, you know, the bread and butters of Alani. You get the ball hit, you get the focus attack, you loop it over and over. He gets maximum value off of it. Unfortunately, he's not able to capitalize after, though.
Yeah, which player won twice in the realm of Yang in game 1? Ooh, our answer for treasure a little bit spicy to start off the day. Was it A, Spider? Was it B, Edward? Was it C, Frostivus? Or was it D, Chen? Hopefully, chat, you've been paying attention. And I mean, I feel so bad for Spider as well. Like, the fact that everyone turned onto him in the lobby and he had to pop ult, and then Assault Smolder comes out, which means that even the heal, which has been cut this patch, going from 150 to 50, is then further demolished in effectiveness because of that fire tick debuff, which means that instead of healing 50, it's healing 25. So every single time we saw poor Spider try and do anything with that ultimate, the health bar, like the change, it was absolutely minuscule. You barely saw it move his health bar.
Yeah, Verse did a really good job of suffocating Spider in that part. That's one of the tough parts of the flying knives, the mobility of that RMB focus attack. So versatile, and on the hands of Verse, he's able to deny any counterplay there. New name at the top though, GG's Chen opening up the day with a 7 kill, 11.4 game. Wufong able to ladder up oververse at the last second. All odds against him. Yang depletion, purple armor against the gold armors. Doesn't matter. He's able to cinch up that second place at 5.5. Action at 3 points. Now, looking at the overall standings, remember, ladies and gentlemen, all these players took in a little bit of points from the actual weekly quals. Rano at 5.3, Star at 5.7, Edward at 6.4, 225 at 6.7, but at the top 6, immediately after game 1, Chen is going to be jumping up the leaderboard, erasing the lead that Spider had at 15.9. Verse with a solid first game at 11.6. Wufang jumping up the leaderboard as well to third place at 10.3. Spider still solid 3K at 10.3. Action at 9.9 and HM at 9.2. I expected a Moxie, a neck-to-neck battle. Usually we've seen the score spread be very, very close throughout the day, even after we get past match point.
Well, let's have a look and see how exactly game number 1 went down with our replays brought to you by China Unicom. This was Wufang finding a big parry onto Verse, forcing out that combo breaker, and then he finds the back-to-back because Verse committed twice in a row. Chen here getting to win against Frostivus, spacing on out, pulling out that pistol, trying to find that last little bit of damage, waiting for the R&B to be done with those dual blades before stepping in and applying the last hit. This is where Mike went down in the Corruption 6 damage. This is the aggressive plays that unfortunately Yang Depletion forces you into. He was able to find the elimination, but doesn't manage to get the soul bloom for the heal in time, which is such a sad state of affairs.
Unlucky by Frost. Before we saw this highlight, he was absolutely working Spider, but the opposite happens versus Jin right there. Jin gets the best of him with the slap fake, finding the stagger. Versus Demise at the end here. That's what I was saying. The cross LMBs over and over from Chen. He's throwing out the light, looking for the cross, doesn't delayed LMB right here. Action stays on top of him. Off the clank right here. Fakes the Aurora Burst. Wait a second, I missed that.
Yeah.
The quick highlights. He fakes the Aurora Burst, does a range attack, and just barely threads the needle, fades back, and finds the stagger. I thought it was a cross before, but wow, very, very good stuff coming out from Chen. And this is something they mentioned at EWC, the global scene reacting to the new style in CN. Early in NARAKA, there was a lot of range when range was a lot stronger before. It did a lot more damage. So chip damage, faking a focus attack and doing chip was very, very popular. We've seen that style come back as a lot of these pro players trying to find the new edges, the new skill differences they can do versus other players. And something discovered or rediscovered is playing this very, very precise range game where you show range against your opponent, they try to reach for it, and in that reaching you find a stagger at that mid-range. Normally you see a lot of these players try to armor through by holding focus, find the half charges, but we've seen a lot of players get used to this nice little fake range gameplay and finding that stagger. Really, really good stuff from Chen, and very, very fast. I missed it the first time.
I mean, Chen had a really good performance, and that's actually really massive because he only had, in terms of pre-post points, the 13% of total score that he'd been able to do in his 2 days of play in regular, 4.7. That's not a lot in comparison to some of those other players, but because he was able to come on through with a over 11 game score in game number 1, he's going to have first pick of hero when it comes to game number 2. And if he has another 11-point plus game score finisher even, he's past MVP eligibility. And he goes into map 3 with a potential to close out the day 5 games prematurely. That could be absolutely massive for him. And I think we're going to potentially see a disparity as well. Like, it used to be in the past when you would see whoever would pick in like phase 1 and phase 2, you'd immediately be able to identify who that was because it would either be Lonnie or Liam. Well, Lonnie has been removed from play entirely, and Liam has fallen to the point that we've seen him be picked in 4th and 5th stages, although we have seen him actually start to climb slowly back up into more of a priority priority position in phases 2 or even potentially 3, given the fact that players like Spider and Mike were so dominant with him, being able to win the 1v1s into the Realm of Yang, scale on up into the end game, and then just be able to steamroll through the rest of the lobby with the loot that they picked up and Soul Jades along the way.
So far, what I've seen with Liam, after looking at it over and over, you and Duncan brought it up to me, and I was like, I feel like Liam's still one of the strongest characters in the game, considering he has the only ability in the game that allows you to not get punished when you get parried. And what this translates to is that you can throw a lot more blues, a lot more focus attacks, and really send them flying to test the waters. And it created a new playstyle that a lot of Pro League players got accustomed to. And we've seen the adjustment now. It seems like on defensive days, a lot of the players have been testing out Syra picks a lot earlier on, but still on the Firefly days, Liam has to be, seems like he's going to be slotted more towards more of like an assassin type gameplay where you're trying to go from Firefly to Firefly, find some picks by using that scoop up, throwing people into lanterns, throwing people into signs to find some easy kills. But he's
we also saw the V1.
Very, very strong. Wait,
we've actually Verse played V1 twice now, actually, on Holoroth.
Interesting. I know that Holoroth is not one of the best Liam maps because it doesn't have as many hazards to throw people in with the ball. And originally, before V1 was gutted and really nerfed, everyone was using V1 as kind of the multi-way fight kill stealer. It does a ton of AoE. It's very, very easy to land, and it forces everyone out. So it creates space if you need to find that cleanse for the soul bloom to push people off, or to push people off from the kill that you're getting. And not only that, you're able to collect that soul bloom very quickly, build up the rage fast. The space created from V1, very, very good. Now, I'd have to see how Verse performs with it to see whether or not it's looking very, very meta. Like the meta tape on Spider's wrist. I want to get me some of this tape, Moxie. I saw it before. You can't see it because he's wearing the jacket. It looks like it's a little bit cooler today in the studio, but you see it on his fingertips right there.
Yeah.
Arano as well has the athletic tape.
All the way above the elbow, so that you have as much cushion and support as possible. They brought it in because of the flying knives, right? The verticality. Like now you actually have to somewhat like track your aim to be able to catch the plays. It's really good against Tammy's. I will say, I feel so bad for Tammy. He's like, his combo breaker back in the day when it wasn't gold focus used to be so easy to punish with just uppercut chases coming in through from dual blades or nunchucks with the scoop. And then they made it gold focus. But now that flying knives have come through, every single time Tammy goes and uses his combo breaker, he just gets absolutely cooked by the tracking and aim accuracy of the RMB. And then since he doesn't get the opportunity to further wisps, he doesn't get to reset that cooldown faster. And a lot of the time we've seen in the versus matchups, in the 1v1s in the Realm of Yangs, if a Tammy is caught by an aerial RMB when he's burnt his combo breaker, unfortunately the Tammy loses that 1v1 very swiftly afterwards.
Flying knives, not very good for the sand guys out there. I'm curious to see if anyone runs the new Tammy Ultimate. I feel like everyone was very excited about it when they did see the patch. They did play around with it. As far as competitive, not one of the early. No one's really early adopted it, so not to see. The Wisp is just very, very strong to find staggers, find traps, by just rearranging people over and over. We are going to see Chen immediately go with the Syra pick first. Very interesting. Well, Lonnie is banned out. We did play the Mirror Day. We're seeing Syra being considered one of the strongest characters. I feel like it's a toss-up between Syra, Liam, and Shaol. I feel like Shaol has a lot of really, really good matchups, but in the Liam matchup, especially in Yang, she's at a pretty big disadvantage. Not able to throw out any of her punishes after her shield procs. And we're seeing Yodo rise up the leaderboard. It's been such a long time since Yodo really been picked in the meta, but with her rework, combo break has always been very, very impressive, especially in close quarters. Just that clank leaves you so vulnerable to getting re-staggered, and with her new ultimate, very, very easy to catch people in loops if they don't have any soft combo breakup. So Yodo jumping up the leaderboard, as well as the Spirit Wall. We've seen a lot of characters, I was saying before, really fit a new niche, being able to claim Spirit Walls to push people off. That's the only reason I've seen Enor do well, is that he is such a force to be reckoned with at the Spirit Wall, and you don't want to get all in from him and get lobbied, just because his damage, if the terrain is very open, very, very hard to get away from.
Yeah, but I mean, that's if he makes it to the Spirit Well. Like you said, players don't want to contest him on the Spirit Well, so they contest him before every single person when they see an Eno. It is just open season attack on site. Mike is going to be getting his characteristic ACOS to come on through, likely going to be the F2v2 loadout that we've seen a lot of these players now prioritize over the F1, as TV5 is going to be picking up that Justina. So we still have Feria, Wu Chen, and one more kind of personality picker of meta character, as Lani being removed from play does mean that someone that we typically wouldn't get to see on the hero roster is going to be showing up very, very soon. Edward's going to fill that space with Eno, so now it's going to be between Wu Chen or Feria for Star and Arano. Feria has an easier time in the end game with the knockback being able to come on through with the pressure, but she really struggles in the early to mid off of how much of a target that mech decides to paint on. And oh, yep, Star has decided to go off meta entirely, and Kerr falls directly into likely going to be a fireball target loadout. So Arana now gets his opportunity to pick Wu Chen or Feria and goes with the safer all-rounder option of the Wu Chen. Although, is it going to be the teleport swap variant, Raven? Because I've actually got to see on Thursday multiple Wu Chens running teleport swap. I was so happy to see it come back.
Yeah, Verse really showed that the teleport swap, even though it does lead into combos, it is very, very slow and very, very easy to dodge. So you really can only confirm into it or really catch someone lacking with a third party. And even then, the sound is so loud that you're able to reaction dodge to it. Where it comes very, very clutch that Verse showed everyone is its vertical distance when you're able to teleport directly into the sky, just barely out of line of sight. You're really able to create space and distance with multiple people chasing you down. Now, even though the normal default F1 that most players go with on Wu Chen gives you that heal, also provides you a little bit of movement, a little bit of extra trap with the armor it gives you every time you throw out a dagger. Verse has shown this kiting that's one of the key points of surviving. Now, before Verse really showed this to everyone, it was Spider showing everyone at last year's J-Cup just how powerful Wu Chen can be with Syra being dropped. He's one of the few characters that could defeat Syra. And we did see, as you pointed out before, for the 12th pick, a lot more players going with a traditional Feria pick. And the unorthodox pick going to Star on the Tarka Fireball with the V1. Now, we have seen Star pick Tarka before. And with the 8-round pick, you want to spread your 8 picks out. And early on, right now, since he's not really on match point, he's trying to get a pop-off game. And it's on Holorath, you know. Genuine did do very well on Holorath. Seems to be an okay Tarka map. Just because Tarka does very, very well on wide open spaces. And like you were saying before, Moxie, fights are ending earlier. We're not really getting any stacked end games. It's coming down to a 1v1 a lot of the time. It's a 1v1v1. And it's just being decided with a couple minutes left. No longer say bye-bye to all of the zone closing days and say hello to just non-stop fighting action now.
I mean, that is kind of what happens when you have Yang depletion. Those players do not get a lot of time to be able to come in with those kills, especially because they don't get any more buffs when the Yang depletion hits. They don't get any way of being able to continue pushing the time further on that countdown as we can have a look and see where all our players are going to be dropping. No surprise, the Salvation Podium is going to be seeing a lot of action for control of those puzzles. JL looks like they're going to be going for a timing attack leading up through Plumed before coming on through into Salvation Podium. SS1 and WZ are going to be scrapping it out over control of City of Tang. And we're going to get to see WBG, YZG, and TE also potentially go to Jin's Armory and then over towards Matab. Although I feel like a lot of the fighting is going to be very much centered around Jin's Armory, given the fact that it is going to be that yellow tier loot. But that does mean that you have to worry about the Thorny Roller rumbling on through, as we can have a look and see our first scrap of the day is potentially going to be between Spider and Frostfist. Both of those players just prioritizing looting up right now. So instead we cut over to have a look at Verse versus T35 over in Jin's Armory. Verse has already been able to pick himself up. Purple Nunchucks manages to find a connection once of the RMB. However, the clank comes on through from T35 the second time, meaning that there is a little bit more disparity in terms of that health pool from both of these players, so they're going to go for a little bit more of a loot. Verse does find a grey armor swap off inside that little bit of a chimney, as Edward has been able to find himself purple armor already to have an advantage against Star, though he is down a huge chunk of his hitbox. As we can see him look for that jump power, he doesn't manage to find it, and unfortunately for Eno, he doesn't have a combo breakup. He has absolutely no option but to take all of that damage coming in off of the extension. Out comes the F2 into the second stage of the F2, chase down into the RMB coming in from that staff, but Edward knows that he's going to be vulnerable, has to go looking for a different armor swap to come in from one of the troves on the ground, kiting it out into the center before the Fundy Roller can come through, dodges the fireball, and no way, is that a purple armor fresh on the ground? No, that's his. He was able to drop the purple, pick up a grey. HM does manage to find a blue armor swap though, as he comes on through for the third party and manages to gatekeep the purple armor's location, picking that up and starting to heal it through. Star's going to turn his attention onto him instead, giving Edward, wait a minute, this is the great escape from the Eno. He's going to be able to come in with the third party looking for a scale rush into the ult.
Yeah, that purple armor is a death trap right there. Star sees HM being very greedy, trying to yoink that purple armor. Star definitely wants it, but Edward comes over to defend it. He does have ultimate on the Enor. We are going to move over to Arano on the Wuchen with his ult pop right here. It doesn't look like he's going to go with the teleport. Unfortunately, Moxie going to go with the standard heal. Instead, Shin on the Kylan popping the ultimate right now. Mortal Defiance is going to be able to get hit, and Arano keeps up the pressure, gets the uppercut combo, and puts Shin in the ground. Wuchen winning off spawn here. We are going to make our way back to the Tarka versus Enor action. The two Chads of Naraka. Tarka, Enor, scale rushing. Edward just babysitting this purple armor. He's like, this is mine. I had it first. Let me have it. Star is just like, no. I'm going to pry this off your dead, cold body. Unfortunately for both of them, Spider is showing up with another purple armor. No, Edward has no choice. He goes too low. He has to go for the ult. Out comes the Thunder Throw, looking now to apply it in with as much damage and pressure as he possibly can. Might be able to apply the Thunder Knock into an execution if Edward's able to find it. Yasaka has no choice but to pop his ultimate and try to run away, but there's the execution, and immediately Star is gone. Oh my goodness, it would have been so BM if he'd been able to apply the execution into a Thorny Roller follow-up. But Edward is out of that. Sans has purple armor too. He knows that there's too many players in the area, and one of them has a legendary weapon because someone, in all of the time that fighting went through, solved the puzzle, as Wufeng will be able to step into the range box of the focus attack coming on through from those dual blades and find the parry. Ooh, I like that dual blade combo. A little bit of a downhill situation. Wufeng gets maximum value. Jump barreling into the range attack to close the deal onto his opponent. Remember, Wufeng did come up clutch last game, able to take down the Superstar Verse in endgame. Going back to the puzzle. Everyone has played around with this purple armor. It's just, it's swapped
is this
hands.
the OG? Spider's got purple armor too.
Spider had a different armor. I believe Chen found this purple armor with the gold flying knives. He was out there sneaking around getting the puzzle while everyone was busy fighting each other. Looking at the overall leaderboard, so Wufang at 2 kills, Spider at 2 kills. Threshold is 24 points. So if Chen wants to get there, he can get there in basically 2 games if he has a similar ginormous 11-point game. Very, very hard to get 11 points in this day and age for NARAKA solos. There's just a lot less points to be had with how aggressive everyone is.
Now the kills are so split.
And we've seen like a more even split since the new rule sets have been evolving this year. Even with the latest variation, still less bigger pop-off games with the multiplier only being stacked for the person who gets first place. You get a nice 1.2 multiplier based on your kills. Going into first realm of Yang for Holoroth. Chen looking like a favorite though. Gots the Syra, which Syra...
Legendary flying knives here. Like the facts of all of the weapons in the game for Salvation Podium to give you. Legendary flying knives is actually striking gold. As we can have a look there, our match point analysis, I believe, was Chen needs 7 kills in the 3rd place finish for him to be able to qualify for match point eligibility. And he's going to be absolutely stacked. I mean, yes, they did somewhat nerf the Syra Ultimate to the point that we actually have seen multiple occasions of the V2 coming out over the V1 of the Powerful Dazzle on the expiration of the 8 seconds, but they did make up for it in the amount of damage that laser beam does if it's able to track onto your position, but it is now going to be blockable. And also those stun dazzle orbs that Sarah used to be able to throw out absolutely infinitely for the entire duration of her V1 have also now been nerfed to being locked into a cooldown. The Syra has to wait for that window to be able to open up again. Speaking about waiting for something to open, 2 players are going to be waiting for this cave to open as the strategy has now split. You either go into a realm of Yang, or if you're a little bit undergeared, you wait for everybody who is incredibly scaled to go into the realm of Yang looking for that 1v1s and go into a cave yourself, though it is a very dangerous position because now that cave, when it opens up, everyone gets to see the location of it on the map, and it means that we see an absolute piranha storm of players showing on up, where sometimes we'll see 3 to 4 players inside a very enclosed position. Forbidden Seal also directly impacting this cave's position makes it even more dangerous for things like Kataka, who relies on his ultimate to be able to break away.
Even though Syra has been nerfed, what she did gain was the ability to kind of land the stunning ball around corners. It's a lot more easier to get stunned through walls, through corners of walls. The range of it just got a lot bigger. We are going to get Chen versus Spider. If he wants to have a good day today, he's going to have to go through the Terminator of Pro League right here. Going to use his F right here, staying on the ground. Ill-advised here, immediately going to get chased down by Spider, but he fades out, catches Spider, reaching into the cookie jar, goes for the uppercut squishing combo of this little Spider, not able to land it though. Spider able to fight back, but I spoke too soon. Chen holds the line, doesn't fade away, throws a focus attack and takes him down.
No ultimate necessary, as Mike currently has Verus locked in against the invisible wall, with both of those Tiger Pounces having been invested from the air. Because V2, he gets caught on the top of the pillar into the Liam V2 into the air, and then yeah, he's just gonna get tracked down by the RMB coming on through from those flying knives. That invisible wall is letting Verus extend that combo so much more. Out comes the Akos F2, Mike trying to create as much distance as possible so he can put himself back against that pillar. Look for his skill. She's so incredibly low at the moment. Has to out to another pillar looking for a more favorable position. Tries to come and through with the RMB, but Verus literally scales up the top of it and finds that parry, and Verus will be able to come out on top with a swap over to the pistol. Was that also Vajra's grip from Mike? He didn't drop the weapon, but it oh no, he did drop the weapon. It just went all the way down the pillar because of how close he was to the edge.
Sneaky parry coming out from Verse, super calculated. And so I'm saying, Verse's pillar play is just, It's so clean. There's definitely something new to learn every single time I see him in Yang. And he picks apart Mike right there, making it look just like a routine Yang to him. And Mike is no slouch. Mike's incredibly good on the pillars as well, with a bunch of unique tricks up his sleeve as well. But Verse, tricky, as just more tricky than Mike. Now Mike on the ACOS has a chance for that cleanse. Chen, with the Vermilion's buff, gonna get his pick at everyone else as we're gonna go over to Star on the Tarka, trapping around the corner, finding the uppercut, then going back, faking the scale rush. Wufang wants nothing to do with it. Just like, you know what? Enough with this blind side scale rush. We're gonna pop that style, create a little bit of space, and recoup ourselves as we go over to Chen and Mike duking it out with the flying knives.
Oh, the pushback! Mike has to be so careful about the stagger coming in through from those fly knives into the stun. Dazzle does manage to dodge away from it, but Chenna has the upper hand as that Ecos F2 has already been used. Mike gonna have to go for the ultimate, pushing the Syra back. Chen's immediately gonna pop his V1 and try and keep a top of Mike, looking to find where that Ecos is and deny any ability to heal. Dodges the Tiger Pounds, and Mike is out of this lobby. Chen finds his third elimination, getting closer and closer to the match point eligibility for this player.
Oh my goodness, Chen just makes Mike look free with the beams right there, and just catching Mike with his second part of the 1-2, denying Mike the crosses over and over. Very cool stuff coming out from Chen, just absolutely facing the gambits, facing the pressure, and just coming out on top. We are going to move over to Spider. Explosive Armor going to be coming out, saving his target away. He had the stacker, he had Arano against the wall, but the Explosive Armor pushed him off. Now we're able to finish out the wall combo, but Spider still has him in the crossface, chasing him down. We get the target fireball. It's hype, it's flying out, it's dropping down. Arano putting the walls up, trying to survive the pressure. Now that Tarka, the 5-star difficulty character, is showing up, as Wufang though comes over with the fan and sneaks in the kill. Spartan's like, hey, I get
got the bloom.
loot.
He got the bloom. That's the important thing. He had Yang depletion. Something to talk about, by the way. Chen picks up 2 kills when we were watching that fight. He's now on 21.4 points. And he might be picking up his 6th one right here onto action, looking for the parry. Doesn't find it on the pulse sword, finds it on the player behind him. Oh my goodness. And Chen, yeah, he's got the palm lightning. He's gonna be feeling those legendary flying knives. Jin is out into that zone. Assault Smolder 2. My goodness. Out comes the palm lightning spam. Action has to make sure that he doesn't literally just get trapped between 2 players with flying knives as TW5 now moves into position to keep up the pressure. Saw that this Kylan is down. Ultimate onto Grey Armor. Out comes the Justina Freeze. It catches Chen at the same time though. And TW5 might be able to find the elimination off of the back of it. He does manage, but now he has to go up against the Sire, who still has his ultimate. So that last dash from TV5 is used to put himself into the underbelly of Plumed, trying to break LOS from this Syra before he can look for that full chase down. TV5 so low, had to keep himself mobile, has not had the opportunity to be able to find a reset or an armor swap, and Chen anticipates where he's gonna be disengaging from and catches him with a skill rush. Chen is an absolute beast right now.
Chen is just looking like a guided missile right now, locked onto 225. Very sneaky play, trying to play cutoff game as he chases him down. 225 finally sick of running, holds the line, throws the focus attack out, sends the 1-2-3, but Chen gonna activate the ultimate, looks for the stun. He does get it, gonna get the lift off of there, but the F's gonna be coming out from 225. He's gonna get around the corner, the beams are coming out. He's almost to get around the corner, but as he goes around, he gets clipped over by Chen, and Chen's gonna go up to 6 kills, almost at match point.
He's got one more kill, and then he just needs to be in the top 3. And he's on match point. Spider getting put to the headlock, coming on through against the Shell. Still has that Yodo ult, though. It's going to send that last bit of it to deny the pillar reset coming on through. Now with the Fist Blades, looks for the Scale Rush to keep up the pressure in the pocket against his opponent. Looks for the Scale Rush, waits for the overhold, tries to find the parry. Doesn't manage to find the opening though, as Wufeng does cancel it. Wufeng now is going to be down all of that nunchuck bar. Spider zones through the grapple kick attempted from his opponent with the F2 from the Yoda, but he's not going to be down his combo breaker and is going to be very vulnerable if he gets parried! And he gets parried into all of the fall. Spider tries to go for the back-to-back commitments of the focus attacks coming on through from those nunchucks, looking for the RMB, but he's so incredibly low. He's going to kite until the F2 comes back around, comes on through with the Scale Stagger, looking for the F2 to be able to dodge back into it, maybe get a heal off of the back of it, but the shield continues the pressure with their own combo breaker. Spider got one vitality, but Wufeng takes the opportunity to set up the full meter dump because Spider was occupied, would not have been able to find the parry unless he cancelled the heal in time, which means that Wufeng didn't even need to 180 turn it.
Wufeng's a dirty guy. Just the back-to-back. We've seen the no mix-up being punished today. Usually when you throw a focus attack and you get parried, you're like, all right. They're not going to focus attack again. But you can focus attack again versus very smart players because they just don't expect you to. Unless they expect you to. And we get the back-to-back parry from Wufeng. And finally, surely, Spider's just like, you won't release a double charge. Double charge release is my thing. Nope. Wufeng does release those because the only way Spider really comes back in that situation is he gets a big parry there or he gets a stagger or an uppercut combo. And Wufeng's just like, nah, you know what? Let's flip it and throw the double charge. I mean, Spider goes for the whole dodge catch. It's not able to get it. And we are down to
4. Chen needs one person. He needs one kill and one person to go out of the lobby. And then he's on match point eligibility in 2 games, Raven! 2 games!
We're going to get a 3-piece, Moxie? A 3-game. I think 3 games is the fastest.
Yes, it would be the fastest we've ever seen. Edward, however, on that Eno has been able to make it further than we've seen Enos traditionally make it, as Verse has popped that Liam V2, is going to be draining this entire time. Does not get the opportunity to use it because he's up against the Transformer. Now just has to kite. It's going to mean that he runs out of his ultimate, unfortunately for him, but at least he manages to dodge out of that Thundermark being applied. This late in the game, though, that zone tick is going to start to work through the health bar as well. Staying in too long is going to start cutting the heal effectiveness. Spider was playing Gatekeeper, though, with Zhang Depletion himself. Looks to try and trap one of these players. And now just plays the sidelines, looking for a drop down potentially coming on through with those nunchucks. Out comes the pistol, just keeping up the pressure, making sure that they're losing some of that armor before he looks for this full engagement. As all of these players do not have all that much time. Chen was also in the areas. The last time we saw him, he was at the very top of Achilles' crest. He's since repositioned. I'm probably thinking in anticipation of that next Spirit Wall following on up, as he is going to be absolutely stacked in terms of loot loadouts on that Syra. But that does mean that he's currently not involved in any of this fight going through. The control of who continues in the lobby off of whoever drops the Soul Bloom.
Now, looks like we got some Enor hatred right here. No one wants Edward to position himself to grab the Spirit Well on the Enor. As well as him not having a combo break. That F is coming in big for the mix-ups. That he's able to fly around wherever his spear may land. But Verse and Spider have their eyes locked onto him. Now, Spider does have 2 minutes and 15 seconds. The pressure is building. As Edward is able to get a couple armor swaps right now in a tough situation, and Spider does pop his ultimate right here. Sick of the nonsense. It's a heal off right here. It's Verse, but wait, and Verse is like, wait, what about Edward? Edward is getting juggled by the flying knives of Verse. F's gonna be coming down from Verse, and Spider flashing for that Soul Bloom is gonna steal it from Verse, and now Verse in a tough position with barely any health. He still has ult though.
Spider doesn't have combo break, doesn't have ult, does have full meter bar though. Charges on up, looking for the meter dump, looking for that 180 turn once it's hit gold frame, and knows he can keep up the pressure onto this Liam. Just has to dodge, waiting for that VT to be done, and hits him with the RMB. Oh my goodness. Verse literally disappeared.
Damage of that RMB sneaking through. Now, we do have Chen and Wufang, who do have the most amount of kills on two very defensive characters, but they do have Terminator himself, Mr. Spider, or SR Spider.
Chen doesn't even need to win here, though. He just needs one player to go out, and then he's on match point eligibility. He's on 23.4 points, Raven.
I mean, he's going to want the MVP just because at the end of the day, winning with the most amount of points, even though you're trying to get first, having the most amount of points guarantees second as well. So if your safety net is second, that's a pretty nice safety net. We are going to get Spirit Girl, Spider versus Wufang. Spider going with the sneaky, cheeky grapple resets on the nunnies, the soft, true, untrue combos. I see you, Spider. But Chen's going to make his way over with the ultimate.
His is gonna cap both.
And just let everyone know this is mine too.
Oh my goodness. He capped the first Spirit Well, got 2 cycles of his ultimate, shows up with his ult procced, laser beam threats out both Wufang and Spider to essentially say, no, time out, stop fighting, it's my turn now. Gets the buff. And now gets another cast of V1 while applying Yang depletion onto both Wufang and Spider, which means that one of these players now has to go to the flag, and Spider is going to be able to pick it on up, but he's going to be gate capped. There's going to be a fight occurring. Chen's already been able to shred through all of that legendary armor coming on out. Spider's had to use his combo breaker too. It's going to be a matter of whether or not Wufang can steal this kill away, as Spider's taking pressure from all sides. This F2 is about to run out. Out comes the palm lightning as well from those legendary flying knives. Spider has no choice but to come through from his ultimate and look to just fortify his position on that altar, but now he has to keep up the pressure onto Wufang. I think he knows that he's not going to have the time. He just has to turn this onto the Sheol and hope that Chen turns onto him instead. Big parry comes on through. Wufang now, the target that everyone's looking at, as Chen is looking to take this last kill down. Can he find it before Spider even utilizes the stun dazzle combo breaker to zone Spider further away from Wufang so he can continue that pressure entirely unimpeded? But there are too many buildings. The Yodo F2 comes through. Spider gets the pick, but I think that's going to be enough. Surely after the ranking points comes through, Chen should be on match point eligibility. He just has to be able to come on through with the 1v1 win.
He's in a great position to take the MVP here, but so is Spider. He's going to be able to tie it at 6 kill. If he gets this, it should be, I guess it goes to damage. But Chen,
the kite,
taking a ton of damage right here. This is going to go in Spider's favor. Spider does do a ton of damage, so he might be able to take this right here. Nunchuck parry is going to come out. Big damage going to go on to Spider. Spider going to fade out. Look for the light attack. But Chen moving at Mach speed. Lightning fast crosses. We can barely see what he's doing. But Spider going to make his way back into the building. That dominant Yodo F ability creating so much opportunity for him. But it's not going to matter. Chen's going to time it perfectly. Find the stagger. And Spider is going to make his way back into the zone. But Syra also going to be coming out, chipping away at Spider. Spider's going to make his way to the opposite side, but immediately move back into the house, out of the house, back facing the house, looking for the slash, trying to get a little bit of heal on, but Chen's going to stay on top of him, looking for that last little bit. He is going to get the stun. He is going to get the MVP, and he's going to already be on match point as he takes down the Titan, the GOAT himself, Spider, and you know, at big smiles coming out from Chen. He is satisfied with his performance.
What a game coming on through from Chen. He eats so much damage on that kite out with Spider just frying the legendary armor, but he's using that kite to position himself over towards the legendary armor that he knows was down on the ground. He wanted to grab it before the zone could move further away and stop him from getting any of that reset opportunity for fear of Spider literally just keeping him in that zone, and the corruption tick damage draining the Syra of her health bar directly. What a play. That's also like the first time in a while we've got to see a Syra MVP, because right from the beginning claiming Salvation Podium as a Sire is absolutely massive, as that means that your ultimate is going to be maximum scaled from the very beginning. So the fact that we saw that ultimate and those flying knives absolutely fry so many players so many times, so even Realm of Yang fights where he didn't even use the ultimate. It was just off of combos, really clean stuff coming through from him. I can't wait to have a look at his stats, because the amount of damage that he must have been outputting in that game is going to be absolutely off the charts.
Getting the gold flying knives from the puzzle and really snowballing that game. Sire's one of those characters that really benefits from loot, and she wants to play very slow. There's not really fireflies on the map, and she's not likely to get bursted by like a Kylan, by Stars Tarka, by any of the Liams getting fireflies over and over. She's able to navigate perfectly to a magnificent big win right there, pushing him to match point. For your first question of the day, ladies and gentlemen, answer one of the questions, A, B, C, or D, in the Twitch chat. The lucky ones will be replied to and whispered for special gifts. The question is, which player chose Akosu in Game 2? Was it A, FPXZQ's Star, B, GG's Chen, C, SS1's Shin, or D, OUG's Mike?
Wow, we went from a really hard one to probably one of the easiest that I've seen on the Nbpl's Answer for Treasure, given the fact that he literally has a nickname centered around his use of that hero. But I mean, Naifa Chan, he's the only player on MVP eligibility. I think Wufeng is going to be fairly close behind him, because Wufeng was sitting around about 16 points on that leaderboard the last I checked it. But that does mean that he's been bumped now all the way down to bottom pick. He's going to be coming on through for every single one of these games unless someone else is able to come on through with MVP eligibility and overcome his point score on 12th. Which means that he's not going to get meta picks, Raven. We're going to have to see something like a Feria or a Wu Chen find an MVP. And that's also going to make it really easy for all of these other players in the lobby to identify which hero Chen is playing.
Yeah, you bring up a really, really good point, Moxie. Back-to-back 11.4 games, absolutely massive. That he does have to pick a different character up. Now, you also brought up a really good point. Wufeng doing excellent. These two, not the picks of the day, not the usual heavy hitters, but still, the league is filled with talent. We're going to look at an overall scoreboard. Star at 6.2, Arano at 7.3, Mike at 8.4. Oh my goodness, Mike and Arano not doing super well. Same thing with Frostivus, starting off the day very, very slow, but it's probably due to the phasing, you know, being first round pick, being second round pick. Chen gets the advantage and it really gets past that threshold. Will he get the record? Will he end it with a perfect day, a perfect 3-piece MVP, send everyone into the sunset, send us all packing very, very soon? I don't believe it, Moxley. I don't believe that he's going to be able to do it. We got so many heavy hitters here warming up and seeing the new face Chen, that nice chiseled chin of his doing so well. I believe everyone's going to be coming firing on all cylinders. A lot of close calls right there. You even saw Edward grabbing Spider's head, just like, all right, Spider, you gotta chill, but killing me over and over. Spider did very, very well that game, almost stealing away the MVP. Chen barely clutches it out, though.
Yeah, here's our replays of game number 2. A lot of these are likely going to be Chen kills coming on, brought to you by China Unicom. Wufeng just utilizing the combo break to actually catch Arano's stand up, and then coming on out with that ultimate, finding the headlock from that tortoise block. Uppercut chase coming on through, punishing the Wu Chen with the F1, moving into the vertical. Here's Chen coming on out of his Realm of Yang win against Spider. The combo break, looking to put the pressure onto the Yodo, forcing her to move closer into that Cyrus pocket rather than disengaging from the fight, which means that Spider feels the pressure, has to drop the F2, and Chin can really start twisting the knife when it comes to those combo extensions. With those flying knives, goes for the overhold into the LMB, and yeah, Spider is like, wow, I didn't even get to use my ult.
He just took so much damage from the gold flying knives in that attack, Jades. From Chen on the Syra, you see the Kylan gonna get picked off there, though. In falls, and first Spirit Wall catches Spider. Hand in the cookie jar, opening up with the parry, but Spider He's been here a million times before. He looks for the plays, tries to bring Chen into deep waters using the F3 in close quarters, but Chen, cool and composed like a cucumber, Moxie, just lines it up and taps it home, finding the kill and the victory sip. Victory sipper. Some players, when they win, they sip a cup of water or sip a piece of the bottle. Verse does it, Mike does it, and Chen does it. Spider is not a sipper. He doesn't do the victory sip. Chen, after he wins with the victory sip, MVP
Oh my goodness.
5 times in the big damage, Foxy.
15,000 damage with flying knives.
That's a lot of damage.
I mean, he started with those legendary flying knives. He didn't even get parried. Like, that's the thing. I was wondering if he would be a little bit more hesitant when it came to committing the focus strikes with those flying knives so that he didn't lose them. But he held on to them the entire time. 2,716 damage done with skills and ultimates goes to show exactly how much reliance Chen actually needed with that Tyra V1. He didn't even need to pop it in his 1v1s where his health bar was getting a little bit low because he never got to that point. Every single time he was using that combo breaker, it wasn't really to save his skin. It was used aggressively to just block his opponent out of taking space and disengaging so that they were forced into space which favored the flying knives. Really good plays from him.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going to our first break of the day. That's 2 games in. We still have a lot of NARAKA to be played, or possibly the last game of the day if Chen's able to pull it off. But we will be right back after this short break. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for NARAKA Pro League Solos bi-weekly 4 finals. I am Nbpl, and I'm joined by the lovely Moxie. What an exciting first 2 games, Moxie. Chen with an explosive back-to-back 11.4s. I can't remember the last time someone has shown such dominance with 2 pop-off games to start off a Solos finals.
Spider, I think, was probably the last player, though. It wasn't Nbpl finals, it was Jacob. He got 5 MVPs out of 6 in one day. And he is close. He's up there in the leaderboard. Both he and Wufong are around about the 17-point mark. Spider is not going to want to drop this bi-weekly final to Chen either, because he is literally 1 bi-weekly final win away from taking all 4 of them, which we've never seen. We've seen players get the back-to-back. We've never seen a player get all 4 of them in both solos and trios coming on through. So that would be yet another record that Spider would be able to break as we get ready to head into Morris. I don't think it's going to end within 3 games, given the fact that we now have our group split. I can't believe I'm saying this after only 2 games, but we're going to have the non-MVP eligibility players playing in the first half, the MVP eligibility player, not plural, it is just going to be Chen playing in the second half, which means that until another person crosses the threshold, he is indisputably going to be 12th pick. And if he picks Feria, he's getting lobbied. If he picks Wu Chen, he's getting lobbied. The only way that this is going to go a little bit weird in terms of players being able to figure out who exactly Chen is playing is if we see someone in the earlier phases go for something entirely left field, which then leaves one of the heroes that we see in like the middle tier picks actually open for him.
That's a really good point, Moxie, that at this point in the meta, there are a couple characters that are usually that 12th pick, Feria, Wu Chen. But we've seen a lot of personality picks go different ways just because in match point, you don't really want to double pick your comfortable character for each map. And remember, like each map, you might have a better character to MVP with outside the pure meta that you're saving. So you never really double pick to get to match point. Now, Chen got there earlier. He's forced a 12th round pick. There is an advantage to this moving forward. Even if he's not going to be MVP, he's going to be laddering up to like 11th pick, to 10th pick, to 9th pick as more people get to match point. Now, I'm very, very curious. Moxie pointed it out that he's most likely going to be lobbied, but with 12 characters, it's been a while now, so the coaches probably have done a lot more homework with their players to make sure that there's a pool of characters on match point you're gonna go for the snipe for. Now, all of these guys, I would say the favorites to win this, like Verse, Spider, have done their homework to snipe out the player who goes this character. But it's still gonna be very tough, Moxie. Like you said, like a weird pick in the middle where someone picks a different character is going to open it up that he's going to be able to blend him. And that's why Mike won Jacob in 2024. He was able to get a Valda pick and no one knew it was him. So
no one knew it was him. Everyone was like, who's the Valda? No, it's Mike. He was so late in hero selection. No way everybody else left Valda open. And then, as you said, we just saw that Valda essentially have an invisibility cloak as a passive. No one looked away, even all the way through endgame. And Valda's best part of the game is the multi-way fight at the end, where those players can connect onto so many of those players, and you can beat the heal sustain cycle of the corruption 6 damage of the activation of the V2. So we really have to see, like, this phase selection from every single one of these players has to be calculated. Wufeng is going to go for the Syra. We saw how much it was able to do in the previous game. However, this is Morris Isle, not Holoruff. One of the things that we should talk about is the fact that Syra was so successful because she could immediately scale all of her ultimate damage off of a legendary weapon. You don't get that opportunity. The maximum scaling that you have on Morris Isle before you go into your first realm of Yangs is purple. So that's also going to significantly really nerf the amount of damage that Wufeng is going to be able to do. And already we're going to be seeing a little bit of an upset in terms of hero pick, right? Because Spider goes for the Shayol over the Liam.
I mean, I feel like Liam and Shayol are interchangeable. Shayol's just such a nuisance when she pops the ultimate. Verse is going to go with the Echo's pick. No Liam. And you were saying, Moxie, what if someone leaves a Liam over? I imagine someone's gonna see a Liam here and scoop it up.
Take it, surely. It's Morris Isle. You take fights in Celestra, you take the V2, you throw them into the signboards, you go into one of the caves, you throw them into the fire lanterns. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
But still, like, this has disrupted the order already. First pick's Akos third.
Yeah, that's true. Akos has gotten picked out though, but it's still... Kylan's gonna get picked out.
The Valda.
Start with the Tarka pick. So Yoda's gonna get picked out. All right, the middle of the pack's gonna pick down.
Raven, Valda's still open. Have we spoken it into existence? Is Valda going to get passed over and left for 12?
I feel like Justina is such a good MVP pick, but does Chen have a? I'm pretty sure Chen has a Justina. Anyone who's crossing and doing sneaky stuff with Hong Sword is a Justina.
Yeah. But I feel like there's no way Justina gets left open though. Right, okay, there's the Valda. Frost might take the Tammy or the Justina. Wu Chen's still up, Fairy is still up. Those are picks that we expect to see coming in really, really late. Tammy is something that I did not expect to make it all the way 8th though.
Tammy has always been like that all-arounder. He doesn't have a huge advantage on anyone with the exception of Akos. Really puts Akos in the blender. He really suffers versus Syra, and you want to go Yang, and if the whole league sees Syra as strongest character, it's definitely because of her performance inside Yang and Spirit Well. So very, very tough to make it work. But Mike has always been a very, very strong Temi. And, you know, I just realized anyone did not qualify for today.
No.
Rano, sparkly suit of his coach in the back. Arano not performing super well today, but again, a lot of players first 2 rounds warm-up games, like you start heating up, you start performing a little bit better as the day goes on, as you get the thingies warmed up.
I was about to say Star needs to block the Uno, because if there's one hero that makes it to 12 that you would not be able to like immediately say that's a hero who was 12 pick, it's Eno, because the player could have used it in the middle phase. Like the Wu Chen, Star blocks it. You can see like Chen, his face, when it cut to his camera, he saw the Eno lock and he was like, ugh, drat, because that could have been a game-winning plan. If he'd been able to pretend that he was one of the mid picks in terms of phasing and came on through with an Eno that someone else had taken previously, like you wouldn't have been able to say, yeah, that's for sure Chen, and you wouldn't have all-inned him as hard as you would some of the other heroes, things like the Fairy. And I feel so bad for, I believe it was Arano picked up the Fairy. He's for sure having a target painted on his back because these players aren't going to know whether or not that's him or that's Chen.
Well, we are going to be going into the 3rd game of the day. Chen has a chance to end it all right now, to take home the most dominant performance we've seen all year with a 3-piece back-to-back. It would be a thing of legend, but Moxie already pointed out it can be very hard to sneak the Wu Chen through. Everyone's going to know is him, and Wu Chen notoriously doesn't do very well multi-way unless he is teleport, and everyone's gonna have to make some massive mistakes here in order to let him go through. So I believe the favorite of this round is probably
F2! Wu Chen F2! Teleport swap!
Just going with the swappy. Swap. Nothing else bizarro here. Everyone else on very default lines here. E1 on the Kylan of 225, Edward. Standard stuff. Spider with standard stuff. I saw a little bit of V2s when the first change went through, but no one's been experimenting with that anymore. F2 V2 on the Enor. Looking at the landing spots. Where is my man landing right now?
That's aggressive. Chen's landing central of Eventide.
Next to Frostivus. So will Frostivus be able to dampen a speed bump in this ascendance of Mr. Chen here? Now, off spawn, it doesn't mean that you're down and out if you die off spawn, but whoever does win the temple will have the spoils of getting all that nice high yield loot. But to the left, whoever wins between Mike and Verse is going to make their way over immediately to temple to try to snowball. To the south, though, what I've noticed is that Spider's always been going for timing attacks now. He was doing that during spring, really changed his playstyle to timing attacks heavily. Mike's still in the ISO 1v1. Mike used to, or Spider used to be an ISO 1v1 player, and just like what we're seeing Chen and Frostfist dueling off spawn, the ISO 1v1 to the top right, 225, looking for his nice own ISO 1v1. But game 3, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be kicking it off with Chen. Back 11.4 days. He's going to be looking to get all the go trues possible. Ready has flying knives again. Frostfist on the low ground on a Justina. But Frostfist has always done well on his Justina. So it's going to be a tough for Chen right now. But no ults or anyone's name there. He's going to have to be playing swap Wu Chen off spawn. As we're going to move over to the cave. Arana versus 225.
Yeah, Secret Tunnel 225 managing to chain together 2 R&Bs coming in through from that longsword. So already all of the armor and a little bit of the health bar chunked on through for Rano. Finds a great armor swap on his kite on out. 225 now swaps over to the nunchucks to be able to play in that pocket. Starts building up that bar. Will be able to have one of it to be able to just push on through. But Arano finds that parry. Comes on through with that immediate repulse damage of his own into the dagger swap for the L&B connection. But 225 was able to build up the ultimate, and out comes the Kylan V1, just using it for a little bit of extra survivability with that Keeling gun. Arano catches him after the heal though with the pillar mech drop from that Farrier, and 225 now is going to be out of his ultimate, having to start to kite into Secret Tunnel so that Arano, the hitbox of the mech, it's too big. If he wants to actually chase down 225 into the hallway, he has to give his ultimate up prematurely. So 225 is going to give him the slip the other entrance of Secret Tunnel way and just disengage entirely.
We go over to Edward, stuck in the wisp right here. Oh, a little bit of a mistake from Mike, not able to get the chain, but Edward, hello? The Yodo F does not guard against the wisp. He tries to force the heal right there, giving Mike the easy stagger right there. Tough break for Edward right there. Mike gonna jump up to 2 kills. Not looking good for our young hero Chen. He needs to find a kill off spawn. Now
he's already lost his revive though.
He did?
Yeah, he was blue portrait background. He just spawned back up.
Ah, so that means Mr. Frostfist got the best of him. We are going to see 225 versus Arano here. 225 with the classic. 1.2 release into the 0.9 release. Look, wait a second. Goes with a little bit of fancy shamanshi. Looks for the light across. Oh my goodness.
The terrain! No!
Jumping aerial into Fairy. Not able to get the punish though. Unlucky falling down right there. Rana does get the armor swap, but immediately gets staggered right now. Are we seeing combo 225? Hello? Looks for the wake up. Gets a little bit of it. Arano immediately gonna scale rush out of there. Like, what is this combo play you're doing to me? Arano has to be wondering who he's fighting against as he's gonna get this armor reset versus 225.
Yeah, you got the blue armor swap coming in through from the ground too. 5 gonna be at a disadvantage in terms of that overall sustainability, but the Farrier did have to use her combo breaker. Now that there's blue armor though on that Farrier, he's gonna take the opportunity of a little bit of downtime and go for an armor powder before he looks to go back into the fight. As we cut over to have a look at the multi-way. Spider building up to that Shayol ultimate. Has the pistols, well, manages to land 2 shots onto HM, the grapple stun as well, before he can fully disengage that fight. But there's too many players in the area. Spider does not want to find himself the target of everybody else who's currently chasing this boulder, especially if HM decides to pop the ultimate and try and find a spear onto as many players as possible, because very quickly you can turn from the attacker into the victim, as HM has to move his position, takes a little bit of downtime, activates the rest emotes so that he can come on through with that 2-gnar, starting to heal him up when he looks for those movements. So we can have a look at Mike on that Temi, having to go head-to-head against one of his signature heroes, the Akos. The F2's already come out to the mix. Mike with the uppercut catching to the 1-2-3 follow-up when Verse is on that ground. And Mike now with the skirmishes off those halberds, just keeping up the pressure, not allowing Verse to fully disengage. A little bit of a movement error though does mean that he's not going to be directly onto top of that ACOS, so both of these players get an opportunity to come through with that armor powder. The jump LMBs, Mike doesn't manage to dodge away from the overhold of the F2 coming out from that ACOS, uses his combo breaker, but still hasn't thrown the Wisp. And we see a third party from Frostfist. Mike's going to throw out that Wisp now to immediately put that reset timer a little bit shorter so he can have his combo breaker up and available now, sooner, as he turns again onto Verse before he can properly disengage.
Yeah, Verse again. Gonna get value off his Roar, his F2, forcing out the combo break from Mike, but Temmie's combo break, one of the fastest in the game. Mike finally sick of it, realizing his opponent isn't gonna fall as First Yang is gonna be popping out. On the edge of the map though, we still have Wufang and Spider duking it out, looking at the overall leaderboards. So Frostfist on the board with 1 kill, Mike still with 2, Wufang with 2. We are going to be going over to Chen. What the heck? Double purple bull sword. What purple bull sword Wu Chen? He is going to be able to get into Yang right here. And then round 3 versus Mike. Versus able to find the ticket.
The Wisp, though, Mike tried to stop Verse from picking up the ticket with the Wisp denial, but he doesn't manage to stop Verse from picking it up in time. And now Mike, yeah, he's going to have to go to a different Yang portal if he wants to go through. There's just too much equipment disparity between him and the ACOS.
We are going to be looking at Chen here. He needs to win this Yang if he hopes to end and cement himself as a wild card going into this NBPL finals right here. It's one of the forces to be reckoned with. Someone who's able to go a 3-piece MVP under these stakes. Definitely gonna be putting the league on notice that you gotta be watching out for GG's Chen as well. Sorry, jumping around on the Enerd though. Waiting for gets the lightning bolt over. Onto someone else messing with his portal. This is his portal, ladies and gentlemen. Chandler's is going to be stalling this out. Looks like he's going to be playing Fist Blades. The problem is if he gets parried with Fist Blades, he's going to have to go to Pole Sword. And Pole Sword is very, very tough to lock people down inside Realm of Yang. Wufang doing the friendly dance, but Spider not very friendly. Friendly dance is a lie. We're going to hit the Poison Mushroom. We are going to go over to Arano. And Chen, tough break for him. Feria, tie or win with her stall out. What can you show us, Chen?
Chen does have the F2 for that teleport swap. Already out comes that purple bow, starting to mince through that armor, coming in through from the Feria into the Fist Blitz for the Scale Rush. The 1, 2, 3 send out the RMB hold, trying to catch the wake up. However, that's going to pull out that portal, the pillar mech drop. There goes the F2. Arano dodges it. It's not able to find the connection that he's looking for. Back into the Scale Rush we go. As the longsword now he starts to toothpick on through, given the fact that Chen did not have the combo breaker up. Has to use his ult for now to create as much space between himself and the Feria as possible. Does manage to get one of the blades to connect, so the tracking starts to begin covering up that pillar as well, but Arano's just immediately going to hop into his mech. Chen knows he has to try and perfectly time these heals, otherwise Arano's going to be able to utilize that AoE damage coming through from the cannon. The V2 does mean that the blades are going to start chunking through that Feria's mech, so Arano's going to have to be very careful, but he's still got the survivability and the upper hand when it comes to denying Chen any of this opportunity to use that pillar. Feria mech is now going to be down. Chen looking to close up the distance into the RMB, trying to put the pressure into a bow swap shot. Coming on through, looking for a Scale Rush into a drop down RMB. Has to go for the overhold to make sure he doesn't get staggered by that Scale Rush coming on through from the Feria. Still has the F2 available, is looking to use it when the Feria is locked into one of those animations. Might be able to find that opportunity, but has to play so perfectly around the engraving that this Feria is currently holding against his head.
Unlucky for him. Arano is just playing this very, very slow. 15 seconds left. He has to take a big risk here to take this down. Engraving's going to be coming down. Engraving it again. Arano not going to throw another engraving. Just jumping LMB over and over. Sends a double charge right here. Whoever's going to land this parry. 5 seconds left. Doesn't look like anyone's going to be getting this. But Chen has the combo breakup. No one's going to be able to get it through. Tie or win the classic Feria. Chen's dreams of MVPing this. gonna be slowed down, but still not down and out. Chip in the chair, he's still in there. We are gonna get two of the titans of the lobby though, Verse and Spider. Spider's Shiold is gonna be hit already. Verse staying on top of him with the jumping aerials, denying Spider's attack right here. We got fist on fist action right now. Boxing match going down as Verse is chasing down Spider. No armor to his name, but Spider getting his kite juices flowing right now. Going max range here. Not opting to stay in this spot, gets a big grapple off of here, getting out of line of sight, and now Verse is going to go with a cutoff play to try to stagger Spider, but Spider makes his way back in, force the combo break. F2 is going to be coming out, but Spider does get clipped on the edge right here, and now Verse double hold dodge in, gets the first stagger, chasing him over, but Spider able to get around the corner, is going to get clanked out here, stuck in the corner, and Verse is going to trap the Spider and squash him.
Oh my goodness, I was going to say, are we going to see a third party from Frostfest? Because someone rang the bell when that 1 versus 1 was going on, and then we immediately cut over and see 4 players all embroiled in this fight. Verse is going to go for the focus strike check, just coming on through with the RMB. Doesn't want to go too far into that building though, as Edward does currently have that Yoda ultimate Sanchin stance out and about. It's about to lose the ultimate though, however. Out comes that last slash. And Verse still has his ultimate up and available. Chen, I think, goes out of the lobby here right now. He got hit into by that Valda spear, has had to come on through with his F already up. Something I was wondering as well, I think for Chen, he was really unfortunate. Good dodge of the spear there, at least coming through with the F2, putting himself into the vertical, that he ran into the Farrier. Because Arano knows if he's on the Farrier, the only person who's able to pick the Wu Chen would be players who are later in the phase picks than he is. So he knows that there's a high likelihood that he's facing Chen, which I think is one of the reasons why when we saw that potential timeout situation, and like you said, it would have come down to whoever found the parry being able to walk away with the win for it. I think Arano actually took one for the team and didn't go for the risky gambit because he didn't want to give Chen the opening of finding that parry, finding the win, getting the million bird smite, and potentially getting a kill without having to worry about being sent out of the lobby when everyone identified that the Wu Chen was him.
Treasure goes for the side. And Chev, he's going to fall to Arano. Oh, and he doesn't get the blue, but Arano again is going to be griefing on the Sparia inside zone. Oh my god, we got one grapple with giant cliffside. Soul Bloom is going to be, or Shadow Corruption is going to be rising right here. And Arano's not able to get a heal. Wait a second. The dream is live. Chad able to find 1 kill right now, but 225 off the Kylan. Snowballing out of control, already up to 4 kills. Second Yang is going to be coming up. Chen has to make his way to a Yang right now. It's going to be unlikely that he's going to be able to get in, though. As on the opposite end of that, we got a stacked Kylan, a stacked Wu Chen, a stacked A-Coast of Verse. As we move over to 225, defending his ticket right here versus Wu Fang. Get off. Get out of my spot. Oh, no. 225 has the spear, Moxie. Last time we saw 225 have an MVP round, he had spear, and he was bonking people for 1,000 damage, Moxie. He was throwing out those RMBs like hotcakes.
Oh yeah, erudition. If he has erudition, then it's not going to be a fun time for whoever he goes. I can't believe Chen actually got the Yang pass. Insane stuff coming on through. Light attack clank coming on out from those fist blades. Chen actually able to find the 1-2 and to jump LMB stagger against the Syra. And keeps a hold of his placement too. He's gonna have his ultimate as well, because it's gonna automatically refresh when he goes through the portal, but he would actually have had it just building it off of the damage that he's been able to find. I think if he goes directly in though, his first opponent is going to be that Kylan, and indeed, there it is. He's gonna take a little bit of time to activate the tuna, so that's gonna be ticking on through. He does have the F2 rather than the F1, which means he might be able to find the teleport swap opening onto this Kylan, but he also doesn't get that little bit of heal sustain that the F1 brings, so tuna should be able to compensate for that absence. As he goes for the Skirmish, fully charged on up, looking for the stagger against the Kylan. Phantom Step is also going to be revealed. Another Skirmish, this time light attack variety though. Still finding that stagger, and he's just chaining these together at different intervals so that T25 can't really get comfortable reading into the timing of release from those Scale Rushes. Has to just look to Scale Rush, disengage the connection coming on through as he knows he has the advantage when the ultimates come through.
He knows the first bomb. Oh, 1, 2, 3. 225 catches a 1, 2, 3. Now he does have swap up, and this is the tough part. He had one other weapon, and now he's back to pole sword. Goes for the swap. What combo do we have here? Oh, double hold dodge. LMB, RMB, fade out. Though from 225 gets the uppercut combo. Juggle, juggle. Now, the Wu Chen ultimate is out right now. 225 still been holding on to his ultimate. It's going to be... If Kylan doesn't pressure right here, 225 letting Chen on the advanced heal back to absolute full. 40 seconds left. It's going to be tough for him to seal the deal right here. Oh no. They're both clanking focus attacks over and over. We got nothing out of this Wu Chen ortho or ultimate. He still has his combo breakup as 225 is going to be on that V1 1-2-3 in ultimate right here, dodging over and over. Chen now 13 seconds left. There's no way to win this, but he can tie it, forcing this into a tough situation right here. Tough break for 225 as Chen has no desire to win this, still has combo breakup. Bonk's gonna be coming out, not able to get it at 225. Just displeased with the despicable tie. Tough break for him. Didn't look like Chen had a ton of openings. It's just pole sword versus spear. No, nothing really he can do there to get things going.
Oof, Verse able to come improve the connection of the RMB, the F2 forcing Frostabus into using that combo breaker too, which means he's not going to have it here for the uppercut into RMB follow-up that Verse sends his way. Out comes the LMB from Frostabus's nunchucks, and that Justina V1 ultimate coming in for at the same time. Verse trying to swap over to the cannon, gets punished as he can't hold focus through it to dodge that freeze, but oh my goodness, the Akos F2 still finds the elimination onto the Justina after the dash.
Oh no, Frostabus forced to use a Justina ultimate to dash out, but 225 stays on top of him, finds a dash himself, but Verse is going to deny the Soul Bloom. Chen needs to find out where this fight is going down if he hopes to get a Soul Bloom here. Delayed F right there, but 225 fade out, finds a stack right here. It's not going to matter, the Verse is going to pop his ultimate combo break out of that, put pressure back onto 225. The claws come down. And Verse is gonna find that kill. The MVP for 225, but Chen is gonna find a fight over here. Knows that very likely this player doesn't have ultimate now up. Unfortunately, though, we are next to a very good place to kite. Nice job catching the dodge out from Verse. This is how it starts. We're gonna get a swap here into the reset. Not gonna get the reset. Unfortunate, unlucky. But the 1-2 is going to come out from Verse. Multiple players are going to be showing up right here. Looks for the ult onto Verse. Not able to land it right here, but Verse able to get a heal off as Chen, chasing him down, is going to get the daggers on him this time around. But Chen wisely moves his way back to terrain that's very, very safe as he's very, very vulnerable, hoping that other people pick off where he left off.
Verse is going to have ult back though, off of the amount of damage that he was taking. Yeah, and I think like everyone knows Wu Chen lost a realm of Yang, or even they know that there's a Wu Chen in the lobby, which means that everyone is going to be looking towards Chen's way, understanding that there's a very high probability that this is the player currently on match point eligibility.
Well, there is a world where Chen finds 3 kills right here. If someone else manages to fight each other first.
I mean, Wu Feng realistically is just going to make a play for the Syra and then control Spirit Wall, and everyone's going to have to react around him, don't know. Like, we saw it happen previously. I feel like the Syra definitely has the advantage. Given the fact that the Syra is currently not anywhere near this fighting and is likely going to be positioning to control that space already. As poor Chen's on the outsides, no ultimate, no combo break. Out comes the F2 swap onto Edward, but he's interrupted by range damage coming through from another way. And this was where I was like, there's no way this ends in 3 games. He's only going to have access to a Wu Chen or a Referia, and everybody is going to be after him.
Yeah, unlucky for Chen right here. He does make it to this endgame though, and there is a chance to win this in this spot, but it doesn't look like Edward's willing to play any ball. He's just immediately identified this is most likely Chen, so he's keeping up the pressure onto him. We got a minute 40 though, a little bit of time to work with. Nice job sneaking in the R&B, doing a ton of damage to Verse, but Verse, second he gets remotely low, is disengaging, finding the heal, hoping that other people get involved in this situation. Chen comes to the window, opts to go for a jumping aerial, and Wufang is still lurking on the side right here, with menacingly on the Syra, as Chen is going to step up the aggression even more onto Verse right here. 1 minute and 7 seconds left on his Yang depletion. Just can't get anything going here with that building, so he's looking to take this fight on the outside here, making his way to Edward. Wait a minute, Edward. No armor to his name. Does have
Here
the
comes the
engraving.
well. Here comes the well, and I mean, if the Syra gets it, it's so over. 2 casts of the V1. Chen's got like 40 seconds left. He's just gonna have to go for Edward, looking to try and find an isolated fight, but Bell's already been wrong, so he's not gonna be able to use it to track her position down. And WBG's Verse actually was able to come on through and pick up that well, which is really big for that ACOS, but out comes that Syra into the stun dazzle, and Verse is just gonna have to try and kite out around that ultimate.
Verse is going to be backing off here. And Chen is going to immediately be going for this. Nah. If anyone's getting this, it's someone else. Chen immediately forced to teleport off of here. Syra ult beaming him off. And now Chen... Wait a minute. Chen has no Yang depletion.
Yeah, Chen cleansed.
Chen did cleanse, so there the dream is alive, Moxie.
If he actually manages to come for, I mean, he knows he has no Yang depletion, so he cuts noise. These players, they're not going to have the opportunity to be able to track him down, because Chen also did something really smart. He picked up the Valiant Challenger scroll. There's no challenge scroll or bounty scrolls left in the area for these players to be able to pick up and track the Wu Chen's location off of it. Moonbane's gonna come on through. I'm not sure if it's gonna be directly interfering with where Chen is hiding. No, he's outside of it. Oh my goodness, that's massive. He's just gonna be able to stay quiet, not get involved in any of the fights. He knows that Edward's gonna take a fight aggressively. If they turn on to Verse because the ACOS is the vulnerable target, if he doesn't get to utilize his ultimate to be able to turn on someone else. Wait, Wufang, is he gonna scout him? He scouted the Wu Chen. Oh, this is horrible for Chen. He doesn't want to take this fight because it will reveal his position and everyone else will be back on top of him again. And he's only got blue armor, so he's just gonna have to play defense as much as he possibly can without going far from this space, because players might be able to scout him out. Skirrishes up into the cliff, turns onto the Syra, forces that combo break, dodges away from the stun dazzle before it can come on through. Wufang mistimes the parry. The Syra doesn't have the combo breaker. Wait, Chen's gonna have an advantage. Manages to shred for 3/4 of that legendary armor. Looks for the follow-up blade attacks coming on out, but here comes Edward with that Yoda ultimate, and the third party is here, and immediately Chen's taking a 1 versus 2.
Oh my god, Chen taking so much damage though. That's so much damage from the Yoda, but he has to teleport up. He has a lot of space to work with right here with the rooftops and everything. He has what's it called? The glitch in the Matrix. Phantom Step. Able to dodge and weave right here. Does have nunchucks to hold LMB. Play very safe, but no. Everyone's gonna be focus firing him right now. Chen trying to bomb.
Wait, Edward's about to die.
Out of this situation. Edward is gonna die right here. Deny the kill. It's not possible. And, well, it is still possible. He can get the last 3 kills.
Wait, Wufang is about to die too!
Hey, hit him, Chen.
They're just gonna deny the kill. Oh my goodness, if Chen had been able to get the last hit on either of them, he would be on 3 kills, and it would be a 1 versus 1 for control of it.
He can still win though because of the placement points, no? It's gonna be very close with 1 kill. I'm not sure.
He's gotta win the 1v1. I don't know if he's gonna win the 1v1. At the moment, he's on the defensive, looks for the F2. Hasn't been able to reheal this armor, and it's... Ooh, blades come into play. Chen using it to space. Create a little bit of distance between himself, but he gets into... Oh no, advanced heal starts kicking on through. Dodges the ACOS coming on out the first time around. Gets hit by the F2, but still Verse isn't able to get on top of him because of the reminiscent plates. Skirrish does find the connection. Chen with the backstep off of the activation from the F2. Not looking for the teleport swap onto Verse, but the verticality reposition so he can try and find either an armor swap swap or just drop himself from a second floor story to a first, break LOS and come on through with that heal. Out comes those nunchucks, turning it around with the RMV spin up, and Verse is so incredibly low, but the tome comes on through, finds the connection onto Chen, who has to try and turn in and prevent this ACOS from getting any of the follow-up heal. The LOB, the Phantom Step, but the RMB makes the play, and Verse comes away the winner. Oh my goodness, I saw it! The dream was alive! If he'd got the kill score multiplier, if he'd won the 1 versus 1, he came so close to finishing the day, and you could see the reaction on the camera.
Oh my god, the overhold from Verse and the velocity. He just needed to time the parry slightly longer, just a little bit, and he would have caught the lingering frame of that velocity auto release. Oh my god, it was so close. He brought that from the depths, Moxie. That was an unwinnable situation, and you saw the verticality of Wu Chen and the teleport. Not really so useful in fighting because of how slow it is, but for running away from the Fiend, from getting lobbied, turns out to be very, very good. He gets a decent terrain to work it, and oh my god, this so close.
So close.
That's
if he just had like anything above blue armor, he probably wins that.
Yeah.
If he'd had purple or legendary, if he'd been able to pick up any of the loot from the 2 players that took one for the team and wisely threw themselves into the zone. They knew that the Wu Chen was still in the lobby. They did not want to risk the Wu Chen getting more eliminations. If the Wu Chen comes in with 3 kills in comparison to the 1, and Verse isn't the one who wins that 1 versus 1, it is definitively Chen MVPing. If, however, he's only got 1 kill and Verse doesn't manage to find that MVP, last person standing, there's still a potential that he's done enough to be able to walk away with the denial. What a game, though. Like, he played that really, really perfectly. Like, he knew he was up against a wall. The second of those players sniffed out that there was a Wu Chen left, as we talked about, right? That is the worry. That there was just absolutely no other player to focus on, too, because Yoto gets picked so early. ACOS now gets picked very early as well. Like, there's not a lot of other opportunities of heroes that Chen would have had access to. Chen continues as well to be the only person on match point, as poor Verse missed out by 0.9 points.
Man, I mean, it just goes to show how fluid Chen is with the nunnies and his disengage. Like, it's not easy to kite multiple NBPL pros chasing you everywhere around the map right there. And granted, it is a temple endgame, so there's a lot of terrain to work off of, a lot of scale rushing through windows and stuff to get out. But Verse was chasing him. We saw excellent play coming out from Verse, using that F2 at clutch positions to deny the heal. But what really surprised me was just how composed these two were, that the moment didn't really get too much to them. They both, even after taking like hits from each other, getting kind of knocked out of the flow, found their ways back to the fight. And it does come down to the last read. But I gotta give it to Chen though. He was a man possessed, and he was just landing everything he needed to land when all the odds were stacked against him. Now looking at the overall scoreboard, Verse does take it with 5 kills and that nice placement points plus the multiplier. We go 9 points. Not enough. Like we were saying, the decimal place is 0.6. Getting a match point. He could be on match point already, putting everyone on notice that the tournament can end. But looking at the overall leaderboard, still Star and Arano having a slow start to the HM. Very, very slow as well. Mike, surprisingly slow start with Frostovus and Edward, but all 3 of these players definitely MVP quality players. Chen at the top at 30.3 with another solid game on the Wu Chen. Shin at 13.9, 2v5 at 15.7 with a very, very solid performance. Spider goose egging Wu Fang at 3.5, keeping up pace, 3.5. Anything above 3, I would say, is a solid round. And Verse with a massive pop-off round right there. making the tournament go. It goes on, Moxie. It does not end. Although it was a lot closer than I expected it to be.
My heart goes out to Wufong because, like, we'll probably see it in the replays. He actually gave up the kills. Like, all of those players who had Yang depletion gave up fighting each other because they didn't want to risk the Wu Chen third partying. Here's the moment where Mike is able to punish the Yodo F2. Like, as you said, not stopping the Wisp connection, which leads up into the follow-up RMB. Burst now getting that pick onto Frostfist, forcing out the F2 with pressure of his own F2, utilizing one of those blocks that he doesn't have to worry from that LMB into the uppercut, into the grapple kick, into the RMB tap, and Frostfist tries to turn it around with the LMB of his own. Out comes that Justina ultimate. Burst now looking to try and charge as many focus hits as he can to be able to armor on through it, then swaps to the cannon. Frostivus having no choice but to close up the distance, otherwise he would go down to a cannon shot, having to go for the dash, and Burst anticipating it coming on through with the read of the F2 connection. This is the 1 versus 1 to end all 1 versus 1s, and here's the moment from Versus POV where he's able to dodge out of that Wu Chen ultimate, coming on through with the full bolt up bar into the Tiger Pounce grab that Chen's able to dodge, moving now behind to his blades to get a little bit of a heal and start ticking through that advanced heal. First with the catch of the F2, taking a little bit of damage coming on out from those nunchucks as he tries to climb up into the stairs, then utilizing that tome to just keep up the pressure on Chen so that he didn't get that heal off, and not having that heal with advanced heal is the reason why that last bit of damage done with velocity is able to come out on top, and Verse denies the MVP potential.
I didn't see that. Verse got the block off and then just immediately held back LMB. That's a problem with velocity. It's very, very safe and very, very dangerous. It's a double-edged sword. If you focus attack into it because you know your opponent is holding over and over, it is very the meter blocks all of your damage. As we see the nutty damage coming out, 9k for Verse. MVP 9 times. Not very easy to MVP with Akos, I would say. Not one of the higher tier picks. You gotta have a really, really good snowball on the lobby, really good terrain as well. And your fighting has to be stellar. You have to win Yang. You have to be able to lock down kills. That terrain situation, not very easy for Verse. And he just looks like a potential new Tiger King. A new kitty cat in the scene. Not just Mike dominating. Ladies and gentlemen, though, we are going to be going to an interview, and we will be right back afterwards.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to post-game interview. This is Yeager, and now I'm standing here with Wu Feng, and let me say hello to our audience. 来吧，先和大家打招呼。
Hello， 我是 T1 的吴峰。
欢迎吴峰来到我们的赛后采访。Okay, so first it seemed like your voice is lower and lower, so I would like to know why. 那现在我第一个特别想问啊，我看到吴峰的这个声音啊，越来越小，越来越小。先问问你这个状态，怎么今天感觉有点提不起这个精气神来呢？
饿了。
Okay, so like the reason is strategy is like I'm really hungry right now. 其实可以看得出来，3把打完之后，大家确实是非常的辛苦。Okay, let's back to the matches, and we know that in the game 3 you choose to die in the dangerous part. So I would like to know, so why you just do this choice and what happened? 那我特别想问一下，其实可以看到在第3把的吴峰也是自己选择，还是去送掉了这个积分，也没有让其他的对手拿到。当时是在什么样的情况底下做出的这样子的一个选择？然后为什么会做这个选择呢？
我感觉那个无尘是赛点，肯定不能给我拿分，然后我让杨旭自己送了。一开始我是在找妖刀姬的那个花，然后没找到，然后就扫。
哎，虽然说吴峰现在说自己真的是要饿疯了，但是我感觉脑子还是在线的，一会儿赶紧补充点能量，下半场还是要好好打的。Okay, to be honest, because I know that Wu Chen is the one who passed the line, so I can't give him more score, and maybe he will get the championship for the bi-weekly. And for me, so to be honest, I want to find the Yodo and get his bomb, but after that I found I can't find him, and I think maybe he already died. That's why I just choose not to give my point to anyone. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好，我们来看一下今天的题目是什么。 So the question is, which hero did TE 吴锋 use in the game 3? 这道题目呢是在刚才这把比赛当中，吴锋用到的是哪个英雄？社会比赛啊 ，so we can see like today our player Chen really excellent performance. So as you, so how you comment on him, and would you have like any pressure from him? 那特别想知道，其实陈世杰也是作为我们这个赛季的新选手加入到 NBPL 当中，但是可以看到他的状态也是越来越好。那么吴锋，其实曾经你也是作为这个新人王，现在在看待我们的新人，你觉得陈世杰的今天的表现如何？以及像今天陈世杰2把开赛点这种表现，会不会接下来给你一些压力呢？
不会，爆发嘛，肯定有爆发的，因为自身有实力。
So I think like he won't give me any pressure, and for me, I think he really have the broken ability in the game, and who the really great performance, they all need this ability in the solo game. 其实呢，就是也可以看得出很正确的，也是给我们分析了一下我们的新人小将，确实也是很猛。但是啊，西瓜也是作为我们以前的新人王了，我觉得还是一会儿补充一下能量，我们还是要加油鼓劲儿起来。好，我觉得应该先准备好，我们要给大家发出福利。那现在我们先用英文进入一个倒计时 ，Let's count in the number, please.
1, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 有请西瓜给我们公布一下这道题的正确答案是什么。Yeah, the correct answer is A. And okay, because we know the time is past and you really need a rest. 那我们也知道西瓜其实现在最需要做的是赶紧调整休息一下，因为还有2.7分自己马上开启赛点。接下来我们只能祝你好运，好吗？ Good luck to you and thank you for today's interview. And we will take a break and be right back later.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get ready to head into game number 4 coming on through. We'll be back, though, with that map after this short break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League's last bi-weekly solo final coming on through for the full split. Raven, we almost ended in 3 days. Like, I literally saw the entire rest of the day flash before every single player in the lobby's eyes when they worked out, hold on a minute, Chen's still in this lobby and taking a 1 versus 1 against Varus. But the problems for Chen are going to continue as we head into game number 4, because he's the only player who's currently MVP eligible, and he had to pick Wu Chen because he had last picked last time. If somebody else picks Feria again before him, he's either going to have to double pick Wu Chen, or we're going to be seeing something like a Matari or a Taka come through from him.
Or a Yushan or Monk, which I don't know, throwaway Kurumi, I feel like, or Zipping. I feel like Zipping would still do solid in the current meta. But like you said, Moxie, though, it puts him out on an island of just, wait a second, one of us doesn't look like the rest. It's very obvious what his pick is going to be then at that point. And we saw what it's like at the match point. The pros have done their homework. They narrowed it down of who it was. Now, Chen easily could have won it, though, if he had won all those Yangs. He just barely lost a lot of situations, and I was very impressed at how well he performed. He was really tested right there, and pretty much it came down to a last hit scenario where he opted to go for a parry as Verse just held his velocity on the nunchucks and got the focus attack through to clutch it out. But whoever wins that last read, Verse could have possibly won the tournament right there.
Oh, that would have been absolutely wild. It would have gone down in record as the shortest day of solos. One heck of a way to end our regular bi-weekly finals before we headed into the grand finals, which are going to be taking place. And I believe it was is it the 25th and 26th? That we're going to be having those come on through, so that's real soon. But we're going to be headed very shortly into map number 4, which means that these players are going to have to continue picking different heroes unless they want to come through with that double pick, and you don't really want to use your double pick before you're MVP eligible, as it means that you're not going to be getting full access to all of those meta heroes when the win actually counts, because even for some of these players who are like 2.7 points away from MVP eligibility, if they MVP this game, it still doesn't count. They have to MVP after they've been able to bypass those 24 points necessary. So you need to have a big hero pick in your back pocket if you want to have your best chance, not only coming through and winning those fights, but also not being scouted as someone MVP eligible themselves.
Going into the last, or this next round, Moxie, though, I gotta say, I didn't believe that Chen could do it before. I thought it was super unlikely, but after seeing how he's able to perform, we could see something magical happen. Like I said, a lot of these endgame situations are being mapped out very differently right now, and Chen showed us that it's possible as long as you play your cards correctly. And it looks like nunchucks, out of all the weapons I've seen, we've been talking a lot about flying knives. His nunchuck game was definitely out of this world and almost set him apart from everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, I feel nunchucks have been always there in the discussion for one of Solo's best weapons. The fact that you can literally just use that bar to not have to worry about taking all that much damage with just the block coming on through is really big, being able to gold frame through a lot of those clank situations, and then also having a gold frame focus if you do manage to build up to that meter bar. Like, a lot of the time we saw players back in the day when nunchucks were around, they would literally just skirt around a corner, go through the blue stages of the full meter dump, and then pivot around with that golden focus and catch whoever was chasing them in the face of tight corners in areas like Celestra or Plumes when we saw Holoroth drop. They've always been that, plus the fact that the parry, all of that damage is actually just converged into one hit of follow-up damage, like the pole sword, as opposed to some of those other weapons. So being able to get that meaty hit of damage off immediately when you parry someone, and then have the timing to react to everything else that occurs around you, like multi-way fights, is absolutely massive.
See Chen shaking his head, shaking it off. There's still a lot more NARAKA to be played. We are only on game 4, you know. Like I was saying before, when it goes the distance, all these guys are playing for first place with the match point system, but still, you want to ladder up, getting points to hopefully qualify for the actual NBPL finals. If not, you go into last chance qualifiers, and just overall prestige, you obviously want to do as best you can. So points is still the name of the game. So consistency is the most important. Playing for that MVP though, naturally, you're going to set yourself up for success, because I've been saying it a lot. The game has changed so much in the past 4 years that we're at a point where you have to fight in order to do remotely well. You can't really coast like you could before with placement points, with placement multipliers. You really have to go into Yang and find a lot of situations where you can come out on top, either by stealing kills or winning outright. But the name of the game is setting yourself up to win these spirit wells in these end games, because if not, you're going to get picked apart when it comes to MVP. Now, even though in this instance where he could end the tournament by winning it, a lot of the times the top 3 or whoever's in contention to MVP of the round will pay attention to the other players who are getting a lot of kills in the kill feed. And even though you can't see anyone's names, you do see the character's name, so you can target fire them in these end games. And with the lobbies being thinned out more and more quicker, it is easier to pay attention to this information, because it's less likely you're going to get flanked by players around you. We are going to see a weird pick again with Kylan from Wufang as a second pick.
Yeah, but the Syra is also going to be coming in through first from Verse. So yes, we do see a little bit of a weird order in regards to the Kylan coming through second, but we still see the top meta heroes picked within the first to fourth phases. I'm really curious whether or not someone actually bites the bullet and picks the Wu Chen over the Farrier. I think like Wu Feng, I could definitely see make that play, or Arano. Jin is going to be taking his staple pick of that Justina. Let's see what Edward wants to go for. Yodo is going to be open for him if he wants to choose it, but that would then be his double pick, given the fact that he used it earlier on Morris Isle, where we got to see Mike play that Temi. And he's actually going to be opting for the ACOS, having seen that the ACOS has been able to MVP the previous game. Frostbus now might go for something like a Temi himself, as the Justina was already played by him and is out of the hero pool, given the fact that Jin stole that one away. Eno's also still up for grabs, which I think like might be the gambit that Chen would have to make a play for. Frostbus is going to be picking up the Yodo. Mike now not going to have that Yodo or Temi option open unless he wants to burn his double pick here. And he's currently in 8th position, so it's not the greatest idea. And has to go for that Valda instead, even though we've seen a lot of players really shy away from running that Valda. But this, Raven, this is where I'm interested. Does Arano take one for the lobby and pick the Wu Chen before the Farrier so that Chen has to double pick?
I feel like Arano's gonna pick the character he wants to in this situation. Double pick would be
the Hottie?
A Hottie. You know, I didn't think about it before, that Hottie would have been a decent pick as well. I feel like the heal in Hottie is not as good as people thought it was. It was good in multi-way for solos, but in a Yang fight, you're generally just looking for damage. But I would say with the current meta pick, Syra, it's very easy to demech him out of it. Star is going to pick the Fairy, leaving...
Double pick time. It's Wu Chen, or it's Taka, or it's Patari.
Can have a Tarka, though.
I was gonna say, it kind of has to be Eno, but I feel like that's the riskiest option, leaving that open for Chen, because players aren't going to know. Clearly, it's not that immediate signal play the way that the Wu Chen or the Farrier would have been.
Yeah, it could
players
be the
have picked
Hottie,
Eno. Yeah, players might turn on to the Hottie. Instead, we're gonna have to see how much focus fire poor Arano brings to the table, as that Eno has been picked sometimes in phase 6. This is a really risky play. If Chen's able to pass the stealth check and no one identifies that he is. He is still going to come under a lot of attention fire, though, given the fact that, as we've seen, players don't want to let Enos get all the way to those endgame spirit wells so that they can monopolize holding those spaces down with the sheer amount of damage that they're able to output in those closed off spaces. As we get ready to head into our game, we can have a look at the abilities coming on through. I wonder if it's going to be the V1 or the V2. A lot of these players have decided that the F2 for the Eno is the more meta pick of the solos flavor coming on through, but the V1 and the V2 still sees a little bit of disparity here and there over whether or not you're going to be prioritizing being able to pick up and reposition those lightning bolt throws when you're in your Thunder God form, as Chet is actually indeed going to go for that V1 over the V2, which we sometimes more frequently get to see. Anything else unusual about the ability board loadouts? V1 for the Syra, V2 for the Temi for the Whisper Reload, F2, V2 for the Hardy, so that we have the Fire Tick application, which is something that both Spider and Mike have been running constantly when they're still running that Hardy pick. And yeah, nothing else that really goes against the grain of what we expect to see.
I mean, Chen with no average points, not accustomed to picking the Enor. Same thing with Arano on the Hottie, so these are picks for them. Chen's gonna find a nice ISO. High yield location. He's gonna be looking for a timing into Mike. Fong, top left. Rossiter's gonna be active. Wang Liang, but oh my goodness, most of the lobby looking to fight out with a lot of timing attacks again, like Verse and Spider always landing on the outskirts looking for a timing in rare form. 225 looking for a timing here. Timing just means that instead of landing directly on top of someone, taking a 50-50 for a weapon, instead just land on the outside, guaranteeing a weapon pickup, and try to find sneak attack onto two players already fighting. The downside of that, though, if two players are already fighting and you don't grab a Firefly going into it, whoever is winning that fight does go into ult advantage, and you will be fighting against someone with ultimate before you do, unless you do sneak at very, very precisely denying it, or you steal the soul boon, trying to like even out the situation. Now, not every ultimate is equal, so we see a lot of variety right here, as Verse already is going to be scoring an uppercut combo onto Spider, but Spider slick with it, able to find that white armor reset, as Verse is going to stay on top of him. Blue armor reset going to be coming down now, but Verse staying on top of him, staying very, very composed. Back-to-back focus attacks, leaving no room to breathe, and even denying the armor reset from Spider.
Yeah, there's a Firefly cage in that area too. This T55 just showed up on the outsides of that fight. Did not actually decide to commit for the third party as it was over so quickly. Wufong coming in for the R&B, looking for the jump. Farry reading into Mike with the spam. But Mike able to find a blue armor swap off of the wall into that scale rush. Clank comes on out now. Wufong going for the crouch cancel out of it. Mike now looking to zone back on through so he can get into a better kite position. Wufong with the RMB coming through from those halberds. Fries the Velda's health bar despite that disparity from armor that they started with. Mike gets another grey armor swap that he's been able to kite over. Wufong finally gets the parry that he's been looking for into the skirmish, but oh no, Mike stayed on the ground long enough that he doesn't actually get hit. Wufong goes directly over his hitbox. Out comes the Kylan ultimate instead as the Velda comes on through with the V2. Wufong now out of the Kylan ultimate, doesn't have the Keeling guard, tries to take an opportunity, gets the armor powder off, has the fan so he can at least look to try and chain these skill rushes together, but Mike's still got one more spear to be able to use. Wufong dodges it, finds another parry, and the Velda V2 is done into the jump R&B, and Mike loses the 1 versus 1. Wufong starting off incredibly strong. He's getting ever so close to the match point. As we cut over and have a look and see, Chen is actually in the middle of all of the action, currently going down in Skygaze.
Wow. Mike looking incredibly mortal today, and Wufong looking like a man possessed. Just flowing through the situations. They're able to dodge everything that Mike threw at him. Now we are going to go over to Chen on the Enor, scooping up Soul Bloom getting closer to his ultimate right now as multiple players are right there. Hadi in ultimate right now. Now, if I'm Chen right here, even though Hadi is ulted right here, do we go for him? Just because most likely people are going to think we are the Hadi down the line. Oh no, Verse ends up stealing the kill from Chen as he does all the hard work finding the uppercut combo. Verse has been playing flawlessly lately. Going to be making easily across the finish line to get onto that match point. Wufong very close to the match point, and Spider in knocking distance as long as he's able to get a solid pop-off game here. As we're going to go over to Verse again, getting on top of Chen, setting the bonk off, and catching that F. Finding the nice uppercut combo into the bow headshot reset. Wait a second.
That's the 5th elimination for Verse too.
On Syra as well.
On Syra as well. He's already in the running for MVP. Off of literally just the hot drop first zone fights coming out. Mike had respawned and tried to track on over to one of the mechanics that is unique to Padoria, those floating piles, making it a little bit safer if you lose your hot drop fight. Try and scale back into the game a little bit easier in comparison to someone like Morrisar or Holoroth, as we can see Verse is looking for his 6th elimination and might be able to find it as Arano is currently down Combo Breaker and down Ultimate. Combo Breaker comes back just in time for him to be able to glide away, but Verse is still going to be able to keep up the pressure with those grapples, just fully cutting on off every single angle. Great blue swap actually comes on through from Arana, but I believe it was partly broken as he has to come back into that fight. Looks for the RMB. Verse doesn't get the read on it, so uses the Combo Breaker instead and comes on through with the ultimate. So now that third-party opportunity is an even better setup for the Syra to take advantage of. If the Hardy gets locked down by that third-party player, he's going to be able to set the Sun Dazzle in to be able to claim both of them. Great armor swap now on the ground from Arano on the pickup, and Verse trying to cut off the kite. Puts himself into the building, anticipating that the Hadi would try and take cover, looking to stun him out with that Stun Dazzle. Verse knows now he's down his combo break, down his ultimate. He still has his combo breaker up, but he is going to be vulnerable. Looks for the Fry around the corner with the R&B coming through from the fan before scale rushing back to the other side of the building before he can be caught on the kite by Wufong, as both of these players have now turned onto the Syra, and Verse has no choice but to go for a grey armor swap. Gets hit into by the V2 triple charge with the fire tick applied now, and he doesn't have a combo breaker, so Verse goes down. Arana is able to grab the Soul Bloom, which gives him a little bit of heal sustain, and he is out of that.
Wow. Arano finally fights back after running away flawlessly. He realizes that this fly is not gonna go away unless I end it. End it by plucking its wings off, plucking that purple armor away. Verse is just relentless with his pressure. But I gotta tip my hat to Arano. He stayed composed throughout all of that on the off meta pick of Hadi, still showing why that character was so dominant for so long. We are gonna move over to Star and Spider. Spider on the Liam, tosses the ball on, not able to lock down Star against the rocks. He's gonna create some space here as Chen is gonna be looking to challenge the ticket here and possibly go in. No, he's gonna look for another Yang to try to get in. Frost has been going into Yang with mixed results all day today. Finally, though, having some momentum going into this Yang. Purple armor, purple weapon, purple range weapon as well on the pistol and on Yodo. One of the stronger picks right now. And Yodo's one of those characters that does very, very well on the Spirit Well because of her F. Now, I believe we still have a Temi in the lobby, which does very well versus Yodo. We are going to go over to room here. Chen is very, very aggressive here. Wants the purple armor to himself and the Jades. Verse is here as well. Has to be careful, though. First, one of the smarter players in the lobby, as well as Mike, they might figure out that it is him playing for this on the side. We are going to go to Rumble Yang, though. Spider versus Frostivus.
Spider going to not actually know that Frostivus has the Soul Jade in his back pocket with that 12-point essence. Frostivus finds the parry, but that is the strength of the Liam. Instantly, Spider comes on through with that F1. Yoda F2 going to be invested. Spider spacing out, goes for the pistol swap, knows that the Yoda doesn't have the F2 combo breaker to be able to stop the catcher off that uppercut extension. Out comes the Yoda ultimate, and Zanishin stance starting to fry Spider up at the moment. No ball connection is found until now. Spider's going to use the opportunity to get one of those armor powders off for a Frostabus up into the air. Out pops the soul essence though. Spider still has one of those balls to be able to connect, but he's out of his ultimate, doesn't have the opportunity to be able to use them. Frostabus with the overhold into the R&B stance now keeps up the pressure with the Scourge looking to stop any opportunity, but Spider fakes out that he's looking for a heal and turns back around. Now down all of that armor though. Frostabus with the 1-2 into jump LMB. Spider trying to backtrack up, will be able to pick up the weapon that he'd been parried out of, goes behind the pillar, gets an armor powder off. Frostabus keeps up the pressure with the R&B, anticipates where exactly that Scale Rush connection is going to be able to come on out with the scoop. Looks for the uppercut as well to stop Spider from disengaging to another one of those pillars, but Spider again fries him with the R&B from those dual blades. Frostabus finds a big parry. Oh my goodness. And off of the back of that, he wins the fight.
The old school uppercut, it's a parry. Now it was very precisely spaced, like just right out of range for Spider. And Spider has been swinging around those blindside corners, all of that Yang. What an insane fight. Normally we talk about Mike's parries inside and outside of Yang, but all day today, Frost has been opening up with that one charge parry, immediately showing forward aggression and just tossing out the parry. Edward spinning around here with Chen. Little goofballs just waiting for the Yang depletion situation. So we're going over to Star, winner of his Yang.
Wait, Raven, if he's spinning around with Chen right there on the Eno, that means that Chen's gambit has worked.
Yeah,
if he knew that it was Chen, then he would have attacked because he's the only player that's MVP eligible. No one knows that Chen is actually the Eno.
Tough break for the lobby. He sneaks one through, but you can't really expect Arano to just pick back-to-back Wu Chens to like force him into an awkward position. Still though, fading out the lobby and playing for endgame. It could be too that Edward just wants to play this side conservatively. The aggression from the Vermilion's buff players, like you were saying before, you don't really get cleansed by killing one of these players, so they have full advantage when they have the Vermilion's buff to take crazy risks and to be crazy aggressive in this situation. Wufang though, against Mike. We're seeing the nunchucks again going crazy right here, but Wufang with the gold nunnies and the Kylan gonna be shredding up Mike, forcing out the Volvo ultimate. Arano making his way out of here, and Wufang's like, wait a second. What the hottie? Let me get a piece of that.
They might think it's Chen. Wufang's going low. The Valdes actually finds the connection onto Hardy. Wufang's gonna go down, but he had Vermilion Birds, mate. And Arana now is gonna have to deal with Mike. He wasn't able to get a reset from that Yang depletion off of a Soul Bloom drops because now Vermilion Birds, my players don't drop them. So he's got to win this fight against Mike instead. Out comes the R&B. I'm very surprised that Mike didn't look for the parry on the return of that R&B scoop. But the first, yeah, I was gonna say, Wufang knew that there's a Hardy in play. He also knows that the Vard has used his ult, so Mike is going to be incredibly vulnerable. And now Wufang can keep up the pressure on who he thinks could be MVP eligible.
The sweeping LMB just barely clips Arana right here. And wait, Wufang with the slashes right now. Gold Pulse Sword doing lots of damage every single time that light attack comes flying out. But action going to be showing up. Wufang's done enough damage to have his ultimate back up right now, but he's more interested in going to Yang. With his armor strip, though, he's looking like a snack for Shin. Shin does get the parry right here. Force got the Kylan ult. Now Wufang in a tough position, gonna make his way back to the pillar, not able to secure the Yang right here. Shin though, staying on top of him and wants to secure this kill right now. He is gonna get the stagger, forcing out the combo right now. Wufang in a very awkward position, but he sends Shin flying away. Get off of me.
Run.
Bye-bye. He gets 2 heals off, back to full health, and now Shin's gonna have a tough time taking down the Skyline.
I'm waiting. You know the accessories that change the ultimate appearance? Kylan needs to get one where it's a baseball bat for the V1. Just like strike. I don't even watch baseball, but I know what a home run stance looks like. Oh my goodness, there's no way. If Chen actually gets to go into this realm of Yang and win, he knows he's not going to get third-partied in this opportunity either. Not quite sure what legendary sword he's got. If it's Moonshot, then these players aren't in for a fun time when it comes to contesting those big points of interest, like the Spirit Wells a little bit later down the line when we go to those endgame zones. As Chen's been able to load up. Yes, he hasn't been able to come in with kills, but the thing about the Enor is that if he does manage to make it all the way to the multi-way endgame fight, he's going to be at a really big advantage in terms of having a Transformer ultimate, which allows him to reset all of his HP. And in the multi-way fight, he might also be able to slip unnoticed through and pick up some of the kills on players who were a little bit low HP. As we saw previously, the players with Yang depletion didn't want to give the kill away to a Chen because they knew it was Chen. They might be a little bit more, not say eager, but agreeable with letting an Eno pick up the kill as opposed to going out of the lobby prematurely. As oh my goodness, Versus absolutely fries everybody with that Syra V1 coming on through. Poor Jin did manage to pick up an upgrade, and Verse outside of that Syra ultimate gets cooked by Moonbane. That's unfortunate. That was actually huge because Verse was on 7 eliminations. Chen now gets an opportunity. If he starts picking up these kills, if he wins this realm of Yang Raven and gets the kill score multiply, he can overtake the skull and that the Syra is able to set up. It all hinges on being able to scale up of this fight.
It's gonna be pretty sussy versus Frost with the flying knives as well. Yodo, he does get the lightning proc up. Does he get the connection up for the stab? No, Frost is going to be able to pop hole, deny the damage for a little bit longer. He's going to take to the sky, but he does get knocked out of it. Wait a second. Enor getting some things going right now as Frost's going to go with the air stall on the Yodo. Comes flying down. Stagger's going to be coming up. Chen uses the lightning to create up some position, and now Frost in an awkward position. Last little bit, but F is going to come out to create some space. Pop one heal. Does he get two? Yelver's going to be coming out. He gets the stagger. Frost, a little bit unaware of where exactly his F was. Going to get put in an uppercut combo. And now wake up situation. Jumping LMB is going to come down. Light attack. Clank's going to be coming down. And Chen's going to take it. Versus the Yodo of Frostivus. Mike's going to take the other realm of Yang. Versus Eduardo. But Chen going to go up to gold armor. Now, something we saw earlier is the lobby seems to really not like Enor in endgame. It's just like when they see the Enor, they saw 225 had that MVP round where he rolled around and just bullied everyone from Spirit Well to Spirit Well. And remember, Verse has 7 kills, so I believe he has to get at least it's either 3 or 4 kills to pass Verse for the MVP.
Wufong as well is up to 4 currently, so is a contender. Mike finding a big parry into RMB. Edward on wake up going for the back-to-back slaps. Mike looking for the jump LMB. Out comes the Ikos F2. Mike managing to keep the space though with the Valder F2. Just forcing Edward to disengage, looking for the musket hot swap shots on the parting so that they can keep up the pressure and chip down some of that health bar still left. Goes for the Scourus drop down actually. Edward comes on through with the uppercut into grapple kick into F2 stagger, but Mike's got the combo breaker from the Valda up and available. Edward utilizes that Akos V2, but so too does Mike utilize his. Goes for the hold of the spear to frame through the Tiger Pounce grab from that V2, and then manages to, just with that last bit of HP on the Akos, take him down with the Valda V2. Now that's what we call spear fishing.
Spear fishing, really very accurate with those spear shots. Mike just has a very, very good read on Akos play, being one of the best Akos in the world. He is gonna find Frostivus here, just testing the vibes out, smacking him immediately, and Frost just has eyes for the other player as he is on Yang depletion right now. Now Chen, with the White Tigers buff, is gonna have a chance here to put pressure on someone else. Now remember, White Tiger's buff is not like Vermilion. You don't get a second life. You do get regen. You do get the hit after you find a kill. But we've seen people with White Tiger buffs overextend and die before because of it. We're going to go back to Frostivus. Combo break going to be forced out right here as Mike's going to keep out the pressure on him. Gets the kick on him. And now Frostfist with the nutties, holding, trying to put in pressure. But Mike, nice spacing here, finds a light attack, clogging up Frostfist coming in, but Frostfist going to answer with a focus attack, breaking the distance, staying on top of him, but no armor to his name. But Frostfist doesn't care. 1, 2, 3. We're throwing it back to back 1, 2, 3s, but Mike again fades out and out of nowhere. Oh my god.
Was that 2 palm lightnings on Frost? The big thing is
just jumped him.
Yeah, Jin got the elimination though. Chen was looking for the drop down surprise palm lightning. Now he's overextended into the fight with his position. Has to come through with that F2, just throwing it down so that he can potentially use it to create a little bit of pressure and turn the tables onto Mike or disengage away from that fight. And that has done enough. This is what we were talking about, right? Chen passed the stealth check. He was able to sleight of hand his character pick. If they suspected at any point, Mike especially, that Chen was playing Eno, we would not be seeing this letting each other go over to Frost's body and pick for those resources with just a little bit of a check to come on through from the tap of that fan. We would be seeing all in on this one particular hero. Chen has pulled a blinder, potentially, to come on through with that MVP, though Eno is still a target for the lobby, even if they don't know that Chen's behind the wheel, as that does mean that we're going to be seeing the focus come through from both Mike and Edward, which is more than enough to force the ultimate to come through when Chen still gets the opportunity to do so. Out comes the first thunder marking. Can he actually manage to land into the execution state? Off of the back of it, he's looking to just keep the continuous uppercut juggles coming on through, but he can't overstay his welcome in these fights. He knows the second that this ultimate is done, he's going to be absolutely turned on by the rest of the lobby, so try to kite over towards the cliffside and scale rush away, but I think it might be Chen's last hurrah in this lobby right now, as he doesn't have a fan or a dagger in the back pocket. It's going to be reliance off of things like the dashes and lunges coming on through from the staff instead.
The pistol shot's going to come out. He does get the reset, and the F flies up back into the sky. He's looking for the fly up one more time. He's going to make it up the pillars. Oh, he gets to the top. He's going to be able to get one heal here. Oh my goodness!
Hello, so legendary pulsed Skullwash.
Good googly moogly's. He just shredded through that white armor and the sliver path, as 225 is going to shred through Edward as well. We had 6 and we're down to 4 in a matter of seconds, as we are going to see Mike claim one of these spirit wells as he makes his way over to work on the other one with the back-to-back ultimates. First ult's gonna be coming down, does have a backup up. 225 hoping to gain favor from the spicy Valda, but Mike looks like he wants to have both armor resets here, as 225 is going to put on the pressure onto Wufang, the kind Lin. Xiao with flying knives throws one focus attack out, a second one, but Wufang is going to find the reset here, as Mike is going to take his time, kind of shop around of who he really wants to kill in this situation, you know, reload, as 225 going to be chilling in the gold armor right now, and 3 people do have Yang depletions. Shin, 225, and Wufang all need to find a cleanse here, but only one of them has purple armor, so I'm wondering if vibe checks, all the goldies are going to take out the one purple armor here.
Oh, especially since Wufang's starting to... I was about to say, is he making his way to the flag? Purple armor chasing the flag is a very bold choice. But I think these players are going to be very wise and wait for Moonbane's location to reveal itself, because that's going to influence the direction of this fight as well. You can start to see maybe that vibe check has come on for Jin, has been identified as maybe a little bit vulnerable. Wufang's trying to get everybody to turn onto that Justina, or Justina with a third-party opportunity, and no combo breaker is going to look like a target. Jin has no choice but to pop the ultimate, head through the Moonbane, and try and find these freezes onto these players, but Wufang with that Kylan V1 is immediately on top of him. This Justina only has 2 dashes left. He's out of all of his armor. That pressure is coming through from multiple players now. Mike wants to pick up the elimination, and in the meantime, T25, oh my goodness, he just stole the flag and capped the altar. 10 seconds are gonna pass and T25 is gonna be cleansed. Indeed, there it goes. Now he doesn't have to worry about continuing that fight, but Mike has identified that both of these players are now going to be out of their ultimate, and this is his time to take to the play. Out comes that Valda, gets the kill onto Wufong, and now turns onto Jin. But T25, he was waiting, Raven, on the sidelines, looking for a third-party opportunity coming through from the LMB of those flying knives to keep up the pressure, but Mike is still able to steal the kill away. And that is one that T25 is not going to be happy about as we go down to a 1v1.
Last two left alive. Shy ult's going to be popped by 225. The range attacks going through the shield as... Wait a second, 225 does throw the tome. Gets a Hong Sword. Focus attack through. But Mike just looking super stacked right here. That 225 is going to find an armor reset. Now, momentum shifts back in his favor. We're going to find one choke, two choke. But Mike still has his Valda ult in. Fade out. Light attack is going to come through. And finally, Mike going to pop spear, and a mistake from 225. The delay spear does catch Mike. But wait a second, Hong Sword Gate gonna be revealed right here as 225 trying to make it around the corner. Mike throws. Wait a second. 225 out of nowhere. Back-to-back uppercut combos. Threads up Mike. No combo break to his name, and now Mike does get the armor reset as 225 again threatens the Hong Sword. Gets it again, max range. Gets the focus attack, scale rush, but the terrain grieves his combo. He's not able to get the follow-up. He's just gonna come flying in. Oh my goodness, 225. What is going on right now? A man possessed has Mike against the ropes, but Mike is gonna tuna in his face and go back to full health. We got white armor versus gold armor to close this out, Moxie.
The bow shots, though, Mike already lost half of that legendary arm that he was able to kite over and pick up from the Spirit Well. Like you said, T35 has to play everything absolutely perfectly, but he's already down his combo breaker, and the Valda still has access to her F2. The grapple, T35 stands on the ground as long as he can into the wake-up slap to make sure that he doesn't get staggered. But now that he doesn't have his combo breaker, it's going to be a desperation play. He goes for the ultimate activation, but Mike with the pistol swap doesn't activate the Sheol Tortoise block off of the stagger, and Mike walks away with the kill and the MVP.
Wow. Mike was quiet earlier in the day. And finally, the GOAT is awake again. 225 staring longingly into the victory distance. He's like, could have had that one again. I'm not gonna lie, he finds a perfect space scale rush twice with the Hong Sword. The Hong Sword does so much damage when you get the uppercut combo going. The only thing is, he goes for like the standard ACCA, where he stays in front of his opponent instead of just using a hold dodge or a mid dodge to reposition and knock his opponent the opposite way. Going up terrain doing combos is not ideal. And if you do a lot of the default combos, they do drop because the timing is actually very, very precise. Now, going downhill is another story. World opens up when we go downhill. You can extend things to the moon depending on how much space you have. That's a tough break for 225 because I saw him win like a bunch of neutral situations versus Mike, and Mike is still no slouch. We've seen, for some reason, everyone just playing their absolute best game versus him today. I still was very shocked at how Wufong was able to perfectly read Mike in the previous round, and we saw it again. 225 just has the perfect read onto Mike multiple times. But still, it doesn't matter. Mike has been there a million times before. Instincts take over. He's even so bold to just tuna in front of his face, just like, I don't think you understand what you're fighting against. I got everything in the book. Just gold armor, another backup gold armor, my ultimate. I got everything. And just 225 just tries his very best, but comes up short. But what an excellent fight to close out that game.
The good news, though, for Chen is that no longer is it lonely at the top. Verse and Wufong are going to be joining him in MVP eligibility, which means that Chen's pick is actually going to be bumped up. He's going to go from 12th all the way now down to 9th, which is actually really, really big for him. It means that he's going to be able to have access to heroes that a lot of people he didn't previously get to have, as we can see. How many kills did WPG's Verse get in game number 4? Was it A5? Was it D6? Was it C7 or was it D8? He didn't make it all the way to endgame, but he absolutely popped off on the hot drop, taking so much advantage with that Syra V1 of everyone playing the drop on Skygaze and coming on through with so many kills early on that even though he didn't make it to like second realm of Yang, he's still gonna be top 5 in terms of the leaderboard for that game. Absolutely insane stuff coming through for him. Like, he went into that game with one objective in mind: get as many points together as possible to hit MVP eligibility. He didn't care about the rest of the outcome. He just went aggressive.
I think the Cinderella story, actually, I was going to say it was Wufang, but I feel like Chen and Wufang, we normally don't see these names at the top of the league. We see names like Verse and Mike been very, very dominant lately. It'd be very, very cool to see a new face kind of fade up and get there. But still, Moxie, I say it time and time and again, it would be cool, but there's a reason why the GOATs are the GOATs themselves. Even though they're not at the top right now, phasing comes into factor right now, and Mike is at the bottom of the phasing, so he doesn't get the strongest picks to his name. It makes every character look very strong, as you see his Valdo pick there coming out big. But Spider still, he's literally won all the other bi-weeklies. SR has been just making big moves with Spider and their trios team, just dominating the league this season. So still, Spider can come and bring this back as well to move up to MVP, but now, Moxie, I would say, what do you think the percentage is that it all ends right now? I'd give it a 20%.
I was gonna say 20%. Like, 9th, 10th, it's not like all that much in terms of available heroes left over. Plus, Chen's like Gambit, his big play where he comes on through on the Eno, because he thinks that people aren't going to identify it as the last pick. That's been removed. If he wants to play the Eno now, he has to double pick. And I don't see him using his double pick on that hero. I think for him, the fact that he was able to come on through with 2 11.4 games in Game 1 and Game 2 gives him enough confidence that he can continue the day and wait for a better opportunity to use his double pick on something, especially since he hasn't even been able to access any of the proper meta heroes currently. So things like the Syra, the Liam, as we go through later in the day and other people have been able to have the opportunity to pick those, he's going to have access to them when others don't.
We're going to take some highlights from this game 4, brought to you by China Unicom. First off, Spawn finding the GOAT himself and putting him to the ground, walking through him with these focus attacks. Spider, what you think? You think I'm afraid of your parry? Nah, sir. Catch these blues. As we move over to Chen on the Enor. That F looking sussy right there as Verse perfectly bob and weaves and hits him with a double headshot. I'm not gonna lie, Chen, I'm with you right there. Like, I haven't seen a bow headshot reset off the ground in a long time. We go over to Wufang and that gold pole sword. The gold pole sword today has made its way around. The scale rush of this pole sword later in the endgame just did so much damage, taking down Mr. Chen. As we move over to Mike, closing out this endgame, just looking unstoppable here. Something a little bit different, Mox. Even though Nunchucks has been considered S tier, seeing even more than we're seeing flying knives in this solo finals, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe part of it is the Soul Jade loadout, right? If you get like Palm Lightning flying knives, then that's a huge boon in terms of what you can do with that Soul Jade, despite it being somewhat nerfed from its absolute Thanos snap over original iteration. But we can have a look and see that Mike was indeed using those nunchucks, and yeah, we've been seeing those nunchucks more and more today. 24,489 damage. Mike getting to do so much damage because I'm guessing he had a fully scaled Juggernaut coming on through alongside the tuna that we got to see. We also, well, we didn't quite get to see it fully in play, but it was in the loadout, Unseen Current, one of our latest Soul Jades that has been added to the game alongside Thunder Portal. One for the fan, one for that pole sword. 19,990 damage done with melee weapons, 11,000, nearly 12,000 of it being done by those nunchucks, which have really started to climb in terms of pick rate from all of the players in the league. I mean, it kind of makes sense for a lot of the OGs as well. Because, like, nunchucks being such an old weapon, they're very familiar with the ins, outs, and timings of that particular weapon and all of the tech that you can be able to pull off of it. For some of the newer players, the rookies in the league, if they've been relying on things like the fans, the flying knives, the latest, essentially, they might be a little bit behind in terms of leaning into what was previously meta.
Yeah, nunchucks is just so safe with the meter. Just holding that horizontal over and over, allowing yourself to really force your opponent to a decision right there. Even though they can proc your meter, it puts them into another gambit where you can just stay safe over and over and just cancel the blue and keep chasing them. Now, you do take damage. There was significant nerfs in a very long time ago where it used to be even more broken than it is now. I think one thing that was overlooked for a long time with nunchucks, 2-1-1, so the uppercut combo where you're able to land the R&B, they made it so that you can now just grapple kick it. But R&B focus attack just does so much damage, and more importantly, it's just so fast that it's almost like a mini velocity. It isn't as good as velocity because you can't block with it, but it's so fast that you cannot really react to it. Now, the big finesse that we're seeing from everyone that I really love this year is that everyone is like way more precise with their mid-range. They're able to dodge even like a fast attack like the R&B from the nunchucks and find staggers out of that, which previously most players could never really catch these situations. So a lot more variety to the game. And like I was saying, we were talking about this off stream before, a lot of different wake up situations with weapon swapping and slapping. People don't just roll and just immediately disengage. Now people hold their ground, as we saw Spider get walked through Verse off spawn, just threw out one and a half focus attack into an immediate focus attack, and Spider used to be just being able to dodge in those situations, just absolutely gets cooked, get clogged up. A little bit of taste of his own medicine, because even Spider has been doing this a lot as well.
Yeah, I wonder as well if we're seeing nunchucks rise up in rate as well, given the fact that R&B is one attack, which means that you either parry it or you don't, and you have to sort of like dodge out of it. And then with the L&B, yes, it's 2 hits, but you can also turn it so that you can hit them with the first and then turn the second so that they don't get that parry opportunity the way that you would against some of those other weapons coming on through. That's another reason why nunchucks has always been a very, very strong, plus the fact that those soul jades, if you get the soul jade setup, especially if you manage to find your hands on something like Dragon's Roar, being able to just back to back throw out the 180 blue charge into gold charge to be able to guard essentially any single person off of things like capping the spirit wall can go a very long way indeed to being able to, when your macro dual potentials coming on out when we head into those end games, and a lot of those people looking for vulnerable players, they're not going to try and take a fight against someone if they have Yang Depletion who has Dragon's Roar and is constantly getting to generate not only the meter dumper bar but more bars to be able to access the block capabilities with the LMP as well.
Now, going into this endgame though, or in the future, I'm wondering now that Verse and Wufang are in match point, what they have prepared, because we've only seen what Chen has had prepared for match point. Verse, I would say probably one of the most strategic we've seen in the league in a very long time. Since the likes of Mike, people really downplay how strategic Mike is. Spider as well has definitely improved his game a lot, but Verse is really known for how much he's taken strategy to the next level, and his fighting has improved to catch up to it. So I was very curious now that the rules have been around a lot longer, and this 12 character pick pool, we've seen the repercussions that because almost every character is picked, you get narrowed down into a pool that's predictable. What does Verse do to kind of counteract that? Now, you were loving the F2, the swapping Wu Chen, and Verse is the pioneer of it. So I think if I'm going to pick someone to end it right here, it could be Verse on his Wu Chen.
He is going to be 11th. He is currently ahead of Wufang in standing, so Wufang will be last to pick of the MVP eligible players that we'll see in the bottom half of those phases every single time now, as everyone has been split into the half and half. You can have a look and see which heroes Chen has played. He was able to get Syra because he was top of the leaderboard in game number 1, and then that lined up perfectly. Like, the stars fully aligned for him. Getting Syra on Holoroth and then dropping on Salvation Podiums that he was able to scale up his game, immediately putting himself into such an advantaged position to take the Realm of Yangs, and then scale up into being able to, uncontested, take those Spirit Wells and bully absolutely everybody, with the prospect of Asira having a double cycle of that V1 coming on out. Does mean that, like you said, yeah, we're probably going to get to see Verse have to choose between the Farrier or the Wu Chen, though I feel like for Chen, you might pick the Farrier here.
Farrier MVP is a little bit more common. She performs very well on Spirit Well. The problem is, like you were saying before, the lobby knows when the Farrier is for sure a last pick. And multi-way, she a little bit struggles if the rest of the lobby is really not willing to fight anyone else except the Farrier. You need to win Realm of Yang. And Farrier, it actually changed Realm of Yang because of Farrier. The pillars used to be so much more thin because Farrier's shots, her explosive shots, could just hit you on whatever side you were at. Yeah, actually made the pillars way thicker so that you do have to guess left or right side.
50-50.
And you do have to guess whether or not your opponent double jumped and is holding on to the pillar up high. So it becomes a 1 out of 4 chance that you can guess what your opponent's going to do. But before, it was 50-50 truly, but it was closer to like 100% because you could kind of finesse where your shot is, shoot it kind of in the middle on the corner, and it's just going to cover the jump up and the heal on the ground. So someone could only survive by using their stamina. Now, looking at the initial picks, nothing out of the ordinary here. 225 on the Syra, Mike on the Liam, Shin on the Shayo, and who was the 4th pick again? No, not usually Temmie. Spider goes for the Temmie.
Yeah, sometimes it's Yoto as the 4th pick, though Spider's already played the Yoto. And he doesn't want to burn his double pick, which means that it is going to be Temmie. Temmie's also still a very viable choice. Not surprised to see him actually make it into the first third of those picks coming on through. Frostivus is going to be picking up that Kylan, leaving things like the Justina and the Valda that we're likely going to be seeing locked in. Yoto also still up for grabs. Let's see if Edward decides to go for either one of those 3. Honestly, we're just like looking to see the heroes that are going to be left when we get to the last third of these player picks, as the Yoto has been removed. I'm guessing that the Justina and the Valda are going to be 7th and 8th. Have a look, see what Arano decides to play. Okay, Akos comes through first. Yeah, players really aren't prioritizing Valda. Despite Mike having MVP'd with us so far today, maybe they're like, okay, she's MVP'd once. Players now remember that they really should target out the Valda and force that V2 before they get into a multi-way beneficial situation. They don't want to take the Valda again now that that lesson is fresh in everyone's mind, as indeed HM is going to go for the Justina. Oh boy, Valda is still up for Chen if Star doesn't take it right here and now.
Yeah, Valda would be an ideal pick for Chen. What will Star pick right here? Does deny the Valda pick. All right.
Likely Farrier now, do you think?
Yeah, I think your prediction on Farrier is probably right in this instance. Though he did do decent on Wu Chen.
It would be the double pick, though. If he
holds out for 7th, just like it going the distance, because he again, as more people get to match point, he's going to go up. And the Hottie pick is not bad. We saw Arano do super well on the Hottie. Maybe it was a little bit of an overperformance. All these guys have a lot of experience on Hottie, just because went from Hottie meta to Leah meta to Lonnie meta. But when there is a meta on the CN server, that's all anyone plays on Ranked and in Immortal War for the most part in solo. So you get a lot of experience on the character. I don't think any of these guys could really forget how to play Hadi at this point. Maybe be a little bit of rusty, but I would say most of the skill of Hadi is going to be there. Verse is going to be on the Wu Chen.
Yep, your prediction was correct.
This is my pick for it to take this down. And Wufang on the Enor.
Is he going for the same gambit? Is he going for the same gambit as Chen? Or it's like, might not be that 12th pick, Wu Chen might be the 12th pick? I mean, the Wu Chen's obvious. The last third of the leaderboard. That being said, Wufang has been playing a lot of Enor. He actually picked it a couple of times to deny TD5 the Enor possibility back in the previous bi-weekly final, which, let me tell you, TD5 was not happy about.
He definitely had the momentum with the Enor ideas. I mean, I would say it's more of the gold spear. Probably one of the biggest 225's counters is the Phantom Step, because he wants to throw focus attacks out. Phantom Step makes your melee misses have a hard time of locking on. And the focus attack of Bonk on the spear is very narrow. Very, very narrow. And it requires very precise timing in order to land. So, going into this last game, though, we are on 6, I believe, right?
5? We're on 5.
Only on 5. So, still potentially a lot more games to go as 3 people hit match point. And usually by game 7, most of the lobby will be at match point. So as everyone is progressing, if someone doesn't end it right now, which we've seen, the lobby does know who's the last 3 picks. So for the most part, the lobby does gang up on these characters. Now, what's interesting, when you have multiple on match point, they gang up on each other. If the lobby gangs up, the enemy of an enemy is my friend. It depends on what your loot is kind of going. Name of the game so far, though, has been Win Yang, get the Spirit Wells, get looted up. It's your only chance of winning. And the only person who's really gone the contrary of that has probably been Verse and Chen. To a certain degree, has Wufang's just fought his way through. Verse and Chen have done sneaky things in order to bring it through. Chen on the Wu Chen, be able to sneak his way with the RMBs, and then Verse just playing super solid with the chase down on his ACOs, just being hyper aggressive, not really slowing down at all. We'll have to see though. Is Holleroth very, very wide open? So I gotta give my odds to Verse. He has been the most dominant Wu Chen that I've seen personally after watching the solos all this season. Can he dominate now to steal this away and end it on this Game 5 Holleroth?
He does have the F2. I was immediately zooming on him when we saw the ability loadouts to see whether or not it was Wu Chen F1 or Wu Chen F2. And as you said, he's been the pioneer of that technology. And loadout coming on out as we head into Holleroth, and that is Holleroth Dusk, which is another reason why we saw so many of our players go left side of Salvation Podium so that they could get their hands on those Fireflies. HM's already been able to get his hands on one of those weapons off the ground from that parry coming on for Verse now on that Wu Chen, already having been forced into actually activating the F, hasn't used the teleport just yet, is actually going to time fully on Fur, who just used it to try and escape the chase downers. As we talked about, these players, they know who are going to be those last people in the last phases. T25 and HM are both trying to find the elimination on Verse to stop any momentum that he can have early on in this round. T25 looking for a skill rush first, going for the hold on the RMB, cancelling out of it, holding his position, skill rushing through the door frame so that he can put as much distance between himself and the other players, looking for an armor swap, will be able to find one on the ground. Puts the pressure onto the Justina actually, who comes through with the early cancel of that F2, trying to lock Verse up against that wall. Out comes the F2 teleport. He looks to use it aggressively to close up the distance. The RMB gets interrupted by T5, who clanks from behind him, and Verse gets hit into the RMB from that staff, looking for the jump LMB. Now he tries to turn onto one of these players, but T5 is just not going to turn onto this Justina, despite the Wu Chen blades actually finding the proc.
There was a blue armor at the top of that rooftop, but Verse with back-to-back parries doesn't need that blue armor. We're just gonna do the damage. A third parry in the row. He's gonna take down HM. This is how it starts. 225 now in a tough situation. This is a purple staff right now. Big damage possibilities right here. He is gonna crouch cancel, but 225 is gonna call him out. Just get the half charge through. Swap's gonna come down. He's gonna use it to create some space to opt to look for an armor swap right now, but 225 gonna keep up the pressure. Finds the light attack right here. Looks for the stagger. Is gonna force the ultimate out. Verse though finds a blue armor reset. Tough situation though. Not much room to kite here versus the Syra. Stun's gonna be staggered out right now, as I believe Chen is gonna be showing up onto Verse. Port top side is gonna go through, but Syra stagger gonna knock Verse to the sky. Nowhere left to go. He's gonna go with the double charge and the toss through, but Chen is gonna find the parry, find the kill, and now he's gonna make turn his attention to 225, as 225 has no armor to his name. He's gonna be burned alive by the assault of Chen. Work smarter, not harder. Chen with that third party is gonna go up to 2 kills off spawn, but Verse does get one. Seems to be chilling, and Arano's able to get one. Now moving over to the other match point player, Enor. He's gonna find a kill. Wait, no, I spoke too soon. A little bit of caster curse here. Jumping RB. Arano just dodges all of it. But Wufong, nice smooth tap dodge, finds the light attack. And we got all the match points players with some points.
Spider, what are you doing? Spider was just fully crouched on the staircase so he didn't get scouted out, looking for that third party opportunity with the bow. Sarah's doing all of this work, but Spider might be the one that comes away with the elimination as he tries to keep up the pressure. The Volatile Spears, unfortunately, not finding the connection onto the Yodo. Start with the Great Sword, looking to come on through with the horizontal cleaver from those grapples, and Spider is still trying to find this kill onto Edward, as we can actually see that Yoto, currently sitting in the safety of her F2, has the legendary weapon, which is the reason why both of these players are all inning. Who can pick it up? Spider immediately nabs that legendary staff and goes into the advantage in terms of damage output for this fight. Looks for that scale rush. Oh my goodness. Just took so much damage with that lack of armor from the horizontal connection from that greatsword. And we're just playing pass the parcel with the legendary staff at this point, I guess. Chen and Verse going head to head now. This is going to be one of the most important fights of the entire lobby. The Hardy without the combo breaker getting put into the blender, follow-up coming on through from that Wu Chen F2 teleport swap. Chen having to utilize the Hardy V2, but he takes too much damage from the blades, gets grounded prematurely 2 times, has to drop now, pick up the purple armor. He's still got his ultimate. He's going to look to just come on through, keep that purple armor in his pocket, and create as much distance between himself and the Wu Chen as possible to get a heal off.
Yeah, Verse here's the heal though, able to track him down with the drop down, sends a double charge tap dodge roll from Chen. Chen just being suffocated from Verse's pressure right here. Wants to just get a heal off and mentally reset for this situation. Goes up, now down the stairs. Finds the corner. Verse, this is one way. Heal's gonna come through though. Chen's gonna go back up top to the rooftop. But Verse hot on his heels. Had the perfect scale rush, but then a little bit flubbed when he was on top. Both of these guys gonna exchange focus attacks though. Chen. Uh-oh. You're saying
I was going to say, Verse has to be so much more cautious because Verse doesn't have his revive. He got taken down early. Chen still has his, so he can be more aggressive. There's also a Realm of Yang portal right next to them, which we can actually see Spider currently looking in to get a scouting of exactly how many players are going to be trying to contest that, given the fact that Spider is still on great armor. But both of these players have seen the isolation fights. They both know that they're on less meta picks and are likely going to be player MVP eligibilities and don't want to have any opportunity to let momentum start to build. However, neither of them find the opening that they're looking for. Both down their combo breakers, going to space out of the fight, go for a full reset, and then look to start moving on over towards that Realm of Yang. Assault Mortar comes on through from Chen, instantly applying the pressure onto Spider, who just has to immediately back on off of the fight after his combo breaker gets burned.
Chen up to 2 kills right now. Making his way to the Plume Castles. Verse with white armor. Very, very aggressive. Not happy with Mr. Hottie here. Is Verse going to go in with white armor? Not even look for blue armor. Looks like he's content. He doesn't care.
Is he just contesting the space that Chen doesn't get through?
I mean, he's going to want to go in himself. Or else he could just be gatekeeping like you're saying, Moxie, and then leave at the end just so Chen doesn't get through. That's real petty.
Yeah, but he knows that Chen's on 2 kills. They don't see the player names, but they see the hero names. That's another problem. Yes, all the MVP eligible players currently have kills, but that also reveals the heroes. So people have been able to look in the kill feed and say, okay, there's a Wu Chen, there's a Hadi, there's an Eno. Those are probably going to be late picks, and yeah, Chen's just been bullied off of being able to go in. He's got to move over to SS1's gyms instead.
It's true. He did get a little bit of bully. Oh my goodness, Verse who actually went
First one in.
Ross is gonna grapple him and be like, what in the sus G is this? This is gonna hurt Ross if he loses to Verse here. We're gonna see some pillar play from the pillar goat himself. Verse moving left and right, getting a little bit of poke damage in. And again, oh my goodness, spacing from that pillar, just out of reach of the horizontal from Frostivus. He's able to find that stagger here. Very precise spacing. Now, Kylan also going to be coming out. Swap's going to be coming out from the Wu Chen of Verse. The V1. Just so much pressure here with the 1, 2, 3 into the follow-up. Just too much damage. And Verse with that risk is not going to pay off. We are going to go over to Wufang. The other match point player does have Shin against the ropes.
Oh, doesn't have that combo breaker, but has activated the first stage of the F. Doesn't get the opportunity to use the second stage of it, though, off of all of that damage from Jin. Like, yeah, you've got a player up against the ropes, but you also don't have a combo breaker. So if they start putting you in the blender off of an uppercut extension, it kind of is over for that Eno, especially as we got to see that he'd already used his ultimate when we cut into his POV. Chen is going for the slow burn currently. Did not risk putting himself into one of those Realm of Yangs, and is not going to risk his position in central areas of the map in case he runs into someone with Yang depletion. As we can see, Mike is kited on over to Frozen Lake, one of the areas of Hollow that a lot of these players try and kite over to, given the fact that there are towers and there are cliffs and they can chain the skirmishes together, plus the freeze butterflies on the lake. If you get caught in one of those and a player comes on through with a straight pistol or musket shot, then you do find yourself being a little bit of a musical statue aficionado. As Jin is going to be able to scout out JL's HM, reviving on that soul altar, and out comes the nunchucks. RMB. Jin now putting the pressure onto HM, who does find a grey armor swap, but also finds a third party in the form of Verse on that Wu Chen, who immediately goes for an aggressive F2, looking to set up the extension off of the horizontal clip. The Justina F2 comes out in place, and Mike is able to come in through with the ballista, finding an instant direct connection. Verse is about to burn out from fire tick damage. Unfortunately for him, yep, he's just gonna go out because fire tick damage goes directly to the health bar. Unfortunate.
Barbecued in the dreams are done for Mr. Verse. Wu Chen, just a tough pick in general. Wufang on the Enor. He's still alive. Same thing with Chen. But Vermilion's buff is going to be coming out for Mike and Jin right here. They're both going to risk it for the biscuit. Jin going for the grapple. Light attacks. Gonna try to reset Mike, but Mike with the fan. Gonna create some space. He's gonna ride into HM as he makes his way in. Shio and Justina gonna be popped next to Mike. What can Mike do right now? He's surrounded by just dashes and everything. Parry's gonna be coming out as he lands the parry onto Mike. Shin gonna pick up that kill with the nunnies as now HM's gonna try to back out, but he is going to catch an R&B from the child, and now Shin has him against the ropes. F could be coming out, combo break. against the wall, and Shin is gonna find the kill, but immediately, oh my god, everyone piles in, Star and Mike, as he immediately falls to Star's flying knives.
Someone rang the bell. Oh my goodness, the kill denial against Chan, and then he commits the RMB and gets parried by Star. He's now lost all of the purple armor. Tries to get into a better position where he can kite. Eats the LMB coming on through from Mike. Spider looks for the Scale Rush entrance too, and this is why Chan picked the Hardy. Immediately with that V2. Out of that. Into the zone damage he goes. It's this early on. Players have absolutely no idea where he disappeared off into. They can potentially try and gatekeep the outskirts of that zone to try and identify where the Hardy is going to pop on up, but Chen is just going to go incredibly wide to make sure he doesn't get caught up in any of this fight currently going on through, as Spider has had his ultimate forced. Out comes the V2 for the Temi. Wufeng finds the chase down though, coming on out with that Eno V1, looking to apply the Thunder Mark, trying to figure out where exactly this Temi has gone, because Spider has disappeared. He's about to run out of ultimate. There's way too many players in the area. Wufeng is like the target of focus. He'll be able to get Spider off of the back of it, but unfortunately for him, is it going to be enough? He's down his F2. He has to try and turn the pressure onto one of these other players because there's 3 of them all looking at him. The blue armor gets a little bit of a heal, goes for the drop down, just goes for a cautionary RMB drop down too in case there's a player looking to try and catch his disengagement, but the parry is going to come on through, and that is more than enough of an opening for Mike to be able to follow up with a cheeky RMB fan commitment from the back when the riposte stagger came through.
Oh my goodness. Jin tries to make his way out of the... Wait a minute, Chen is back! Does he find a kill right here? This kill would be huge. Oh! Oh! He has a shield left. Mike almost with the assist. Wait a second.
The Liam V2!
Balled out of nowhere.
To Shen! He can't get the kill onto Shen!
Oh, he gets choked out again. Mike finds the kill. Chen has to be careful though. He is very, very low. Next realm of Yang did pop right now. Does he go in? We have Arano versus 225. OA's Edward is waiting on the other end. Does Chen go in? Do take to the skies. Multiple range attacks. No, not one range attack was landed in that exchange. Do find the Scale Rush though. 225 forcing out the combo break from the ultimate. 1 tap dodge, 2 tap dodge, 1 more dodge to our name, 3 dodges to our name, 4 dodges to our name, double tap dodge, combo break, tigered up. Oh my god, nice job from 225. He burned as maximum time out of Arano's Acro's ultimate, and now it's his turn. Beams are coming out.
Oh, he hasn't found the Sun Dazzle just yet. Oh my goodness, Arano just around that pill. Being an absolute nuisance for this Syra. Both of the ultimates are done. 2v5 is going to have access to the F1 though. Scale Rushes, closes up the distance. Holds the Scale Rush, actually commits it. Arano already spaced away though. 2v5 faking out the Scale Rush. Looking for the horizontal into uppercut. Won't be able to find the full connection. Now looks for that Scale Rush pressure. 40 seconds left. Manages to find the grapple kick into the RMB follow through. And that's the opening that 2v5 needed. He will be able to come out the winner, as it actually turns out that no, Chen did not risk going into that realm of Yang, Raven. Edward got his for free. Unfortunately, that means that the Yodo is denied a kill opportunity. And it also means that only 1 player is going to be on Yang depletion currently. So poor Arano is going to have to try and stir the pot and force some of this fighting that he can then take advantage of. Otherwise, everyone is going to turn onto him in that lobby.
Oh, look at the fan Jade. Multi-hit attack onto Mike.
So pretty. Unseen current. I love it.
Mike is going to be able to kite here. Plume Castle. We've got a mountain of a castle right here. Is it really possible to hold on to Mike Edward? Come on, bro. This is not...
He's vulnerable, though. He's on 5 kills. Like, if he can actually take the Liam down, or at least keep him pressured for long enough that he kites and doesn't get an opportunity to heal, then he'll likely get third party when Arano kites into this position.
That's true. Can cut off someone doing this. Incredibly difficult though, just because the difference between Plume Castle and other kiting positions is just the sheer height of it. There's just so much verticality here that normally you can wait for someone doing what Mike's doing, who's going in a circle over and over. Just sit there and wait, holding a scale rush, and as you hear him coming back around, he's just doing a circle and over, you catch him. But if Mike goes up and down and kind of does like a candy cane routine where he's scale rushing at an angle up or scale rushing where he's dropping down, it becomes very, very, very hard, almost impossible to really lock him down in this situation. Even with multiple people right here, Fan just has a fast instant scale rush, but I suppose did I cast a curse him? Pulse switch could be coming out. Mike gets hit from both directions. Stripped of his armor right here. Does find a white armor reset. He's going for the drop down play now. Makes his way to the corner, but Bell's gonna get hit. Now Mike drops all the way to the ground, is going for a max range play underground, but 225 sniffs it out. Here's my man moving this way, but Mike with the play buys himself a gold armor. Nice.
He's got the money to burn, and now that sustainability is going to reflect. Yeah, 235, the second he hits him, he's going to be like, what do you mean you went from grey to yellow? What is this? Oh, Mike's still coming under so much pressure, though. He does have that V2. I'm really surprised that they're putting this Liam onto as much pressure, given the fact that there's no way Mike is an MVP eligible player. Hardy is still in the lobby. It could be that they feel they saw that both the Eno and the Wu Chen went out, and they're like, okay, we likely got all of the candidates that are for surezies MVP eligible. We can ease up a little bit on having to target those specific players out, which means that Chen again got to pull the wool over everybody's eyes with these picks coming on through. As TDD5, by the way, has a bounty on the Hardy. He picked it up. I think he was trying to put the bounty onto Mike when Mike was kiting away, but it was actually Chen who was closer, so it applied onto the Hardy instead. And TD5 either prioritized going for the Liam when he knew that Mike was going to be vulnerable, so that he didn't have to worry about a Liam V2 third-partying him in these instances when we go into Spirit World control fights, or he didn't want to take the fight against the Hardy when the verticality is just so oppressive and Hardy can simply fly away off of either the combo breaker or the ult.
I mean, the lobby has to be careful here. Mike is flying up the leaderboards right now. You see him at 19.4. If he cleans up the rest of this lobby,
he's already surpassed. He's got 6 from this round.
I stand corrected. Moxie doing the math. The mathing is mathing. Mike is going to be qualified right now, and 225 on the cusp as well. Do you really want Mike to be in this position? He's Mr. Clutch for a reason. And I picked Spider to be the favorite today, but Spider has been dormant today. He's been a sleeping bear. Maybe he's in hibernation mode. And Chen, again, knocking on the door of greatness. Can he push through with the gold armor? What the Wu Chen pick? He does have Palm Lightning. That's how you want to start this. But Arano has Palm Lightning too. And we are going to contest for the Spirit World. Arano has the gold
Moonshot. Oh.
But
I mean,
has the Yodo. Who can
TDD5's got Dragon's Roar, I'm pretty sure, as well. Is the problem. Yeah, Velocity on Mike, Dragon's Roar on TDD5, who, by the way, has controlled the Spirit World. He's picked up Mystic, which means that now everybody, because there was a scrap for that dome, now it means that TDD5 is going to be able to claim both of them. So everyone is just disengaging the first cycle of the Zyra V1 to make sure that they don't get turned into.
Well, Yang depletion is up. Mike and Arano kind of hesitating here. Everyone's kind of looking at the flag. Who's going to be the one who picks up the flag is the question.
No one wants to go first. I mean, can you blame them? Picking up that flag, you have to wait for fighting to occur, and then you go for flag. The only time that we've seen flag successfully cleanse a player. As you can see, Arano has made a play for it. This is very gutsy. He does have at least the high mobility with the Akos V2, but look at the amount of damage that he's taken by absolutely everybody. As Arano experiences a different side of NARAKA. Oh my goodness, the parry onto Chen. This isn't a battle royale anymore. This is a bullet hell. coming on through, and I mean, Moonbane just made it even harder as well, as it decides to come right over where that altar is. Aran is holding his position. He just needs to make it a couple more seconds. Chen gets the elimination and manages to come on through with his third of the lobby, but here comes Moonbane Raven. Does he manage to find the MVP? Or does he get turned into by the rest of these players? He's trying to turn the attention onto Mike. He knows that the Liam has 5 eliminations and he wants him gone, but so too do the rest of the players want this Hardy removed.
225 only has eyes for Chen. This is a tough break for Chen. He does have ultimate here. He's trying to put the pressure onto Mike. Finds one hit, second hit. Harry's gonna come through. Somehow we go back to full armor. There's a purple armor just stashed away right here, and we're Moonbane surfing Moxie. We're flying. We're dodging the breath. We're just chasing Mike through. Mike, get off of me! Stop the fiend! 225 just swinging repeatedly for Chen. Wants to take him down. Nice job from Mike. Fogs the lane, gets the light attack as Chen comes flying in right now, but both of these guys taking a ton of damage from all of the flank. And now, wait a minute, the lobby might be convinced. Let's just get Liam out of here. Chen goes through the house, but Mike bluffs it, gets around the corner, and we're going to cancel. Find it on 1 heal, 2 heals.
This is so risky though. Chen's going to be locked in that position.
He has Mystic Mike though. It's going to be hard for Chen to get Mike focused here.
Oh, 2v5 picks up the armor swap as well, so that Chen or Mike couldn't get it if it timed out and became available for the players on the ground. Which you can see Mike trying to live. I think both of these players might go down. Chen is going to be the first to fall. Now surely do Edward and 2v5 turn on Mike? No, they turn on each other instead. You can literally feel just the scream of agony from beyond the grave. Chen tried to do absolutely everything to get everyone to turn onto Mike, but 225 and Edward are more than happy to let the Liam with 5 eliminations, potentially MVP, because they know it wouldn't end the day early.
Doesn't end the day early. I think this might be one of the drawbacks of the phasing. Is it does narrow down who can possibly be what later. I guess what, as soon as a new character is going to be added, the player or the character pool should be getting deeper and deeper. Now, they're also going to be balancing to make some of the characters a little bit more even for solos. So
there's reworks too, no? Like, Takeda is gonna do his rework real soon, I'm sure, given the fact that we barely see him in solos, and his impact in trios has long since worn out as well. Like, he's due for a rework. If he gets reworked, he might get picked up in availability. But yeah, that was like very little opportunity for Chen to be able to walk away the MVP. You really do have to feel for players in that situation. TD5 though, he's incredibly close to MVP eligibility himself. He just needs 1 more elimination or a higher ranking point. So he's gonna, I'm sure, play incredibly safe to make sure that he doesn't get picked on.
We go back to a replay here as Mike goes into the building.
He had the legendary armor.
Ah, that's where that armor swap
The
was.
legendary armor. So that, like, Chen was trying to squirrel legendary armors away too. It was literally contesting who would be able to pick up the legendary armor from the spirit wall after it had timed out from just being locked to 2v5.
Interesting position here. Mike goes to the high ground, starts throwing focus attacks against the fence. Well, Edward pops a Yoda ultimate a little bit soonish. And 225 very happy just to be like, you know what? If you guys want to fight, that's fine, because I'm going to go over and last hit both of you. Edward does hold and throw out the sweeping strike that mainly heals and doesn't do a lot of damage. Mike just stares in the face and like, that's fine. We're all still full health. I'll take the other smidge of damage and just time a heal afterwards. Now Edward does get a little poke onto Mike as 225 goes for the Dragon Roar onto Edward. He's gonna sneak in an R&B.
Does he have blistering?
Has blistering as well.
I was about to say, yeah, he's got blistering. Oh boy. And velocity. Still, he was so focused at the Yodo, he actually does not dodge the Liam V2. Mike's gonna have one more of those to be able to throw, and out comes the blistering edge, trying to apply that fire tick and potentially get the last hit on some of these players. We might go all the way to zone close. These players are a little bit too close to the edge of that zone. TB5 spots his opportunity. Out comes the Syra V1. Mike finds the elimination though from the damage coming up through from the V2. TB5 off of that now needs one more kill to be able to walk away with the MVP eligibility. He's still got his ultimate. The stun dazzle's coming on through. He horizontal hits Mike just for the stagger to knock the Liam back into the zone damage so that the corruption tick will cement his win. And TDD5 with the kill score multiplier and that last elimination will be MVP eligible too. We've gone from 1 to 3 to now I believe 5 players all in with a chance of ending us as we head off to game number 6.
We're almost at 50% of the lobby being at match point. 5 out of 12 players at match point here. And we've seen that until someone really gets to a higher phasing character, it's very hard not to get picked off in these end games. Another thing that's very interesting is the Syra dominance. Even though after she was gutted, it seems that in multi-way 12 characters, her versatility and her strength, I was wondering if it was just really on daytime say, but it seems to be on all day she's performing very well when she gets scaled up. F is creating enough space that in multi-way fights she is surviving a lot of tough situations. And what's surprising is like the lobby is really leaving her alone and letting her do what she wants to get herself back into the game going into these end games with multiple spirit walls. Now we did get a situation where multiple times there was an infinite kite spot, there was Plume Castle, a place where you can just run in circles over and over and it's very, very difficult to catch you. And that really gave a lot of these players multiple lives essentially, where they were able to kite their opponents over and over. Mike wasn't supposed to get there. He was being surrounded multiple times on that Plume Castle. His armor stripped from him and he was able to survive in that situation and bring it back. Messing everyone up going into that last end game. And Liam is one of those characters that doesn't really do well multi-way in a closed space. The ball doesn't give him a ton of value. It doesn't even give you that mutual destruction because you need so much space to do a massive amount of damage. We'll have to see though who is gonna take it. My pick was Verse right there, unfortunately. Verse does get picked off right there, and Chen with a good showing on Hottie does really well. Now, one thing we didn't talk about is that Mike's Hottie is actually extremely good as well. And after seeing how close Chen was able to get to with Hottie, does he try to do it as well? And now that Chen was first to be on match point and now he is 5 places higher, what character do you think Chen's going to be able to get away with moving forward, Moxie?
I feel like he's going to look ACOS. If only to block Mike from getting to access it. Because, yeah, Mike's Hottie is really good, but his ACOS is insane. But we're not going to be talking about those two heroes. We're going to be talking about Syra. Specifically, which player chose Syra in game number 5? Was it Mike? Was it TDD5? Was it Spider? Or was it Wu Feng? Get your answer into the Twitch chat and make sure that you're keeping an eye on those whisper boxes. Something that I want to talk about, the fact that TDD5 was only able to squeak into the MVP eligibility, and he's going to be 12th in position. I think out of anybody who could make Ferrier work in a lobby, it's TDD5. Like, he's had some insane pop-off games on that Ferrier. If he manages to make it all the way to 12th and that hero is open, I can for sure see him walking away with an MVP, especially given the fact that he has so much momentum coming off of that win on game 5.
Of course, you're a 225 fan, Moxie. Can he steal it away? I would give it to 225 if he can find a gold spear. He's just throwing out bonks over and over, and no one gets Phantom Step. He just absolutely has crazy games. Now, 225 has a crazy character pool, too. He's bust out the Takeda in these positions, in weirdo spots. We'll have to see how this goes down. I'm kind of rooting for the underdogs of Wu Feng and Chen. especially how well Chen has played so far. I feel like he deserves it, and he really exposed like some of the difficulties of why no one's really ended it very fast. That you can't really pull a fast one now from these top players. They know who is who when it comes to the last picks. Now look at the overall scores. Mike with 6 kills, coming up with 8 points. 225 with 3 kills. Same with Chen, Star, and Shin. Placement points do matter because 225 did get that first place with the multiplier at 6.6. But something surprising, Fighter's been very quiet today. It was my pick to really take this, to really perform, but maybe he's like coasting now. He's happy with his performance so far. He wants to prepare everything for this NBPL finals. Maybe he's trying to gatekeep a little bit.
Yeah, like maybe hide strats, because you know that every single player, especially those who don't have to go for LCQ, they're going to be poring over those VODs to figure out timings, kite paths, loot paths, when people play certain heroes so they can have a better idea of who exactly they're fighting and figure out whether or not they're a player on MVP eligibility and they need to be giga focused down, or whether or not they can have a little bit of leeway when it comes to attention focus, the way that Mike was allowed, despite all of the attention that poor Chen tries to put him in. He gets him so incredibly low, forces the combo break, forces the ultimate, and every single person's like, nah, we know he's not MVP eligible. If we let Mike win, we get a game to continue and put ourselves into MVP eligibility. But despite all of that, Chen has still been able to retain his position as number 1. So we can have a look at how this game went down, beginning things off with Verse, who actually experienced the same thing. This Wu Chen, we said it, when you go for a hero that late in phase picks, you paint a target on your back off of just the heroes that you have access in the pool. And every single player had eyes only for Chen, Verse, and Wu Fong when they ran into them across the map.
Yeah, it really goes to show, maybe it's just like the character weakness as well. Certain characters, definitely a lot easier targets. Oh, this was diabolical. Star just release championing everything with the greatsword. LMB into the RMB. Just immediately running through, and you see Spider slap himself just like, I just died to a greatsword. Who was this mongrel? Star able to take it down, and this end game was heartbreaking as Wufang gets taken down. 225 with the blistering, finding the nice, well-timed focus attacks, plus the Sire ultimate just being so strong in this position. Time to get some kills, baby. Looking for the stagger, forcing everyone out as one thing Liam not very good at this last end game right here as Mike trying to find some space. Hey, can we share some space here? 225 just hogging all the space right now. Suffocating right here, not able to do much, but Mike still be able to walk around with the MVP, getting tons of kill, and 225 comes over to him. You think you could take me out of that circle? I'm a Syra.
I love as well that Mike seizes the opportunity when the triple charge beam hits the Yodo. Mike uses the opportunity to land the V2 crap, which is how he is able to claim the elimination. 21,159 points of damage coming through from the Liam. 15,638 of it with melee weapons, 7,500, almost half coming on through from the Fan that we saw multiple times being able to scoop those kills away with the last hits of that charged RMB. Almost 3,000 damage done by Ballista, by the way. Something that unfortunately Verse found out the hard way when he was hit with those direct shots back to back when Mike took advantage of all of the fighting that Yang Depletion players forced everybody into. But we'll have to see whether or not Mike is going to be able to convert that win into an overall day win, as we'll be back with game number 6 after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA Pro League bi-weekly for solo finals. I am Nbpl. I'm joined by the lovely Moxie, and we are on game 6 with almost half the lobby on match point. Now, normally it does go the distance to game 7, game 8, but will it be differently today? I think Moxie made a very wonderful point today, showing that the character pool gets really small, where you kind of only have a couple characters and everyone can narrow down exactly who the most wanted players are, and we got to get them out of here or else the tournament is going to end. We've seen Chen fought valiantly to end it, but we see a familiar face come to this ending. Moxie, we've seen OUG's Mike do this time and time again. Don't do it to them again with the Akos pick. I feel like out of all the players who might have earned it today, Chen has shown the potential of a lot of different characters and is really pushing the meta in this rule set moving forward. And a lot of really fun stuff we've seen so far today.
Yeah, I mean, Chen, ever since we went into game 3, has been last to pick. Now we're getting to see him move up the leaderboard, considering all of those people with MVP eligibilities are now going to be bumping him further and further up priority for those hero picks. So he's not going to have to look at that hero list and go, okay, that's taken, that's taken, that's taken, that's taken, that's taken, that's taken. I guess I'm left with this, and try and make matters and ends meet as best as he possibly can. It's also going to mean that a lot of people are going to really struggle identifying who exactly is MVP eligible. Obviously, things like the Fairy or the Wu-Chan, they're going to be seeing that same level of targeting coming on through, which Porty35 and Mike are likely going to be hazed for. But when it comes to Chen versus Wufeng, they're going to get some opportunities. Wufeng, though, because he's already played things like the Ino, might have to go for a double pick this time around. Is we're in game 6. We're gonna be really starting to head into the double pick woods if we go any longer.
The double pick woods, you say? It seems like they're going on a nature walk into their character, where they're gonna have to commit. One of the few players that really commits to the double pick is Mike. He tries to really end it when he does get the chance. He doesn't hesitate in these situations. So the problem is, though, every character gets banned.
Yeah, he's 11th. He's not gonna have a lot of options left to double pick.
Even though top 8 has some variety to it, when it's picked, it's almost 100% always the same characters picked in the top 8. So there's a little bit of Enor in there. There's a little bit of some nonsense there. I'm surprised Zipping really doesn't do well in any of this meta. I feel like that it's a... I see how Enor does okay, and I was talking to Frost about this, but the problem I see with Enor is that he can't really cleanse these tough situations, the multi-way fights, even though his ultimate allows him to bully wherever he's on very, very fast. It's somewhat reliable, tracking some down. As soon as you get the kill, someone just comes over and yoinks your soul bloom.
Absolute bloom, yeah.
You get the kill, you get the point, but you don't really get cleansed, and you're one and done basically. You get extremely lucky. He was telling me though that you can technically skewer someone and cancel within it and then finish him off, allowing you to get the soul bloom. I've seen that happen 0 times so far since I've watched Enor being played. So I was like, wait, that's a thing? And I was like, why has no one pulled it off? And he was like, it's hard. And I was like, all right, then just... we saw
that or they're hiding it. They could be hiding it for finals.
Oh my goodness, we see Spider pick Akos. What in the deny is this nonsense?
Mike, he's like, I don't trust anybody else. I don't trust any of y'all to stop Mike from getting Akos. Because like you said, Mike, when he goes to MVP eligibility, literally the next round he'll burn his double pick. He's already played Akos today. He is not getting the opportunity to use it at all.
What the Akos second pick? Spider's just like, if anyone can win except you, buddy.
Well, that opens things up for Chen though now. Because Akos would normally be a little bit lower down the pick priority. So Yodo is still open, Justina is still open, Tammy is still open, which would be a really good pick for Chen, given the fact that it's going to be Morris Isle and it's going to be a nighttime map, which also means increased fireflies.
Oh, we're all holding our breath here. Is he going to get the Valda pick, Justina? Island.
He either gets Valda or Tammy, and I think you prefer the Tammy now.
Depends. I feel like if Syra's so dominant, Tammy feels kind of boopy versus Syra. I'd rather go with the Valda pick. At least you can just...
Oh! He gets to choose!
Look at
He got
Chen.
both! Oh my goodness, H-Chan with the Yodo. Wait, that means that whoever is 9th gets whichever one Chen doesn't want. 2 MVP eligible players are going to be running Tammy and Valda. And then T25 is going to be able to get his Farrier. Okay, it's actually really clutch that Spider blocked Akos that early on.
I mean, Varia, Mike has done very well on Varia before, too. That's not like a hard pick for him either. Versus gonna get the Valdas. Wufang is gonna get what?
Double pick Eno. Do it. Hardy's open, Wichan's open, Farrier's open, Eno's open, Tarka's open.
Ew. I guess we just go with Hardy. I feel like Hardy's done alright.
Has Wufang played Hardy today though?
No, he hasn't gone with the Wuchen pick. Wuchen's
Mike Hardy or Farrier?
I would go with Faria.
And then T25 Hardy? Or do you think T25 pulls out the Takeda?
Kato would be insane.
He wanted the Farrier. He wanted the Farrier so badly. He pulls out the Eno.
The chuckle is always the troll pick. When you see them chuckling, the troll pick is coming.
He's MVP'd with Eno before.
Yes, but no one's MVP'd again since then.
I agree.
Like, that was a one and done.
He was sort of like the moral of the story, like, okay, lesson learned. If we let all of these conditions get met by the Eno, we will get bullied by this hero, so let's all just take him down on sight if he gets to those kinds of positions. I don't know though, Raven. Temi and Valda getting picked up by MVP eligible players. You said that there was like a 20% chance that it ended in the last game. I feel like that's slowly creeping up to like a 60 to 70 now.
Everyone picks Temi, but we haven't seen a Temi MVP in a while. Like multi-way Temi struggles the same way that Liam does. It's like 4 or 5 people. His ult is a scam because it's so paper thin, and everyone has flying knives. It's very hard to get a heal like kiting through that circle over and over. And it's already a lower duration because using the Wisp combo. So you're hoping to get a ton of value inside Yang, and flying knives just violate Temi's gold F or his combo break. So now looking at the average points, it's always a big tell of who's gonna probably win this situation. Spider with an 8.4 Echoes. Wow, what a guy. Versus 7.3 Valda. Another guy being a spectacular specimen here. Like versus, if the points are pointing,
this is the first time Wufang's on Wuchan.
That's gonna be sussy for Wufang. Frostman's at a 6-point Chaeol as well, so very solid. And Shin, not the best Syra, so it's gonna leave open a little bit of Yang for everyone else. Looking at the landing positions, we do again get Frostibus versus Chen. Frostibus got the best of him last time we were on Morris. Off spawn. To the right, we got 225, Mike, and Spider fighting around the cave with Edward and Wufang. ISO fight to the right. Verse getting the money position bottom left on his own. I don't see anyone MVP wise. No, that's all I care about.
Oh boy, the Fireflies fighting Secret Tunnel is gonna be absolutely insane. Spider on that Acos is gonna get so much work done with the closed up spaces, which mean that so many of those players really do not get the opportunity to try and disengage the Acos, try and roll away from things like the charged up skill rushes that come through from the Acos ultimate in its neutral, before we even take into account the Tiger Panthers coming on through. But yeah, I think everyone is going to be looking to the MVP eligible players. Start off strong with a couple of eliminations, and Firefly is already going to be picked on up for 2v5. He's going to be able to get 2 of them to already have that ultimate. Wait, Spider didn't get a single Firefly? Oh, that's unfortunate. 2v5 utilizes the F2 to be able to put the pressure onto Spider and then come through from behind, cutting off his disengagement, already coming on through with that V1, has the Thunder Mark applied, goes for the execution stance, will be able to find it, and Spider is gone within that first life, immediately being burned out.
Oh, that's cheesy. Nowhere you can go really versus Enor in that closed spot. Chen with purple armor is going to get the juggle onto Frostibus. Triple hold dodge out with the armor reset. Goes for the fade out. Looks for the bait. Doesn't get it. Tries to trap. Dodge cancel. Doesn't get it. Combo break's going to be coming out. Chen looking for the slappy. He slaps. Not able to get the slap, but he is able to find the light attacks as Frostibus tries to create some space. Ends up falling. 1-1 off spawn, Mr. BB's Frostibus.
I mean, Chen's loot though. He's already purple armor, purple weapon.
True. I'd rather be lucky than skilled.
That's actually insane. He's going to be in such a good position too, because it's purple spear too, which means if he can find the wisp into someone into Dragonslayer's Nessus lockdown, and he doesn't have the ultimate up. Mike's got engraving already. 2v5's got a purple longsword already. Okay, everyone's just got amazing loot. Mike's able to find the toothpick into the grapple bump. 2v5 on the doesn't have a combo break. Does get dropped though, which means that he gets a window to come on through with that ultimate. Mike's just going to head over to the Forbidden Seal and pop it. 2v5 wisely disengaged instead of chasing and getting caught into a 1 versus 1 against someone who does have a combo breaker when he doesn't have that health reset. As Chen's been able to find Wufang and thoroughly lock him down within the midst of this Temi V2. Out comes the Woof Chen ultimate, and Chen literally just slams on through with the spear damage, understanding that he can take the Wu Chen down before the blades kill him.
Looking off spawn, Chen's already up to 2 kills on his Temi. Wufang at 1, 225 at 1. Mike still trying to get on the board here as 225 is looking to put Mike on the board instead. Purple longsword is going to be put on the pressure, but Mike has engraving. Finds a wake up. 225 now going for a ride. 1-1, 2-1-1 into the reset. Oh, but he mashes the soft true combo. He's able to get the Enor ult, and now Mike trying to desperately get to his Faria mech. Doesn't really care because 225's on us skates, missing his attacks over and over. That little ledge, oh my god, too slippery for the Enor as Mike slowly but deliberately dodges this Enor.
The Thundermark!
Wait a minute. Wait a second.
Can you find the execution in time?
So far from his freaking mech. Nice job from 225 knocking Mike away, but unfortunately now Chen is here finding the naked armored 225 as he has purple armor, and 225 doesn't really break line of sight here, just gonna stay on top of him as Chen looks to clean up here and go 3 kills off spawn.
Oh, he's looking for the drop down RMV with that staff. Finds the scale rush. 2v5 was he able to pick up Fireflies? Oh my goodness, he was able to cut over to Fireflies. He got another V1.
You try to get him in the canyon, you try to sneak attack him.
Chen is gonna have to kite now. Comes in for the combo break. It does get hit by the Thunder Mark. Utilizes the F1 to create as much distance between himself and the Enor as possible so that he doesn't get hit into the execution stance. TB5 finds the execution stance, but oh my goodness, Spider with the third party. TB5's ultimate's about to run out. He knows that he's about to be vulnerable. Chen did use his F1, but the damage that he's taken has built up the V2. Now he gets the opportunity to try and drop it. And he's just putting the pressure on TB5. Out comes the Temmie V2. If he goes down, he's taking TB5 with him. He led Spider right to the Enor.
It's a scam. See, the Temmie wall comes down. The F of Enor just goes cutting through like butter. Hits him in the back. Looks for the reset, just doesn't get it. And now 225 has Spider chasing him down.
He got fireflies again!
Yes. Nothing like a triple ulting Enor smile.
That's actually insane. Yeah, Spider doesn't want to take the fight on flat ground anymore. He's just gonna look to try and kite disengage it. Out comes the Akos ultimate, and TB5 is like, okay, ultimate has been baited. I'm going to keep up the pressure with my F2, looking to try and trap you disengaged, and then I'm going to come through with my ultimate and look to chase you. Wants to know that your V2 is about to burn through. TB5 looking for his 4th elimination. Spider having to go for a grey armor swap as he heads into the zone so far away, trying to hold on to this purple weapon that he's been able to pick on up. Does TB5 really try and chase this down?
I mean... gonna de-transform. Oh, and he gets Spider coming back. He's him.
Wait, Yang spawned. He was so busy trying to take the fight against Spider and find the kill with the third cycle of the V1. TB5 was not in position to hold a spot for run with Yang Portal Pass.
Yang Spang, who cares about the Yang? 225 just cares about the kills. Moxie, he's trying to get on the leaderboard. He already has 3 on the Enor. Edward finds the kill onto HM, but everyone's posturing as Moxie brought up for the next Yang. Chen at 2, 225 at 3. Mike not on a leaderboard, but you better bet that all of these guys are going to be waiting to go into Yang. Let's try to secure this. First in a prime position on the Vault of Flying Knives. Does he have the matchup experience? I think after watching this, I realized how important it is that your weaker characters have to be so dialed in. You're going to be fighting a lot of characters that do have an edge on you. And you're going to have to be... You can't just... Before, you could just coast with these characters, but now you actually have to dominate. You have to win your fights in Yang.
Well, speaking about winning, all of the players who are MVP eligible are looking to win that so they can scale up. TB5 not going aggressive with his ultimate against the Justina is going to be very risky if he gets put against the Invisible into the freeze coming on through from that V1. Gets the opportunity, comes on through with his V1, looking to find the track down onto that Justina. He uses one of the dashes to keep himself as aerial as possible to try and avoid the Thunder Marks being applied into the execution stance follow-up. But TB5 now doesn't have to worry about the Justina ultimate coming through and freezing him. Can look to just catch all of Star's movements, trying to get over to the pillar, to scale rush away, gets the Thunder Mark into execution, into jump RMB. He's just got a couple more hits of damage, looking for the jump LMVs with the longsword to be able to finish it off of the clanks, and TB5 goes to 4 eliminations with a familiar Bird's Night buff.
TB5's looking like the favorite to take this right now, but Wufang and Mike both on match point, duking this out in Yang as minute 15. Still a lot of time here to work, to cook. Mike's gonna be able to go into the mech. Wufang 1 dodge down. We get 2 dodges down. Wufang's gonna get the complete right here. Roll. Husky. Roll. Need another hit right though. Tap dodge. No roll. And we're about to be home free for the fight again. Mike with the purple knives. And for the focus attack is going to get parried by Wufang. Wufang. Oh my god. Mike catches the parry from behind. Wufang did not want to get parried in that situation. That's why he turned it. Unfortunately, the back hitbox does leave him vulnerable. Gets a 1-2-3 into crouching LB, and now Mike with an uppercut combo for himself. Gets 1-2, a little bit of a crouching LB. But now he's down to his chip. Wufong fakes the pillar, finds the range attack, puts Mike down, Akshay.
Wufong now also going to have a million birds might, and I believe that's his second elimination of the game so far coming on through. Legendary staff picks up for him. What did T5 manage to get his hands on? Legendary halberds, as he's been able to find always Edward, another play with a million birds might, but both of these players going to be trying to take each other out. T5 does not want a strong contender for an MVP to be there with that Vermilion Birds might lasting for as long as the maximum duration. Action, I think, actually just spawned up right there on that soul altar. So T5 knows that one of these players is going to have Yang depletion as, oh my goodness, Edward actually hides inside one of the normal bushes and T5 entirely loses sight.
Well, T5, a little bit of a non-bush checker we've seen so far, but Frostibus finding a light attack on 225's cross, sending him for a ride right here. Unfortunately for Frosty, he is going to get Palm Lightning in the back, and big damage is going to be coming through as Edward's going to come through with the Palm Lightning. Good googly and moogly. That was a lot of damage right here. Now Mike with staff is on Yang depletion, 3 minutes, so a lot of time. Gets to one charge release from Shin. But wait a minute, Shin gets to parry one charge from Mike, and now Shin has Mike against the ropes, but Mike does have Mech Ultimate, is going to be poking around the side
Third party
right
from Verse.
Verse is third partying right now. Verse not at any kills, so he needs a Soul Bloom, and it looks like Shin is looking like the health spot right here for Verse as they both trap. Mike sitting on the outside. Mike still needs a Soul Bloom as well and needs to get on the leaderboard. Finds the uppercut combo, goes for the 2-1-1. Both of them clank though, and Mike is going to be staggering Verse out as he looks for the scale rush. And Shin is just has alligator blood, doesn't want to go down without a fight. Both Mike and Verse looking for this kill, but Verse is able to yoink it. Did he get the Soul Bloom though?
Mike didn't. Mike is down his ultimate and his combo breaker and didn't get it. That was a wild fight, by the way, going in on the area that all of these players have now kited into, and it meant that they got led directly into Arana, who comes on through with the Kylan V1 and has all of the resources to turn onto Mike, who is going to get eliminated from this lobby. That Kylan V1 still going to be lasting. First, not having that Valda V2 to help sustain a couple more hits, and he might be able to pull it, but he doesn't get the opportunity. The uppercut into jump LMB. The Vault didn't have the combo break to be able to break away and activate the V2 in time, and Verse, another one of the MVP eligible players, gets knocked out as well. As we can have a look and see T5, the current favorite, matched actually by Edward, currently with 5 eliminations on the Liam. If they go through and find the 1 versus 1 in the realm of Yang, then that is quite literally going to be the most important 1 versus 1 of this entire game, as Chen is going to be scouting the area, looking to see how many players around him, whether or not he can look for a third-party opportunity and play the spirit well instead of going into that realm of Yang, worried about getting Yang depletion when so many players are going to be hunting heroes down who aren't the immediate picks in the first phase.
Well, the name of the game to beat right now is Mr. OA's Edward on Liam. 5 kills. 5 kills. A lot of kills. Going into the second Yang. Everyone. Do we go for Liam in endgame? I mean, Liam can't defend himself, so it's gonna be a lot easier to get this through. But Edward is also in the realm of Yang again versus BB's Frostfist. We are going to be watching 225 versus Wufong here. Both these guys on match point. Bait out R&Bs. 225 going to go to the scale rush. clanking out with Wufang. Wufang threatening to double charge with the staff. Gets the one charge R&B through, sits on top. F's gonna be coming out. Double tap dodge. He's gonna be coming through. Dumping LMB is going to force Wufang to take to the skies right now. This Enor, wait a minute. Can't reach. You can't reach. It's too high. Wait, but he didn't get
5'9". Yeah, 5'9" in comparison to 6 foot that we're getting to see. TV5 was able to find the skewer though into the execution. And that helped reset, but he's taking so much damage standing in that one position against the Witch and Jagged Blades. Has to come on through, gamble the R&B connection from the halberds. He's one last hit at the moment. Has to cancel out of the focus because he's worried about the cannon splash damage. Dodges the first two, tries to find the headshot with the bow, and it just goes down to that 1 versus 1 ranged attrition warfare where the cannon comes out on top. Wufang walks away with the win. The Enor is now going to be hit with Yang depletion, and more concerning for the players on MVP eligibility, Edward won his Realm of Yang, which puts him now up to 6 kills, the highest amount in this lobby currently.
And he's on the Liam right now. Enor 225 has a lot of work cut out for him if he wants an MVP here. It seems like he's heavily focus fired though, not specifically 225, but just Enor's in general. I still feel like it's very, very hard for him to get through. We see Spider Star, Arano, and Chen all using this building to infinite kite. Just one of my favorite places to sit on. You have a bell, you have multiple floors, and multiple windows. Harder to like scale rush up through inside the building, I would say, is one of the only shortcomings of that building. But Wufang up to 3 kills right now. We just gotta focus fire Edward to get him out of here.
T25 is so close to where Star went down. Oh my goodness, there's still 2 minutes left on the body. If he finds the can and picks up the soul bloom, T25 gets to cleanse without having to take a fight.
We don't want that. We want him to die.
Raven's like, more NARAKA. We want to go the entire 8-game distance. I wonder as well, because like these players, they don't see the names, they only see the heroes. Everyone's seen that Liam's been able to pick up 6 eliminations. Do you think the way that we saw the other players who weren't MVP eligible not want to target Mike down because they were like, if he MVPs, we don't end the day, we still get an opportunity? Do you think that they're going to afford the same to Edward on the Liam because of how early he would be picked? Because when you have 5 players on MVP eligibility, it becomes a lot harder to try and figure out which heroes are available for the later end of the phasing.
You know, 225 and Edward probably gonna lock horns here. And the best Enor so far we've seen in NBPL has been 225. So in this spot, we've seen an endgame here at Temple in the north. So a lot of maneuverability you can do around here. But again, the time is ticking. Now Chen is on the Temi. We've seen how Temi's interacted with Syra. Is Syra dead though? Yeah, Syra is dead right now.
Syra's dead.
So he has a little bit more room to kind of work it. Mike is dead too, which is very good because he's very clutch.
Look at the soul it just timed out. Oh my goodness, that's tragic.
No, 225's on the complete wrong side. He's fighting dead side right here, but everyone's just at the top of this giant cliff. He's gonna be... Wait,
unless Spider runs into him? Yeah, Spider might actually run into him. He's on a direct interception path, actually. T25 with VF2 gets the kill and gets the soul bloom.
Oh. I spoke too soon. 225 on the leaderboard right now, and now we just need Edward to go down for 225. Moxie's main guy, Mr. Second Place himself. He's going to slow it down a little bit, but we can't slow it down. We have to take Spirit. Well, it's White Tiger's buff. Wufang is going for it right now. 6 people left alive though. It's really anyone's game still. To MVP this. As long as Edward goes down.
Chen's getting put under focus fire. I mean, Edward's also in the area. The difference is that 2v5 isn't in the area right now, looking for those third-party opportunities. He's trying to play very, very quiet currently. Chen, under pressure, has to drop the V2. Looks for the parry, manages to find it on Arano. Out comes the palm lightning, though, from those flying knives, and that is the problem with Temmie. You talked about it earlier. Flying knives have ranged properties, but aren't counted as ranged attacks, and therefore do not get blocked and shielded by the Temmie wind walls. So you just have no place of safety. Inside your ultimate or outside of it, you just get absolutely minced by the flying knives and any soldier that comes alongside them. So we're going to see Universe Slash actually coming on through from those dual blades. Edward didn't get the kill though. 5 and 6. If TD5 wins, we end the day early. If Edward wins, we go again. And TD5 is indeed locking horns with the Liam coming on through. He's being put into the uppercut, and it's a slope, which means out comes the V2 into the aerial. And I think this is where the Una is about to disappear. TD5 knows he's got way too much pressure and heat on him. Has to come on through with that V1 and look to turn the tables on the Liam. Looking for that Thunder Strike. Will be able to find the Thunder Mark once the execution follow-up manages to find it, but at the same time, players are actually taking better positioning to try and take the Spirit Well. TV5 gets an opportunity to take out his biggest competition here. He gets another Thundermark into another execution, but out comes the Kylan V1 and Arano steals the kill away. TV5 out of his ultimate gets the Soul Blim, looks for the F2 to set off a disengagement so that he can avoid any of the pressure coming in through from the Kylan, just kiting out that V1 duration, running into the zone and forcing Arano to choose between stopping TE's Wufong and Frostus from being able to cap the Spirit Well while going into the Corruption Stick damage and challenging him.
Which did he choose indeed? Arano still going to keep out the pressure right now, but 225 did a really good job of grappling straight up. Unfortunately, Arano did not lose line of sight of him as 225 is trying to create some space here. But a misgrapple. Arano's going to give it up and opt to go for loot here as we're down to 3, Moxie. Wait a second.
I think Wufong takes it though. Wufong won the fight against Frostivus for control of Spirit Well. Got legendary armor. He's on 4 kills. It's either Wufong or TW5. Right here. It ends, like you said.
Unless Arano gets both kills right here. Can Arano do it? It's Coach sparkling right now in support on the Kylan. He's finally showing some life right now. Has a little bit of momentum going his way. 225 is going to play this slow. Doesn't have ult to his name. It's going to be a wild card, I would say, Moxie, of whoever Wufong puts his ult on.
Yeah.
Going to get the business.
Oh, TD5 got spotted. Out comes the F2. We can see the Wu Chen from behind, looking for an opportunity to shock down one of these eliminations. Oh, the Moonbane! The Phoenix Blast coming in through from TD5, trying to hold Arano into that Moonbane for as long as he possibly can. Manages to find the grapple connection. The Clank coming on through. Arano looking to kite over to that Spirit Well and pick up the legendary armor. Reset will be able to find it. TD5 now having to melt through all of that armor once more. Manages to find it. The Longs are doing so much work with the combos that TD5 is able to chain together off of those dodges. Looks for the drop down into the Cavalry Bloom that Arano was holding up his sleeve the entire time. TD5 now out of his armor, getting chunked down upon by those pistols. But is this when Wufong decides to make his move? He's seen that Arano's low and he's decided to all in. Can TD5 find the elimination onto Arano, who manages to find a purple armor swap, but Wufong is still on that sidelines looking to take the kill. TD5 set up the F2 to put the pressure on Arano and get that last hit situation that he's looking for with the Phoenix Burst, but Arano is still going to be alive long enough to come on through with the Kylan V1, and we go back into the fight with ultimates in play. The Wu Chen F2 trying to find the connection onto the Kylan doesn't lead to any follow-up damage, as it looks like Wufong is more than content to just back off the fight now that they forced the Kylan ultimate, and Arano is going to be vulnerable.
Wait a second here. Wait, 225 just... Did he target swap? No, he doesn't target swap. He still keeps going for the Kylan. He's going to slow down. 1v1v1. No ult to his name, but Arano still has the book to throw out here. It looks like 225 is Opting to play slow, super slow for the heal off. What the? Wait a second here. We put all the energy in, and now we're gonna slow down. We gotta speed it back up. 225. Rano still on the cusp right now, but it looks like Wu Fong is just like, wait a second. Put the math together. This might be his main competition at MVP. We can't let him win either. Rano, happy to see that everyone's fighting except him for now. He has no ult to his name. Has a lot of space here. 225. What the? There's just like a pile of armors back there. Everyone keeps going for like a wardrobe change. Like, actually, this one is not my style. I want another armor swap back here.
Oh, TD5's got his own cap bloom as well coming on through. It's just going to utilize those Phoenix bursts to try and hyper armor through the range pressure coming his way. And yeah, it does indeed look like he's playing for a heal-off situation with the V1 being able to reset. Zone's going to move away from the pile of armor, at least. And for the second time today, we're going to get a zone close situation coming on through. We didn't get a single one of those in the earlier regular weeks. All of these players, it's going to come down to this. Can Arano, if Arano is able to come through with these last hits off of the Kylan V1 connections when the space is so cramped, that could be absolutely clutch. TW5 is getting turned on to both of these players trying to force that V1 before the zone closes. The armor is already incredibly low. TW5 has to go down to the ground and start looking for an armor powder. Out comes the Thunder Lord. Can TW5 manage to find the win, or will the Wu Chen or Kylan steal it away? Zone's closing in a matter of moments, and we'll be able to find out. This is going to be so tense though, Raven. Arano is still playing above the ground. Wufong eats one hit of damage coming on through from the execution stance. TB5 looking to play another Thundermark while also playing away from the Wu Chen ultimate, which has turned onto the Kylan. TB5 doesn't have his ult, but Wufong is looking to take Arano down, who's a lower and juicier prospect of a target.
Oh my god, the tension is so high. Arano. Why does everyone have Phoenix Blast right here? 225 has Phoenix Blast. Arano has Phoenix Blast. We're just throwing giant beams at each other. We take to the sky. 225 just trying to hold on to his ultimate. He wants to get that health reset. But Wufong goes so high, he disappears into the sky on the Wu Chen. Oh my god, the accidental burn. No, he comes down to the ground. Arano's like, hey, what are you doing down here? Hits him with a 1-2. Oh my goodness, Arano finds the first kill onto 225. 225's not able to hold on, and wait a second. Arano's gonna take this, I think. And we're gonna go another round. If he's able to take this away from Wufong here. No way, 225 ends up trolling it, and Arano is gonna clutch it up with a smile. And we're going to a game 7, it looks like, Moxie.
That's insane. I was going to say, TB5 actually had his V1 forced earlier, so he doesn't even get to use it for the health reset. And then the cap bloom comes through, and Arano perfectly positions the body and then positions the fight when he's going up against Wufong so that he's the closest to the soul bloom. When the zone starts closing on through, and that Wu Chen has to try and pull back and look to put himself as far away from the corruption stick damage as he can, he actually backtracks over to TD5's body, and Arano picks up the soul bloom off of the back of it so that he can win the heal-off situation if it comes to it. Yeah, TD5 is not happy. He knew that really was really close for both him and the Wu Chen to be able to take. Arano somehow, despite his ultimate being forced out prematurely, not going down and being able to play the two MVP eligible players against each other, perfectly stirring the pot, perfectly forcing them to take fights so that they try and knock each other out before, and then literally just teasing them with the prospect of being able to get the last hit on his health bar to build up his ultimate, and then playing on the low grind so that if anyone came close to him, if they don't play the grapple game instead, they go directly into the Cav Flume connection. What a play coming on through from the Kylan.
What was the point of forcing out the Kylan? They take the biggest risk going on Kylan right there. Both of them start smacking him and risking the aggro. They fade out the aggro. And then they don't finish him off right there. I understand maybe they want to hesitate because if one of them does finish off the Kylan and is forced to use their cooldowns, they're immediately going to get thirded. And then whoever takes that is going to MVP and win the round, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if one of them doesn't win it right there outright, then they lose. I feel like you see Wufang kind of a little shook there at the end. It's really up to Wufang to force the issue in that situation. Because for sure, out of those three characters, Wu Chen is in the worst position, and he needs to get value off his ultimate and stir something up. He can't go to the heal-off situation where Enor for sure wins that. Now, we didn't really see how 225 ended up in the Cavalry Bloom into the zone. But we did see Wufang drop down with an R&B from the top ropes and just immediately get hit.
Yeah.
That was a little silly Billy to me. What are we doing there? Everything's gonna be kicking. I think Wufang's gonna definitely be kicking himself after that one. And 225 just could have amped up to aggression. I think he just didn't even know that if he would have killed Orano there, he would still most likely. Actually, no, it's not. He wouldn't have taken it still. He'd have to win the MVP. Wait a minute, that's Panda Man. Casting on the CN side. But yeah, we go. I thought it was gonna end right there after they burned Orano's ultimates, but we just didn't see the long run of that. If one of them forced the issue, that they would most likely lose. But for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, as we keep going, a lot more NARAKA is still going to be played here. Which player killed GG's Chen in Game 6? Was it A, TE's Wufang, B, BBE's Frostvis, C, WZ's Rano, or D, YZG's T225?
Well, we've got the same amount of players on match point eligibility too, Raven. 5, which means no one is moving up in terms of those phasings, and we're likely going to be seeing it's going to be likely Chen, if he's still at the top of the leaderboard, coming on through with the Valda pick, and then whoever is second in phasing for MVP eligibility likely going to be scooping up the Temi, unless someone blocks it in the earlier non-MVP eligible 7 players that we have left. As Arano 7.8 coming on through from him, Edward with a 7-point game, TZ5 with 6.5, Wufang with 6. So if either of those players had been able to be the last person standing and got the kill score multiplier, we would be handing them the seal and saying, GG's, we'll see you in the solos LCQs. That's actually really, really tough between both T225 and Wufang as well, because they're currently tied for bi-weekly final points that they've been able to put together. Whichever one of them gets a higher scoring goes into grand finals without LCQs. Whichever one of them gets the lower end of the stick has to go through LCQs. So there's a lot on the line for those two players right now.
Well, looking at the top here, not no matter what, Chen has slowed down significantly because he's been forced into such later phases. He's not been able to play a very strong character, and everyone's been chopping him at his legs, making sure he doesn't win any of these situations. Lead has been closed down to like 4 points, him holding at 39.8. But we are going to take a look first at the highlights of this Game 6 with the winner Oranos, brought to you by China Unicom. Off spawn, we saw 225 have ultimate like 6 times off spawn.
3 times, yep.
The fireflies over and over, just baiting people into weird positions. And there's one thing that 225 is the best at in the league. I feel like he has the best performing Enor so far.
Yeah, I mean, he almost MVP'd with it twice. He was the only one who's been able to MVP with it. We get to see him here in the realm of Yang. He won 1, lost 1, which put him into the unfortunate circumstance of coming on through with that Yang depletion. Yeah, he's feeling himself. He was really happy with that realm of Yang win, as Wufang there with the Wu Chen F2. Goes directly into the headlock, coming on through from Frostvis, however, gets to come through with the blade placement, finding the tracking onto that Shiol now that she doesn't have her ultimate, forced to use the combo breaker, and those blades are still going to be absolutely shredding her. So it's just one light attack. This is the cavalry blow moment, just catching T225 as he drops from the sky into the jump LMBs, keeping up the pressure onto the Wu Chen, into the Kylan V1 so that he can get as much stagger as he possibly can. Dodges the F2 placement from the Wu Chen's teleport swap, makes it over to the body so he can pick up the Soul Bloom. There's no punishment for him at that point because Keelan Guard has not yet been broken, so he can stay in that zone, flit over to that Soul Bloom, pick it on up, and then once his ultimate is done, he'll have all of the benefit in terms of winning the health sustain fight, and Kylan will be able to walk away with his first MVP of the day.
What was that, man? 225 just just fell right into the cavalry boom. Just, oh my goodness, that just looked so goofy, him just dropping down. I think he was just gonna drop down and immediately ult. I don't even know what he was thinking. Maybe
he didn't have ult.
When did he press ult? Yeah, I'm pretty sure
he used it before. He had to use it before. He used it before zone closed.
Oh, I thought he had ultimate. Okay, that's not as bad then. Wait, should have never been forced to use ultimate. Who forced him to use ult?
He used ult when there were like 2 players grappling and the Kylan was still on the ground. It was a really rough time for him to get forced into burning ult.
I remember him going to endgame where he was sitting on top of the tree when everything slowed down and was holding on to his ult. So the only thing that could force him to ult was them hitting him, but they just stopped. Are you sure he didn't have ultimate? Moxie,
no, he definitely used ult.
For you guys, we have another question. Wait, we already saw that question. Who killed GG's Chen? I'm gonna have to check the VOD after this to see whether or not 225 used ult, because I didn't see any pressure go onto him at the end there. It was just gonna go up to a heal off situation. We were saying that he was just gonna go for the full reset. I didn't see a Wu Chen port go off either. Wu Fang went all the way to the sky. Maybe they were fighting on the low ground for a little bit.
Well, we'll have to see. We'll get actually the opportunity to check the VOD as we'll be back with the next game after this break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. And VOD has been checked, and we can now confirm 255 did, in fact, use ult before trying to live the heal situation with it. So that matter has now been cleared up as we get ready to move into what could be our last game of the day. However, there is still a potential Game 8, Raven, waiting in the wings if this goes even further.
I don't even believe it's a potential game 8. I think we're to go to a game 8 at this point. As these MVP players, I just don't think they want it bad enough anymore. Honestly, they see it in their hands, and we just slow down. We take our foot off the gas. After we put the hardest part of the situation is baiting out the Kylan ult and surviving the all-in. I really put it on Wu Fang because he was on Wu Chen. It's up to him to really force the issue. Although he can't pop his ultimate because eventually he has to fight 225. So no matter what, maybe the 200 IQ play is that he wants to go one more round so he can have even a better situation as everyone's gonna be very limited of what they can pick right now. Double picks are gonna be coming out, and that's what's interesting about this current just like whoever has the most points being in certain phases is a double pick does come in huge right now. We saw a lot of weirdness that round where Spider just sniped the Akos away from Mike. Diabolical. He's like, nah, Mike, yeah, anyone else can win except you. So Mike doesn't.
Do you think he's gonna double pick it again? That would actually be crazy.
Both of them really like Akos on Morris. They generally play it a lot. But Mike's also moved his Akos to Predoria as well, so I feel like it doesn't matter what the map is.
I think Mike just plays it whenever he can get it, because Spider and Mike aren't the only players who've started playing Akos. We've seen a lot of people pick up the Akos, and since you can only play one of the hero in the lobby now, you don't get the opportunity to share the same character as someone else. You kind of have to take what you can get where you can get it.
Very true. Very true. What map are we going to now?
I believe it is going to be... We just had Morris. Is it a Holoroth? And then we end on Predoria? Because Solos is topsy-turvy in comparison to trios.
Oh, and even, I would say the 8 round is even more topsy-turvy. Got a lot of... What's going on there on that piece of paper? Mike's looking really warmed up. He's looking locked in. You don't want to give him a chance right now. Although his Feria wasn't looking as dominant. It looks like Mike's just overall fighting isn't as crushing and suffocating as it used to be. Everyone has really found nuanced situations, and it's been getting value. Just they're spacing really, really well, hitting people on the way in with light attacks, and throwing in very, very sneaky focus attacks as people try to close the distance and try to catch their dodges. It's just a very different world of fighting, and Mike used to just walk through players. He didn't really play slow, just sit in the pocket right in front of your face and just trade with you, and he was always able to download you and force you into decisions where he had the answer to. Now it seems like it's the opposite. A lot of the times we're seeing Spider force people into pillar situations where he's landing focus attacks when you come around corners, or our Verse just going into scale rush situations off pillars, going above, going below, and baiting you to try to challenge him on it. And he's taking advantage of everyone.
Ooh, Horror Starry Night. I was right. TD5, he's actually smiling to himself because off of the score that he was able to put together from the last round, he's overtaken Mike in terms of points. So he's now going to be 11th pick rather than 12th. If he wants to double pick he could. The Farrier could also potentially be open to him as a first time pick as well, leaving him having a potential double pick when we head into, if we head into game number 8. As a Starry Night means not only are there going to be increased fireflies, it also means that we have the environmental hazard of meteor showers, which when you interact with those baubles are going to be able to give you rage. So ultimates are going to be online not just as frequently as fireflies, but even more so as who gets the Liam. It's literally no one wanting to commit to it right now. Syra and Shael picked first. Spider's already played the Liam. Does Arana decide to go for his comfort character, given the fact that he was the player who ushered in the era of the Liam V2?
True, he was the original ball master, just capturing people when they came out of Yang, trapping them left and right. He is going to opt to go Yodo instead. Spearwell bully, and I would say a Yang bully as well. Ooh, Spider go with the double Liam. We saw him with the sussy pick. Picking the Akos.
Just watch it be Akos.
He goes Akos again.
He's gonna look up from the computer, specifically lock eyes with Mike and be like, yeah, this one's for you, and lock in Akos. But no, Spider goes for Liam instead, which means that Akos is still up for grabs. Though with Mike being 12th pick, I don't think any MVP eligible player will leave that for him.
Spider or Frostfist has his open. His picks ahead of him. Gonna go with the Kylan. One of his favorite characters. Still has an opportunity to bring this back. He is on the cusp of getting to match point. That's why I think we're going a distance, Moxie. It's just all these guys are still heavy hitters who are on the cusp, and they can easily just steal the MVP away, as everyone else has to be at the mercy of the low tier picks.
Wait, Chen could double pick Temmie. Unless HM blocks it from him. Valda's still up, Tammy's still up. There's the Aircos block that we expected to see come through. Fairy is still up, Wu Chan's still up, Eno's still up if TW5 wants to make a play for the double pick of it. Does Chen decide to try and go for the double pick here? How confident is he that he's going to be able to end the day? Because if it goes the full 8 rounds, he does want to make sure that he's having a good game score. Yeah, that's the double pick. He either MVPs here with it, or he gets enough points together that he can stay ahead of his competition, because Wu Feng is on his heels when it comes to overall amount of points picks up in the day. And if it goes to 8, that's what determines who walks away with the win.
Wu Feng is going to get the Valda. What is Verse going to get, though? He's smiling. When they're smiling, they usually got a troll pick coming up. What does Verse's smile mean?
Eno block, maybe, on TW5? Wu Feng's used his double pick too. Farrier block on TW5. Okay, double pick of Alda, double pick of Temmie. Does TW5 go for the double pick of Eno? Leaving Mike with Wu Chan.
Mike gets the worst character out of all of them. If I'm him, we had to go double Eno pick. We're ready.
Yeah, Starry Night. You're always gonna get your ultimate. There it is. Also, if he lands Salvation Podium and can control it the way that we saw Chen with Syra, getting to immediately pick up that legendary weapon, that Eno damage is going to be absolutely scaled to the moon and back.
Excellent point, Moxie. Oh my god, Mike on the hottie. I was like, wait a second. Are we gonna see the GOAT hottie come back? Now
You double picked it earlier, right? In the regular week? I think it was bi-weekly free. Mike double picked hottie.
The problem with hottie now is like Syra can just beat him out of the air, and his outside game isn't as strong. But inside Yang, I feel like he still gets value. Still really good at grabbing soul booms as well. So.
And escaping if the entire lobby's attention is on you. Like, Chan on the hottie survived so much scrutiny from players who were all after him.
Dorado. I mean, Holoroth is a classic hottie map as well, so.
All to play for.
If I'm gonna pick someone, it's gonna be Mike, because he's not gonna shy away from the moment if you let him get there.
True.
I watched before, I was like, what are we doing? We just never, you could just see the players, they didn't have a game plan of what they wanted to accomplish in this situation. It was just very
I mean, that end game, it was actually, Arana was the only one with ult left. Wu Feng used his at the same time as TD5.
Yeah, I felt like Arana was sticking to his game plan, no one else was. You get the average points of everyone, Spider? It's like, no, 225 with the highest average on the Enor. Oh my goodness. This is 225's chance though. Double Fireflies around the map. Shin on the Syra. It's not going to be as good as other Syra's average points. So I feel like Puzzle's going to be open here for the taking.
Wait, this is Jin's double pick too. He was on the Syra previously, and then we saw him fighting Mike when they both had Yang depletion.
It's like we're landing pretty spread though.
TD5's not going Salvation Podium. Wait, where is YZG?
Right.
Oh, just above Spider. It's I could not see because the mascot of SR was actually fully covering the YZG tag. He is directly above BBE's Frostivus.
Well, Not gonna lie, these spawn locations are a little bit weird. There's a lot of Firefly timings here. Versus a Firefly timing to the left of Plume. The north. Firefly there for 225. Ew. I feel like Frost is actually landing on the Firefly timing, not five, unless their squares are kind of just pushed out. Remember SS1 is just getting hit by that. WZ is landing in an obscure Firefly in the Frost. I'm wondering what Mike's rationale is landing all the way far left. There are Fireflies where he's landing as well.
He could potentially also want to make sure that he's not having to take the RNG of losing the hot drop because poor T5 got landed on and doesn't have a weapon. It's just slaps. No weapon, no way of focus strike cancelling, no way of scale rushing. And poor T5 still hasn't been able to find one. Has to use the F2, just try and create as much distance as you possibly can. But again, you're not going to get far. You just sort of have to hope that Spider with the third party might be able to intercept Frostivus's damage. All of these tries have been picked clean. There's absolutely nothing here for this poor Eno. But Spider is actually going to be able to come on through clutch. Comes out with the Liam V2, scoops up Frostivus, and tries to turn onto what T5's headed. But the Eno has had enough time to finally open a trove and find a weapon, and it is going to be a fan. Unfortunately for him, I don't think he's found any Vitalia, as his health bar is currently in the critical.
225 critical health, as Moxie's saying. Spider has him against the ropes right here. 8 out, focus attack throws 1 out. Doesn't throw the second one out, but it's not going to matter. Spider's going to close the distance. Find the bonk bonk. 1-2 on the nutties. We are going to go over to puzzle. Edward almost got run over right here. Verse is going to be jumping into the Feria mech, putting pressure onto Edward, but Edward immediately goes out of line of sight. Staying on the ground. Does get a different armor here. Has to heal it though, but HM's going to come in. Find him lacking as Wu Fong is going for a ride from Frostivus, beating out the parry, and now last hit situation for Justina. Nunchucks is very good for dueling, is very good for pressuring people, but scale rushing, not the best weapon out of all of them. Just very, very long animations and very easy to pull. Counter. Arano's going to be showing up. We do get an armor reset. 1-2's coming through from the Yodo.
The V2! Oh. Wu Fong was mashing that. The damage done by that Yodo ultimate meant that Wu Fong was able to hit the V2 in time. Frostivus is out though. He knew that that third party opportunity would potentially leave him vulnerable too, and he is going to just go space away, pick up better loot, coming through with the ultimate advantage when both the Yodo and the Valda's ultimates are done. And should have the better situation, as we can see Wu Fong fortifying his position with the trap clips, just to get a better read of the players around him if someone tries to cut off the disengage. Frostivus found himself purple armor as well off of his respawn drop, which is pretty huge as we can head over to Salvation Totem, because Salvation Totem is still seeing this fight go down. Verse, unfortunately, in just a rough situation as we saw him previously, but this time does not have that pillar or mech to be able to drop into. Has to go for the scale rushes. But the first party coming on through from HM with the ACOS is giving him that disengagement opportunity! The ACOS V2 pounds into the thorny roller, and Edward has no opportunity of getting out of that one.
Edward, thorny rollers are. I still can't believe Frost let this fight go on extended when he had the advantage. Either we go over to Realm Yang, or we commit to this fight again. Arano does get hit by the trap. Fong creating some space again. No ult to his aim. 60% to his ultimate. Arano keeping up the pace on top of him. And Wu Fong, nice uppercut combo, but Arano still has his ultimate here as now Frostivus opts to look in as Wu Fong dives deeper into the zone to pop off this heal. But Arano chasing him with the Yodo slashes. Wait a second. This Yodo's going real deep. Oh no.
Mutual destruction? Wait, Arano! Turn the Yodo ultimate onto Frostivus! Hold on a minute, Wufeng's getting a full reset opportunity. He's 15% off of the V2. He throws in the RMB, gets parried. The riposte damage doesn't come through, so Wufeng doesn't gain any extra rage generation off of the back of it as everyone just tries to reposition out of the zone. If Wufeng gets his ultimate here, he's going to be able to keep fighting in the zone, unlike Frostivus and Arano. It's this early on, but they have been fighting here long enough that a heal cut is going to come on through. The Yodo F2 tries to trap the position. Frostivus, now a sliver of HP, is going to go down either to Arano or the zone tick damage. Wufeng comes in through with the V2, looking for the spear connection onto the Yodo, misses the first one. Urano looking to come on through with the kite into the RMB, manages as well to double jump over the second spear connection. Wufeng finds the parry though into the spear before Urano can dodge out onto the restand, and Wufeng walks away with the kill. But my goodness, that was a crazy fight. That zone has moved so far away from the Volda. I don't know if Wufeng's going to be able to make it out.
Oh my god, please! Oh my god, hold on, Mike. I was about to say he made it back, and then he took the widest grapple possible and almost died again. Just so silly. We are seeing the classic Mike Hottie skin here. Red outfit versus Star. Let's get the grapple kick. 1-2, just barely any damage here. Star's gonna pop the Justina ult, look for the dash through. Don't get much off it. Double dash, gonna fade out. A bow shot did come ringing over Mike's shoulder. Third party possibilities. A nice parry gonna come out from Mike. Looks for the LMB a little bit late as Star is able to pop his combo break. Now triple dodge out. He's looking to land a hit onto Star. Wait a second. Star just turns and starts smacking him out of this. And wait, Star demechs him. Like
Action 2.
Then jumps in immediately. What the?
Oh, Mike's going so low. Action with the musket shot here applied more pressure onto Mike, which demechs him faster. And now Mike is in a horrible position. Reckon he doesn't have the res. If he goes out, he's out of this lobby for good.
Oh no.
The desperate kite. Grey fan, scale rush chained together. Disengage plays. But that's just not going to give it up, surely. They keep chasing and putting the pressure on the Hottie.
Well, look at doing a good job of locking him down. Still has combo breakup too. Trying to make his way to Plume Castle to guarantee the kite.
The stam's so low though. Like every single time he dodges, it flashes red.
Damn schmam. Moxie. Oh, this is a big though. Versus 225. Both of these guys on match point right now. 225 on the double Enor pick. I feel like Verse on the double Fairy pick maybe? Gets big skewer against the ground. He's gonna be going over the classic. Going over the pillar. After roll. Delayed. Then roll again. Rolling. He's rolling and rolling and rolling. Verse. Big plays right there to minimize the damage right now. F comes flying through, but Verse does go into mech. Able to come through. Wait, triple tap dodge. No stamp to his name. He got one stamp in the bar. You guessed right. A little bit of missiles. Oh my goodness. Just a sliver of health. 225. Threading the needle gets one heal off, 2 heals off, a 3rd heal off, 33 seconds though. A 4th heals off. There's too many heals. There's way too many heals. We both
it's fully reset.
We had to take some risk here. Who is gonna
Out comes the F2.
20 seconds
Goes for the hold. I mean, they might just time out.
Like a...
Oh, it's looking like a gambit. Dragon Slayers into Nessus. The lockdown on the ferry. CT5 just needs a couple more hits. Looks for the jump horizontal. Hasn't been able to find it until now. And gets the cast of the F2 to be able to finish it off. Oh my goodness. I thought for sure we were about to be petty and just time out because we're both MVP eligible players and we wanted someone else to have Yang depletion.
Look at the overall scores. Wait, they flashed it.
It's okay. Well, we'll get to see it after we get this replay coming on from one of our other realm of Yangs, as Wufeng is going head-to-head against this ACOS, just using those pillars to avoid away from all of the pressure that the ACOS can output. Out comes that Valda V2, looks for the split connection, finds it as HM's about to hit the ground into the uppercut grapple kick combo. We're just going to go for a ride with the full extension into the drop R&B, into the Valda Sphere up of the stagger, into, you guessed it, the exact same combo yet again, because you don't have your combo breaker up since you're an ACOS. Oh my goodness. That's why we got the replay coming on through Raven. I think that's one of the cleanest Valda extensions we've seen so far this season.
Flying knives with Valda reset, just too much damage to survive. And I want to see the overall scores. Wufeng at 2, Burst at 1, 225 at 1, Mike at 1. Still anyone's ball game right here, as Spider is already up to 2 kills, the same as HM. HM on the ACOS. Verse does manage to dodge the light attack right there. We get the stagger himself. Nice counter grapple from HM, keeping the spacing right now. It has a gold fan versus Blue Fist right here. Overholds through. That's big damage going to come through, but Verse is able to get the armor reset, and on his flank though, Spider. Oh no, Spider's going to steal the MVP. I already know. He's going to steal this kill. What is this? Farrier mech inside the zone. He's going to steal the first one. Oh my goodness.
My goodness. Spider catches. Verse sets it up actually. The Farrier mech pillar drop hits HM into the stagger, and Spider scoops him up with the R&B follow-up. Spider's salty reds as well, by the way. He had Vermilion Bird Smite. He dies. First gets the elimination, his second of the game, and Spider comes in knowing that he has the upper hand in terms of eliminations and ultimates. Now he has to worry about Mike coming through, but he's still got another throw of the Liam's V2, and he's going to send Mike out of the doorframe so that he can try and exit the building from the other direction, and Mike can't catch him. Mike, instead of going for the chase, going to prioritize picking through all of that loot, as TV5, I believe, just lost a 1 versus 1, but still had Vermilion Bird Smite, so will be in soul form currently. As we can have a look for the second run of Yangs. Nang spawning on through, Wufeng already posturing on up to try and take this one, though it is going to be contested by both Chen and Star. The Justina able to get that Yang pass and stop the jump LMB damage coming on through from that spear with the Justina F2, but he now doesn't have his combo breaker, and Wufeng is going to keep up that pressure, forcing the Justina far enough away out of the radius of having that Yang portal pass that it now moves over to the Valda's possession instead.
Wufeng switching between fan and spear. A Chen, and it looks like Star gonna be challenging him for the ticket right here. Been here a million times before. 25 seconds. Wait a second, we do have the ult soon here. Doesn't look like Wufeng trusts it. Isn't gonna commit his ult. Even though he did have the ticket right there. Interesting position. Usually around the 25 to 30 second mark is a sweet spot of popping your ultimate to get the maximum duration. Action just trying to dodge 225 on the ballista. Very interesting. 4 kills on Spider though, as Wufeng wasn't able to get his tickets back. Someone else did go into zone as he makes his way to another zone potentially. Mike waiting in there for all challengers to go. Mike, he is going to get a Rano.
Oh, he's got 2 now too. This is going to be a big fight for Mike. He wants to be able to come through with one of these eliminations without having to worry about third parties breaking his wings prematurely and stripping him of flight from that Hardy V2. Out comes the drop down with that fan already being able to find a couple of 1-2 connections. Erudition is going to be shown on the board for that Yoto, and out comes the V2. Mike with the chase down, going for the triple charge, applying the fire tick damage, trying to keep up the effectiveness of that heal sustain so that Arana, when he goes for the 35% heal sustain from the Yodo slashes, won't be able to get the most amount back. Mike just trying to play around them too, not letting them connect cleanly into him, looking for a drop down fan RMD, but the Yodo's ultimate is still going to be going. He just has to dodge this last one. He's holding for it. Arano holds it, and Mike perfectly spaces the dodge so that he does not get hit a single time can come up through with his combo breaker. The Yoda with the F2 also going to burn hers to get one of those armor powders off and try and make a play for the erudition, but Mike interrupting it before it can go into the purple focus with the fan RMB, keeping up the pressure, looking for the uppercut read in case a runner was looking to disengage and skirmish from one of those pillars, and Mike has a significant lead in terms of health bar and can look to close off the fight. What aura is that where he stands in front of the Yoda waiting for the commitment of the blade slash and then perfectly space dodges it?
Look at aura. Look very standard from Mike, for the GOAT himself to stare it down. I can't believe Arano is so gun shy with erudition. We've seen the spear in trios and solos just get so much value just throwing out that R&B. It's so hard to deal with. And Mike just stays on top of him, finding the light attacks over and over. No focus attacks coming out from Arano. Too worried about getting parried in that spot, I feel like. We are going to get Wukong versus... Wow, this is too fast. Versus Edward and Chen. He just gets bonked for all of his health out of nowhere. And just, for some reason, the whole lobby just has spears right now. Mike jumps up to 2 kills. Chen on the Temi, still no kills. And 225 hiding in a bush on the Enor. The question is, as we get closer to concluding this round, do we let the hottie live? Oh my goodness. He hurt me. Just threw it out and got parried with the erudition. Got cross parried by Star. And now Star's putting him in the blender, trying to get the uppercut combo. We do use the F. Star is gonna go max range here.
Wait, his Spider though. Spider and Mike both looking for the in on the third party. If Spider, like you said, I can feel it too. Spider is on 4 eliminations, doesn't have Yang depletion, is on the Liam too. So if Star and Arano and Mike continue fighting, someone is getting caught by out of nowhere curveball, quite literally from that V2. Mike with the jump parry onto FX. So Star forcing the Justina F2 into the LMB from that dagger, just trying to turn any attention or focus onto somebody else and create distance for Star to be able to disengage. Star does not want to take this fight with too many players around. He does have Yang depletion though, so his hand is pretty quickly going to be forced. Unfortunately for him, the longer he waits, the more players start to show up. We've gone from 2 players third party to 3.
Everett's just... What is this? This group of players just all on the top. Mike does have White Tiger Bus for 30 more seconds. He's going to do a 1-2 into a run right here, forcing a Yoda wall. No armors to his name, but everyone's grappling towards him. They just don't want the hottie to win. It's coalition of anti-bird. No one wants him to win right here, as Spider's going to be coming in. Full gold armor. On the outside, we got Justina with the cannon shots. Burning everyone. Club meeting dismissed. Just too much Rupture Gale coming into the room. As Star has action just swinging at him. Everyone's just taking a swing at everyone's back right here. This is like a Congo line of betrayal. As Spider comes through with a 1-2-3 dual Halbies. As Mike's getting spammed by range.
I feel like Spider knows that this is Mike. He's been going out of his way to grief Mike the entire time. Everybody else has backed off of the hottie. Spider's still there. He even comes on through, potentially with that V2, looking for the connection, as Mike has no choice but to go aerial in the ultimate. Has to make sure that his movement is going to be fluid though, as Spider had swapped over to the ranged shot, starting to try and chip through some of that health to make Mike have to land prematurely. Mike will be able to back off towards the cliffside though. Fully drops down, gets a heal off without anyone close enough in the vicinity to hear the sound cue, and give away his position as Arano is still on the back foot. He's not going to be long before Yang depletion ends. So 225 is going to be very close behind that Yoda to see whether or not he can find a cheeky last hit, especially because Chen on the Temi just meant that Yoda F2 finds absolutely no reset opportunity. Poor Arano is forced to go for a great armor swap off of the ground as Chen was actually guarding the windowsill in case he tried to scale rush through it to lead into the purple hit of Erudition. Arana's found another armor swap, this time blue. A little bit more survivability, but unfortunately for him, he hasn't found a reset for the one thing that matters, that Yang depletion timer. He's just gonna have to kite and look for a kill, but again, the Temi griefs the cast of the F2. No heal opportunity. Out comes the V2, and Arano just has to try and scale rush out of it, gets clipped by the Windle, puts himself at least onto a different layer of verticality. Out comes the slap, and you feel like that's a little bit personal towards the Temi, who has absolutely griefed him multiple times, and Chen will be able to find the kill, but CVV5 thinks that he can get the kill onto this Temi now that the Wisp and Combo Breaker is currently down for the count for Chen.
Wow. Chen is going to be eliminated. Now 225 and Mike. Only ones left with match point to take it, but they're on. Not gonna lie, Moxie. Little bit of a sus characters, and it looks like Spider very much knows Mike is on Hottie. Like, without a doubt, he's like, this is probably Mike. Let's not let him win. And Spider is the person to kill for Mike right now, since Spider's already up to 4 kills. Picking up MVP for now. Now, it doesn't mean that 225 and Mike can't come back and take it away, considering there are 6 people left alive. Oh, wait,
Spider? Mike found an opening! Oh, but Edward steals the kill! No, never mind. Mike gets the kill into Spider at the same time as Edward gets the kill into T25. It's all up to Mike now, Raven.
Well, Mike is in a good position right here. No ultimate to his name. It's whether or not the lobby is going to focus fire him.
Do you think anyone else actually saw him use his ult? He cancelled it very early. And I think they were on an isolated space because everyone else was looking at T25.
Action on the Syra. Grabs the Spirit well. There's a bell here. They're going to see Mike's hiding. And they're for sure going to feed him, it feels like, this position. Unless Action does not mind the target selection. He's just trying to get over this cusp here for 24 points. I mean, Edward is trying to technically get over 24 points too. But if you have White Tigers buff, why not go? Looks like
Jin's ahead. He's been able to make up. He's got 2.5 from this game. He was on 22.9 before.
Well.
But all of our players except Star are going to be able to make it that are left. So there's a lot of motivation to try and find Mike, especially since
Ross is not going to be making it.
No, that are still alive.
Oh, that is still alive. Okay.
Other than Star. Wait, Mike just no way.
Oh my god.
I mean, Action finds him. Star's the one that you have to worry about. Star's 40 seconds to Yang depletion burnout. Does Mike get the last hit on the Justina? Wait. Does Mike go down to give the soul bloom to the Justina?
We're dead already. There's just no doubt.
He's trying. The Justina's trying. Star is like, it's you or me!
Oh my god!
And Mike with the triple charge, and he got the soul bloom. Oh my goodness, Mike's on 4 eliminations. Raven, he might actually do it.
Oh my god, I spoke too soon. He's the GOAT. He was 1 HP and he gets the dash. That did 1 billion damage with the gold fan. Wait, but can we survive this situation right here? Both of these guys have committed to killing Mike first.
Wait, Edward's taking some downtime to set up purple armor swap though. At the moment it's a 1 versus 1.
Is there a world where we can kite this till we have ult again? We're at 62%. Mike is very accustomed to kiting right here. We have this building and this pillar to play off of right now. Mike with the scale rush has the gold fan. And we're back to full health, so winnable situation. Oh, nice. Drop down parry. Oh my god. Mike's just so aware. 1, 2, 3. Cyan Fang. Able to get some health through. Action really wants to take down Mike here, but Syra doesn't win. You know, because Hottie, he's playing Burn Hottie. I feel like if this goes the distance, Mike actually wins.
Yeah.
The dots.
He like
at 100% though. That's gonna be tough though.
Can he keep the ultimate until zone closes and then apply the fire tick damage to the Syra to cut Jin's heal efficiency? There was also someone already picked up the legendary armor. I think it was Edward, because Jin's just been so on top of Mike this entire time. Edward has actually been weaving in and out of the fight. Sometimes it's a 1v1, sometimes it's a 2 versus 1. He's been squirreling away the armor. That legendary armor has disappeared somewhere. And I'm not sure where. I think only Edward actually knows. Mike's been able to kite long enough to have his V2 come through again now. As I believe that was it Sky Punch or Tempest Kick? We cut away before I could see what exactly the Soul Jade was attached to the Fist Blades coming on through. Oh, great read of where Mike would be scale rushing the path from. Out comes the engraving. Mike has no choice but to use the ultimate now. Look for the verticality, fakes out that he's full disengaging, turns back with a triple charge to put the pressure onto Jin and try and baseball bat him into that zone. Goes for the overhold of the RMB from the fan. Again, cancels it out and goes back to the kiting puff so that he can just buy as much time as possible so that he can build back the V2 before the zone closes through. This is a very real world where we see Mike walk away with the MVP, and he keeps finding the parries, which just make it more and more realistic an option. That double parry was absolutely beautiful.
What is this? How does he find these like little cracks to fight? Oh my god, another little ledge I've never seen before. Kite them. He keeps being able to get the retuna up. But 1v1 situation. I want to get my hopes up. I feel like if I'm a betting man, we're somehow going to go to a game 8.
Oh, the flame breath.
Yes, Mike went for a tuna right now, and he's paying for it as action does come inside. Building, denying a lot of that heal, but the tuna is slowly ticking away as action tries to go for the rupture. Did Edward just go after the Syra, please? As Mike goes for the scale rush, back up, down, and back into the building.
No way. He's not gonna get punished for that either because he can just come through with his ultimate. Oh, never mind. We go game number 8. Wait, what?
Yeah, he doesn't make it back in the zone, but the placement points gives them the win here.
Oh, that was wild. He prioritized going into the zone and guaranteeing getting the kill on Mike, knowing that it would cost him his life, so that we were guaranteed to go game number 8. These players are taking one for the team, Raven. They are taking one for the team. We talked about when we saw the MVP rule set come on through and how you had to MVP unless you wanted the game to go all the way to game number 8. And we saw a lot of the time target focus entirely wrong. Some people would go after the kill leader and let an MVP eligible player walk all the way to final zone and come away with multiple kills to be able to pick up that bag early. No more. These players, they will target focus MVP eligible players from the beginning of the round all the way to its end.
Wow, Mike. Zero World, it was just very hard to get through Syra. The Syra didn't even have the ult versus Mike, and he's still gonna win that. There's just nowhere to go as Hottie. That was the one part I was worried about, the Hottie pick. The mechanics are there, the survivability, the ability to kind of maneuver and get value off the slash. But there's so many dicey situations where Mike got demeched out of the Hottie ult and he had to reset. Can't really heal, and he has to just dash over and over in order to get out of those sticky situations. Just very, very tough for Mike to navigate that situation. It really just goes to show then that the meta is for sure solidified of what's possible to pick. And even the rule set is solidified. There isn't really much wiggle room we've seen. Once you get the match point, you are pretty much held to go the distance. The only way you're able to actually win the round is just the most ridiculous clutch situations, which we saw Chen almost get through with the Wu Chen. But seems like now we've actually seen this exact same scenario. 8 players, Chen, Wufang versus 225, Mike, Edward, Shin, and Spider are all on match point. Tough break for Arano, Frostibus, Star, and HM. They can't really steal it away. All they can hope to do is ladder up in points more. But anyone in the top 8, if they MVP this round, they're able to take it. And the one good thing that Shen has going for him now is he moves 8 spots up. He started at 12. We're already almost at 4th or 5th pick, which the soonest pick right there, if meta goes through, is Kylan or Yodo. So what can he do when he gets one of those characters? I mean, we saw Mike, he almost won it with the Hottie pick. It's just Edward and Shin just did not want him to win that situation, and they wanted to keep going the distance. Unfortunate for Mike. And also unfortunate that none of the other match point players made it to the end game, where it becomes harder to snipe out all the match point players.
Yeah.
Although I still can't forgive 225 for not just all-inning Arano and just winning that. All right, that hurt me. That hurt me that 225 didn't do it. I was like, wait, this is for sure. It's 2 out of 3. You let Arano win. Nice one, guys. At least this one made more sense to focus fire down. Mike, why didn't they focus fire down Arano though? That would have made the most sense in that specific situation. But we keep going, and I did say before, decimal places, Arano barely doesn't make the 24 match point at 23.1, but at the top 41.3. What is that? Maybe 4 points, around 4 points ahead of Wufang. Verse right on the heels, 1 point away from Wufang. 225, 1 point. Wait, no, like 2.2 away from Verse. So very, very close at the top. Any of these players can move significantly up or down. As we go back to our Game 7 highlights, brought to you by China Unicom.
Oh, this Valda. That Valda extension was absolutely nasty. Coming on through from the grapple bump. 2v5 here, making a gambit, coming on through with the Dragon Slayers into Nessa's lockdown, then looking for the jump L&B into F2. This is Mike. This was insane. I think this is one of the clutchest moments I've seen from Mike coming through. Perfectly reading the situation and getting the spacing of the triple charge. Here's where Jin took one for the team, going into that zone damage tick, which means that the corruption tick damage takes him and also denies an elimination tally for Edward as well. And you can see Spider, he knew that Mike was on the Hottie. It wasn't just Edward and Jin that Mike was fighting in that last zone. It was also the ghost of Spider haunting him, as he haunted him throughout the entirety of that lobby. And it will be Edward on the Sheol coming on through with the MVP, his 7th of the season. Engraving and a Sap Soul Jade, which we could see a little bit of in the chase down, as well as Heartstopper Kick to be able to apply some of those silences, which we didn't really get to see all that much of. However, 19,603 damage does go to show that 17,261 points was done with the melee weapons. We purely saw the cannon pressure coming out when Mike was looking to hide himself away inside those perches, ledges, and small rooms to keep applying that tuna. I mean, if Mike had advanced Heal Raven, I think it would have been game. But Mike did not have that setup, and every single time he tried to stop to apply that tuna, he was taking constant pressure coming on out of the Flame Breath and Rupture Girl.
Felt like he needed to take the aggression to one of them. Kiting in that position, once the zone got to a certain point, was not going to be possible. Even possibly popping the ultimate to secure the win. It's hard to tell, though. A lot of pressures on these guys, so recognizing how many kills you have relative to anyone else is pretty tough in that situation. But speaking of how many kills did SR Spider get in Game 7? Was it A4, B3, C2, or D1? Now going to the last game, Moxie, who is your pick in the top 8 to MVP it? Or does no one MVP it? And it's just like someone in the last 4 end up MVPing it and it goes to points.
Do you know what? I think it would be really, really funny if Spider, who just managed to hike his way into the top 12, was able, or rather MVP eligibility, was able to walk away with the MVP. If the one MVP that Spider picks up for the entire 8 games was the one that let him walk away with the golden stage for every single bi-weekly final win. So I'm going to say Spider.
You're going to go with Spider. I mean, Spider's been disappointing to me all day. I got to go with Chen because he has a higher face pick. I'm hoping he is able to bring that magic back, but he has been pretty iced off since the burning hot start he had. Did have a bunch of consistent plays, but I feel like he's getting a little bit gun shy. The whole lobby's getting gun shy. I think one of my biggest disappointments right now is definitely Wufong. He's shown so much aggression and basically walked through Spider multiple times today. And when he's in this good position in these end games and transition to end games, he's just kind of shying away from the moment a little bit too much. When he's been such a dominant force, he needs to keep trusting on his read and keep going for it if he hopes to secure this. You can't really count out Verse either, although he's been quiet recently, getting taken down. But yeah, I'm gonna be rooting for Chen. That's what the heart says to win. But again, the logic, it's Mike again. We just saw how Mike did. His phasing is too bad though. I feel like the making it through with the characters, I didn't realize how brutal it would be. But we haven't seen anyone do well to MVP around outside of Enor. Unironically, Enor is like one of the best of the low tiers in order to get through.
I mean, speaking about phasing as well, lots of people double picked last round, especially the players who are MVP eligible. So even though they've been shuffled up in terms of the pick phases, Raven, I don't know if they're actually going to be able to play top meta heroes that we would normally be seeing, because we saw the double pick from Chan, we saw the double pick from 2-5, the double pick from the Temi and the Valda as well, who was like, was it Arano and Verse? So lots of people have actually lost the opportunity to be able to use those heroes, and if you started at the early rounds MVP eligible and had to play some of the off-meta heroes, those have already been taken away because you've burned your double pick. You can't play the Witch Hand, you can't play the Farrier, you can't play the Eno, as some of these players have actually already burned him as well. The Hardy got burned too. Like, honestly, even though that pick phasing has moved up, I still think that they're going to have to play something a little bit witch, a little bit sus.
Well, it is the last round of the day, so we got to put everything on the line. Out of watching all of today, some surprises. I think the biggest surprise is, one, Syra has been as dominant as she has, which is how consistent everyone's been performing with her. We all thought that she was going to be nerfed to the ground and she wasn't going to be strong, but there's no doubt that she's one of the strongest characters to be reckoned with right now, especially in these end games. The multi-way with multiple characters, it just goes to show that defensive seems to be working right now. We are going to be going back to Berdoria, though. A little bit more wide open than Holleroff. A little bit more loot as well. So who's going to be able to fade out of the situation? I'm going to be rooting for Chen. And even, unfortunately, Frost was not able to make it to match MVP. It breaks my heart actually looking at that. Oh, 5.5. Same thing with Arano. They don't get the
0.9.
They don't get the fight for it. And laddering up is going to be a lot harder to make it motivating. But when you're match point, though, every kill matters in this point. Shin, oh my goodness, this guy just grieving Mike from taking it down. But optimally, I can't believe Mike ran the same position twice. That's one thing I also kind of disagree with. If you know you're getting focus fire down, you might as well take someone down with you. We're not going quietly. let them know that if you're gonna take me down, you're gonna go down with me. One of you is. I don't care who. You gotta know if you're gonna focus down the hottie bird. Look at Edward sitting up straight up. He's like, oh yeah, I'm ready to win this one.
What heroes do you think we actually get to see? Because I'm pretty sure since double picks have been burned from a lot of them, one person is likely gonna have to choose Taka, and then once Taka has been burned out of the pool, what are you left with, Raven? Are we gonna see Zai?
Actually, Zai's not that. You know. Wait, does Zai do well versus any of the current meta though? I think Zai is not that bad though versus a lot of that current meta. Over Hadi? Now that I think about it, there was a pretty big nerf to duration of ultimates in the past couple of months, so maybe that was enough to gut Zai's value in solos.
Oh my goodness, look at the amount. Wait, Mike still got his double pick.
He does have his double, but unfortunately he's going to be in the phase where it doesn't matter. He's not going to get his double.
He might get ACOS. TV5 could go for Feria. He double picked Ina. I feel like Feria would be his best option to lead into. Spider used his double pick on Liam too as well, so he's not going to have that open for this round. Which means that he can't go for the ACOS to grief Mike out once more.
Oh, having this open, game 8, there's no reason to save anything anymore. It's just whatever a lobby gives you. You just want to pick your strongest character possible. It looks like it's actually going to go to a Morris Isle Dust, not a Predoria. Interesting. So, back to the classic. Classic.
Fireflies too.
Yes, yes, yes. It's going to be a slugfest. Do you play it slow or do you go fast?
I feel like you have to go fast, right? Like, you know that Chen's gonna be #1 in the standings if you're MVP eligible. Some of the players who are a little bit close behind him, like Wu Fong, might just go aggressive right from the rip. So one, they have an opportunity to steal kills away from the other MVP eligible players. And two, if it does come down to final points picked up throughout the entirety of the day, they can at least look to take away as many points as they possibly can.
Yeah, you have to go. I would say I agree with you, Marcy. You have to go fast because you don't know if someone's really MVPing, and it's the last round of the day. I feel like once you get a couple kills, what we've seen is people really start coasting and trying to play the odds in the best way they can, hoping that someone else gets focus fired. We haven't seen a lot of refereeing in these end games. Where people are poking each other to try to get each other to fight. Besides the early rounds where Chen was on the cusp. We gotta see which character's gonna be picked. So we got the 3 meta picks already out. What's HM gonna do? Because then the 5th pick is gonna be Chen, and he's risen through 12th pick all the way up, and it's gonna be a Kylan. Yodo's gonna be open for Chen.
But we haven't seen Yodo MVP. I think
or Decina.
Kylan would have been a good pick here, but because he hasn't had the opportunity to play Kylan either, since it was Lani and then Syra, and then Kylan was never open for him. He's used his double pick too. ACOS! Okay. Chen making a play to dethrone the Tiger King quite literally, as Wu Fong now has Justina, but not Temi or Volda.
Oh, we're leaving a lot of heavy-hitting characters in. Going with the ACOS pick.
Yeah, Wu Fong's gotta go Yodo, I was gonna say. He's already used Temi, he's already used Volda. Justina's up, has Verse used Iva? T5's gonna get Feria. If this continues. If Verse doesn't pick Feria now, T5's locking Feria.
I feel like he has to go for Feria.
Yeah, I think he's used it. Verse hit match point eligibility when Wu Fong and himself hit it, remember? So he actually blocked the Feria from T5, forcing T5 on the Eno. Which means TV5 is likely gonna go Feria now. Unless Temi's open? I was gonna say, wait, Temi's open for him. So now Feria, Wu Chen, Eno. Spider on 12. Oh boy. What's he gonna get? Is it Spider Talker time?
Zipping. Or Kurumi.
Wait, Mike gets a heavy hitter. Justina is huge. Spider hasn't played Eno yet either, actually. He might go Eno. Ferry is still open. Wu Chen still open, but these players have been MVP eligible. Like, they might already have used those picks. Wu Chen for Edward. Ferrier for Jin. And then Eno for Spider, maybe?
They're taking their sweet time on the picks.
Yeah, they're probably looking at the selection being like, I can't double pick. What am I meant to do with this?
Well, action goes with the Feria. The wild card's really what Spider's gonna pick here.
Eno or Taka? What does Spider go? Both of them are going to be really problematic to try and pull off MVP wins with Hardy! We forgot about Hardy. He's been missing in solo meta for so long. We literally put him on the back of a milk carton that we keep forgetting that he's a hero that you can pick.
Problem is, everyone is gonna focus fire the Hottie again.
Yeah.
The one thing that we saw with Hottie is that because he can't heal, he's just very squishy. I feel like that he's very easy to demech, and everyone's range is a lot better. It's more efficient. So you're gonna have to pull out a lot to MVP.
Yeah, can I change my answer? I want to change my answer, but you said Chan.
Oh.
I'll wait until I see the ability loadouts, in case someone goes for anything sus. I feel like Mike with the Justina is a really solid option. Like, you can use the V1 aggressively or defensively. The combo breaker is decent because you can now cancel it prematurely, which is huge. It means the players can't just read into the window.
Look at these scores. Mike has one of the highest averages at 6 average points on Justina. Same with Verse on Valda, 6.5. Spider with a 4.5. Hottie. And Star with a 4.2 Shiol. Anything can happen here. Wufang with the Yodo. Very interesting.
Oh boy, this is gonna come down to the absolute wire. I can already tell. We've gone from hardly seeing any of these maps go to zone close to seeing so many tense moments. As we can have a look and see how the map layout is going to be. This time around, Money Spot is going to be very hotly contested, as everyone is going to be making plays for better loot and Firefly positions. Eventide this time around also not going to be the drop location for Chen, given the fact that it's neither gold tier nor in the area that you can properly drop into. There's going to be a lot of fighting right off of the rip, Raven. The RNG is about to come into its element. If you don't manage to open a trove and find a weapon, oh boy, are your hands about to be tied quite literally.
I see a lot of Firefly timing attacks. Frostfist is in the bottom left. Use Frostfist timing attack. WBG's Verse timing attack with the Fireflies to the far left. Even YZG's 225. That's a Firefly as well. Edwards is a Firefly. Mike is just landing in the middle of nowhere. He gets no Firefly, actually. Is that WZ? We are going to land right here as everyone scrambles for the Fireflies. Now, Dusk is not 100% for each Firefly location. Big slap going to be coming off of the Wufang. Get some space up. Got the armor reset. Looking for a weapon right here. Another slap onto Wufang. Oh! Into the tap charge. Finds the light attack. Forcing out the combo break now. Everything is on the wire right here. There's no more rounds to keep going. What you see is what you get. Who's gonna get the first blood here? Nice. Gets the whole overhold on to Wufang. Combo break's gonna be coming out for this hottie of Spider, but Wufang will hold dodge out, finds the armor reset, but Spider finds the armor reset on top of the roof. As Wufang clips though, Spider on the way in, the R&B of the staff vacuuming Spider, and both with the like synchronicity, both of them get blue armor resets at the same time as Verse jumps in and is gonna try to finish off Wufang here.
Yeah, Wufang being just offered up as a sacrifice for Spider to be able to space out, looking for that reset. Could potentially turn back into this fight, but with the loot disparity, I feel like he's probably going to be going for a little bit of better scaling at the moment as Wufang is trying to take over to the trees, utilizing the lunge on that staff to try and stay ahead of his competition. The R&B comes on through on that staff. Frostivus looking for an opportunity to utilize this V2. Wufang gets another great armor swap from the trove that he's opened, kites himself out, goes past back into that building, also closer towards the tree, overholds the RMB coming through from the Hong Sword into the scale rush, into the horizontal uppercut catch, now forcing that Liam to have to space fully on out with his combo breaker coming on through early. Frostivus with the dual blades looking to keep up the pressure onto the Yoto, who does have that F2 back up into the mix, gets hit into by the scale rush before he can climb himself off of the trees to look for scale rush himself. Wufang finds the parry, forces Frostivus to burn the F1, but Verse with the longsword R&B from downtown is the one who claims the elimination and might be able to find the kill onto Wufang as well.
Well, Wufang taking Verse for a ride. One jumping LB gets a sliding uppercut into the focus attack. Min-max to the moon. Verse is going to get taken down by Wufang, and he's going to get his one piece to put him on the board. Wait, where's Wufang? Okay, it's at the top with the Yodo. Chen with one, Wufang with one, Verse with one, Mike with one. We're going to go over to Celestra. HM versus Chen. I believe Chen has that Cavalry Bloom just clanking for the first time. HM going to make his way around. A little bit of movement arrow. Chen goes for the cutoff. But on the top, doesn't guess correctly. HM is going to get that first heal off. We are going to get Mike versus Edward. Mike just barely on the edge of Wu-Chen right here. Hemi coming in from 225, but doesn't matter. Mike's going to pop to Justina and come dashing through. I spoke a little bit too soon. Dashes into 225, wasting a dash. Doesn't get any value from it. And this is your worst nightmare. You get hit with a wisp, or you get hit to the ground and whisked over and over. But 225, a little bit sloppy. Doesn't catch Mike's wake up right here, and the fight's going to continue right here. But I spoke too soon. It doesn't matter if we get sloppy over, if we just kick him to death. Back to back focus attacks, shredding Mike right here. But the play to get a heal here, yeah, guys, you really want to commit to here? No ults?
I mean, Mike's your combo breaker advantage. Oh, he goes for the 1-2-3. He knows the TV5 didn't have the F1 up. Looks for the parry, doesn't manage to find it. Goes for the F2 combo breaker himself. TV5 is going to kite to the other side of the building. Doesn't manage to get a heal. Sets up the skill rush instead into 1, 2. Oh my goodness, the third party. First comes back into the plate, and all of that hard work that TV5 just did was denied by the Valda, who's going to be able to pick up all of the loot and come through with the ultimate advantage, and TV5 is not happy about that one. Slops over to the repeater crossbow and just puts enough pressure onto the Valda that he's able to start moving over to the body and pick through what's left.
GG's Chen, up to 2 kills, but on his second life, needs to find resets here. It looks like he was kiting quite a bit. Has a bunch of purple weapons already in his inventory. Making his way to the Realm of Yang. Blueberry or blue armor. Ideally with Jades and purple weapon. Going to be challenging to go in. Is your last game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining in for the Biweekly 4 solo game 8, 8 players are on match point. Yes, 8 SR Spike, SS1 Jin, always Edward, Mike, and 225 versus Fong and Chen. They're gonna get one of the match point players, Wu Fong and Mike, kind of duking it out. They want to claim going into this realm with Yang right here, and Wu Fong immediately is gonna grab that ticket as Mike backs off looking for another portal in order to get through. Portals in front of Sasha, always very susky. Because if you get all in, they can't just run away from you. You fight back and start winning. Verse, though, on the Fist Blades, my memory serves me correctly, it's pretty much Versus constantly been playing Fist Blades. Maybe there was a little bit of fan there as well. Even his other weapon just
longsword.
Nunchucks. Everyone's been playing nunchucks today.
Yeah, he's been playing nunchucks and then longsword to try and snipe some of the kills away.
Yeah,
Spider
and
and Mike today too. Yeah, engraving has seen a huge amount of uptime. Spider, Chen, and Mike all going to be vying for control over this cave. You have to watch out for the fire lanterns though. Mike losing all of that blue armor. Gets to pick up so much money. Chan just makes it out because I think he was actually able to snipe away the legendary Soul Jade. That was up for grabs, and he is not going to be sticking around to make himself vulnerable for one of those players to be able to pry it from his cold, dead hands. Yang is going to be up, and the players have stepped up to take those 1 versus 1s. WBG's versus BBE's Frostivus is the fight that we're going to be following. First, with those aforementioned Fist Blades, taking to the sky, utilizing that pistol, trying to set up into the jump LMB, drop down, catch. Oh, into the 1-2-3. Frostivus goes for the combo breaker to be able to dodge away from that focus strike. Follow up, we get to see both the cancels off the focus hits, and again Verse with the 1-2-3 into crouch LMB coming on through. Verse does look for the skill rush, manages to find, unfortunately, an opening for Liam's V2 to find the catch onto him instead. And out comes now that Valder ultimate, holds the spear, looks for an opportunity. Frostbus able to roll the first of those spears, has to now worry about the second, the jump LMV, the whole check of the focus strikes that he doesn't get staggered by the second jump LMV, but that means that he's in perfect positioning for Verse right in front of him to throw that spear into the follow-up RMB coming on through from those Fist Blades, and Verse walks away with the win as we now head and look at Arano on the Syra down the combo breaker, having to go up against a fully still ultimate active Farrier. And you know what? That will do it.
Let's look at the overall leaderboards. The standings. It has to be neck to neck after I'll spawn a first Yang. Jin. I don't want Jin to win. My vote after what he did to Mike that round. Mike on a Justina. I feel like your pick on Mike with Justina is a really good pick as well.
He's playing it slow though. He's not really going into the realm of Yang, so he didn't get the 1v1. Which means that his kill eliminations are a little bit behind. He's only on 2 in comparison to someone like Verse, who's on 3 and potentially 4 if he can find the last hit. Currently up for grabs against, I believe that's, HM. He's gonna have to scrap over it though. Arana on the Syra really wants that kill to come his way too. Oh my goodness, the drop down LMB. Coming on through from Verse. Oh, the movement error though! Verse is gonna be a little bit further behind. HM's trying to kite it on out over to the building so he can chain the skill rushes with the fan. Verse looking for the cutoff, finds the clank. Out comes the combo breaker from that Kylan F1. The parry gets turned onto Verse. The Valder F2 catches Arano, and HM is still alive and running for his life right now. Verse desperately wants this kill, but down armor and down combo breaker, he just does not want to invest into it. A little bit overextensive in case he gets picked apart by the player behind him. Arana just checks him with the nunchucks as he goes by to try and keep the Volder in check so he can come and prove that last hit onto the Kylan, swaps over to the heavier weapon looking for the R&B. Verse does have Familiar Birdsmite, so even with the Palm Lightning reveal, he's going to keep up the chase and actually even commit the Volder V2! But Star with the grief! Get down, Mr. President moment, steps in front of the Volder Spear, and HM is still making it out! Verse tries a Hail Mary of a long distance spear connection, doesn't manage to find it. HM was able to get a grey armor reset swap, and Verse knows he's not going to be able to get the kill and turns onto the Cheryl instead.
Well, Verse, last hit situation, Star is going to be able to pop his ultimate and come chomping through as that Vermilion's buffed. Going to be timing out there. Verse okay with the reset here. But 225, Mike, Chen all tied at 2 kills with Verse at 3. We've seen this scoreline before. Everyone was so close, and somehow someone comes and steals it away. I feel like 5 or 6 kills is a lot harder to steal away. It forces people into tough decisions. 2-5, speaking of tough decisions, no brainer. We hit him with the no alt Temi zone sauce, getting the stagger into the reset, back into the wall just in case we needed. Yes, take down Shin.
That was so clean too, because like he even sort of baits the Yoda ultimate, since the Yoda damage goes through the Temi window. And then the Forbidden Seal, the Temi ultimate being down, is one of the only ultimates in the game that if it's down on the ground, the Forbidden Seal does not actually prevent it and cancel it prematurely. As Chen, wow, that was a very long-range attempt at an F2 to be able to catch Frostifus. Frostifus, oh, Chen checks the bush, and Chen walks away with his 4th elimination of the game, widening the distance between himself and Verse as well. If it goes down to overall points picked up, Chen is in a very good position to walk away with the overall win.
Four kills. My man Chen. All about the second Yang Moxie. Jin grieving as normal.
2-5 lost the legendary weapon.
1.5 release, a little bit of sussy. We got the nunchucks. We still got the flying knives. We are going against Arano inside the Rumble Yang. Temi versus Syra. Not ideal, considering Arano, since he started playing Syra, has never stopped playing Syra. Doesn't matter what the patch is, so definitely one of the demons. He does get a parry though. That was in the armor. Arano goes on the pillar again. Knows he needs to bring this back. He's gonna pop the ultimate. Oh man. We get the stun. How does this look so easy when we fight against other people? How does it look so easy? Everyone's just getting stunned.
Oh my goodness, 2-5 with the movement. He's dodged every single one of the stun dazzles. He kited the entire duration of the Syra ultimate. He doesn't have to worry about Syra beam going through Temi V2. You can use it and hold it against Arano if the Syra ever gets the upper hand. He's going to try and trap the Syra before she can get around that pillar. Doesn't manage to find it. Throws the Wisp as my one of the kite angles. Arano now going to take a moment to heal. 2v5 trying to keep up the pressure. The 1, the 2 into the uppercut chase. Forcing out the combo break. The stun dazzle. Finds the pick, but he's able to dodge the focus strike sent his way on recovery. 2v5 now with the fry up from the verticality of the fly knives on the R&B. Dodges the focus strike out of the restand animation. Keeps up that pressure. Eats a little bit of damage coming in through from that L&B. Stun dazzle again as Arano tries to hold the Temi in position to get that stun dazzle. The R&B finds the connection onto T2V5. He's just a matter of damage to be able to find the elimination, and it came down to the wire from what started as an incredibly strong position. Like, being able to fully kite and dodge every single one of those Syra stuns, a little bit dicey towards the end, but 2v5 is able to close it out.
Yeah, dodging Syra stuns. Not many players have been getting it through today, but what was it? I think who did it the best? Probably 225. Dodge it some. We'll give it the verse. Dodging it the best, actually. Speaking of verse, we're gonna get OUG's Mike versus WBG's verse. Old school versus new school. Fade out. Focus attack's gonna go versus way. Mike is gonna pop the Justina ultimate. Looks for the jump dash, but ends up getting light attack in midair. Finally gets the freeze through as Verse playing a little bit too greedy right here. Plays against the corner right here, but gets dashed with a cancel the heal. 1 minute and 10 seconds though. Interesting. Plays a stagger the pillar, but uses it as like a momentum stall in midair to get more value. This cannon's doing too much damage. Down into a last hit situation. Uh-oh.
Cannon.
Oh my goodness.
Wait, Mike might be out of this lobby. We cut back and we see him just spawned up from the Salt Altar, and he is not in a great position. He's already had to burn his ultimate, but in true Mike fashion, he manages to find a purple armor swap. Kites over towards Celestra, tries to lose his pursuers, gets one Vitalia off, goes out the window in case Signboard is still up and someone looks to cut off his disengage, sees that Signboard's already being broken, so doesn't have to worry about the potential concussion, and now looks to skirmish with the blue dagger in his hand around every single one of these buildings, gets caught by Palm Lightning coming on through. Takes a little bit of corruption tick damage too. Every single player in this lobby is trying to take this Justina down. Mike trying to do absolutely everything that he can to keep himself ahead of his chasers. Arana looking for the drop down R&B with those fist blades too. Mike's got to go into the air, up onto the rooftop. Dodges the assault smolder, which have been absolutely lethal to have been applied to him, as now he's been able to cut noise for a little bit, gets the full Vitalia off, hasn't been able to get an armor powder off, has to worry about TV5 showing up with Phoenix Blast, which somehow is one of the most frequent soul jades we've seen so far today, despite it being legendary rarity. And Mike eating all of the jump LMV damage from those fist blades has no choice but to drop the purple armor and swap it over to grey. But now he's in the zone, the cannons start to come on through. Poor Mike has to use the Justina F2 to try and escape. He has to try and dodge the tech chase as well of the jump LMVs coming on out from the fist blades, and there's nothing he can do. Arano takes the kill. The assault smolder is there. And that's actually going to be Arano using the Sire ultimate to see if he can try and stun some of these players in the zone. He's been able to turn on to Spider to force the Hardy ultimate.
No. Mike ends up coming up short. Same with Wu Fong and Edward. Spider on the Hottie, popping it. Still has a chance at possibly taking this. Oh, is he? No, it's not. It's not.
No.
Around just beams him out of the sky. Oh my goodness.
Chen with the F2.
Chen, it's Chen in verse. Neck to neck right now, but 225 right there too.
Soul Bloom? he left the Soul Bloom for Spider in verse to scrap over, so that he could create more distance between themselves. Oh, he's got Phantom Step too, even. Yeah, Chen's in a really good spot to take this.
I mean, 5, 4, and 3. It's just the placement points just do so much. Plus the multiplier is still going to come down to those three who ends up taking it. Character choices: Chen on the Akos, Valda on the Verse.
At least Chen's still in the lobby though, because like if he'd been sent out of the lobby early, he'd have to look at Verse and TZ5, potentially have the scoreline with a kill score multiplier to surpass his position. He's been in position 1 ever since game 1 finished. He does not want, given the fact that we've gone all the way to game 8, to see himself get pushed out of that first spot at the finish line and be denied the overall win of the bi-weekly final take. Spider, speaking of denials, has been denied the golden stage. 3 bi-weekly finals he'll have to settle for as he gets ready to prepare for heading into those grand finals. And speaking about preparations to get ready for, every single player is getting ready to try and control the spirit, while Arano is the target of focus at the moment, given the fact that he has Palm Lightning. But Verse on that Volda, having the F2 already forced out, looks for the parry onto it, There's too much distance though for him to be able to follow up into a riposte attack animation, and the Palm Lightning gets away entirely unpunished. Verse, on the other hand, has had to give away his position as being the only one holding that Spirit Well spot. Now has to worry about other players showing on up to the party, and that means that Star gets an opportunity to set up a better position. Already has popped the Shiol ultimate too, so if anyone tries to send an attack his way, he's gonna be sending that charge to them immediately.
Well. Star holding down the fort. He's gonna wait. I was just repairing. Gets the tome though. Gold armor reset. And it looks like 225 is gonna opt to hide here. Wait for someone else to hard commit to the situation. Action, Chen, Verse, and 225 all have Yang depletion. It's only Star who does not. Who does Star want to take out, Moxie? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Do you think 225 holds his position and then uses the Temi V2 to trap whoever goes for the altar with the flag hold for 10 seconds?
I feel like he just holds on to it as a threat.
Are they really letting Arano take this for freebies?
I mean, his gamer tape, Moxie.
Arano cleansed. Oh my goodness, the worry about the Syro was too strong.
I'm telling you, the tape on the wrist is no joke. Gives you an edge of luck. Plus 20 to luck.
That's really bad news for the Temi in this lobby. Syro is still up. He was able to win against her in the realm of Yang, but Syro was able to recover and cleanse the Yang depletion over us. Little bit too close though to the Moonbane. You've heard of Icarus getting too close to the sun. Sometimes our Nbpl players get a little bit too close to Moonbane. Oh, speaking of, Chen just able to dodge out of the way of once in his position too.
He slid out of range. Oh my goodness, it's so dicey. Right, we have 1 minute left. We have to make a play, guys. What is this? Verse finally pops his ultimate on the Syra, and who is that? Jin finally goes into the mech right here, and everyone, chaos is breaking loose as everyone's throwing out the Palm Lightnings. Jin with the fairy mech trying to back out here. Trying to hold the line as 225 surrounds him. Looking for the Pulse Sword R&B. He's going to be coming out right here. Looks for the parry. Okay, but R&B's coming through. Someone's peppering him with the Palm Lightning. Multiple players are going to be coming through. Chen gets the kill though. He's it up to 6.
Got the bloom. They've got 20 seconds left. 225 got the bloom. Chen's about to go down to Yang deplete. Wait, he was able to cleanse too. That's massive, but unfortunately for him, I don't think he escapes out of this unscathed. Oh, the wisp from downtown. T25 griefed the Akos, knew that he had the highest amount of kills. T25 finds the parry as well into the Palm Lightning, forces the combo breaker. Out comes the Phoenix Blast, looks to put the pressure onto the Shield too. Doesn't have his ultimate though. No Temi V2. Not currently. In Draven, we find ourselves in the same situation, just different players as last time. CV5 finding the uppercut. Goes for the Phoenix Blast to knock Arano back into the zone, and that Syra now burns the V1. T25 isn't able to dodge out of the triple charge coming on through all the stun dazzle sent his way, and I think it might be over for the Temi off the back of that because someone else has noticed the Palm Lightning come through from the flank, and Arano has successfully griefed T25's chances, making it Arano versus Star for whoever gets MVP eligibility.
Star is the griefer. I knew it. I knew it.
He griefs Arano too. I think Chen takes it. It goes to overall points picked up.
It does go to overall point. And like I said, none of the match point players can get it through. No one let him through. Everyone gate kept all the match points.
There's the water sip of victory.
2025 NBPL 第4双周单排周决冠军，让我们恭喜成都金曲陈世杰。
Game which is from Team GG.
今天的第4双周的单排周决的比赛可以说是鏖战至第8场，每一位选手都是战至终章，最终8位选手开始赛点，一同角逐这次的冠军。哇！先问一下陈世杰，那上一次采访的时候，其实在台上应该是开个小玩笑，说要冠了。此时此刻圆梦了，其实最想对支持你的人说点什么？
谢谢大家对我的支持，没有辜负对大家。
这个第4双周的周决单排的现场属于鬼火少年的天下。谈一下吧，今天其实内心是做了怎么样的一个过程？只是在先这么快开赛的情况下，出现了一些什么小的一些瑕疵在你看来
？Finally, you fight until the game 8 and finally get the championship. What happened? What any issue you think happened from this journey?
其他的没什么，因为赛点英雄要被针对。
谁说在咱们 NBPL 的舞台上，新人就没有办法在周决拿下冠军？那可以看见这个赛季2025这个秋天有陈世杰的夺冠，同样也涌现出了很多表现出色的年轻的选手。不过今天啊，每一位选手都是值得肯定、值得鼓励、值得嘉奖。那拿下了这个周决冠军，同样也是属于成都机器在单排的一个非常关键的一个基石。怎么看待现在其实成都机器这支队伍单3都做到了一个很好的一个状态，并且马上将会迎来的秋季赛的总决赛。在你看来，现在队伍是怎么样的一个氛围？
队伍的氛围挺好的。
好的，那么我相信啊，此时此刻在这个常规赛的收尾的最终的阶段，那么我们陈世杰要在冠军的烛龙印上盖上属于成都积极的名字。同样，让我们有请我们的李小姐送上属于我们周决冠军的最高荣耀——冠军卷轴以及冠军烛龙印。同样，有请我们的世杰来到我们的这个冠军卷轴旁边。哇！可以说，今天的整个的第4双周的单排的周决，为我们真的是画上了常规赛一个圆满的句号。那么同样的话，其实今天的比赛，每一场比赛都是值得热爱永劫无间的你铭记的。来，世杰先展示一下冠军的烛龙印。好，对着镜头，哇，非常的激动。来展示一下，对着镜头。同样，这个现在是比较生疏。你要习惯，接下来要非常熟悉。来盖上这个位置。哎，来吧。好的，归还烛龙印。来，话筒给我。来，有请我们的陈世杰站到你的冠军卷轴旁边，就站这个位置就好。
Welcome。
来。哇，我们的小陈此时此刻还要在熟悉享受的这个第1冠，来一起看一下前方，让我们用镜头记录在纪念的时刻。同样，让我们再次节目前的所有的 NBPL 的观众朋友们，让我们共同恭喜2025 NBPL 第4双周单排周决冠军属于成都积极陈世杰。来，有请世杰。其实啊，一直关注他的热爱永劫无限的玩家朋友们都知道，其实在天人整个的排行榜上一直也是名列前茅，并且非常努力。你感觉其实这个周决冠军对于你个人的职业生涯而言的话，有着怎么样的一个重要的一个意义？
我觉得很梦幻吧。打着打着就冠军了。但是开打之前可能一般打的时候就不像这些。
怎么做到今天的博弈如此的自信，并且其实今天世杰在台下场间接受采访的时候说过，吴晨他都感觉今天是状态火热，怎么做到的？
就去打，不管那么多，去打就好了。想太多了，我觉得平时。
其实，在整个的赛场上找到一个临场状态，不要去有太多的思想包袱，不要有负担，放手一搏，那么同样你会取得一个好的成绩，拿下了这个周决冠军。那么同样，其实大家很好奇，作为新人选手，接下来整个秋天想有怎么样的一个自己的目标？
先打我复活赛。
哎，其实我们一会儿稍后的话还是要算一下整个的一个分数情况。那么同样的话，其实是最后我们问一下鬼火吧，当时是怎么样的一个目的，想站到职业赛场上，来到 NBPL 这个舞台上的？
因为春节的时候我在比赛现场看，然后当时心里就想着
anything you want to say to the WPG how you just joined
那究竟这个舞台
in
上
NBPL?
是否能下
I'd
去
like
属
to
于
say thank
陈
you
世杰
to
的
the
金色的雨，我们还是不能期待他后面的一个发挥和表
qualify
现。此时此刻有什么话对自己的前辈积极的阿莎说点什么？
esport player. And anything you want to say to your like old friend
阿莎
Asha
身体健康，
from
身体健康。
the
阿莎身体健康，永远不死。那么也同样的话，也再次恭喜陈世杰获得了这次的周决的单排冠军。那么让我们共同祝福他在接下来的道路上越战越勇，取得更好的成绩。
Biweekly Final Championship of Solo Game, GG, congratulations.
Congratulations to GG's Chen. What a long, grueling contest today where he basically was on the cusp of greatness the whole time. And he wanted to do it the long way, Moxie. There's a shortcut where things can go down in 3 rounds, but not for Mr. Chen here. He needed to display his skill set, making his way all the way up the ladder to finally secure the win. Overall points, and I was saying, even though in round 3 where he was going for the MVP, we saw so much clutch plays coming out from him that it was probably going to go to distance, and he needed to be consistent throughout the day to find the points. And something we were talking about during the interview, man, the phasing just makes it very, very easy for these guys to really snipe each other out and not allow anyone to end MVP. Now,
yeah, I mean, we sort of got to see, right, Chen, the one time he doesn't have all of the heat on the lobby on him is when he's Eno. And I don't know if that strategy is going to be able to pass muster the next time that we see it, because I feel like that's going to be one that a couple of players adopt, potentially pick Eno up a little bit early in the phases to be able to block that one out. But like you said, the consistency that he was able to put that amount of points up despite not being able to access really strong heroes in the current meta, plus having all of that attention onto him. We talk, a lot about the storylines, Mike, Spider, new god, old god coming on through. Chen is a rookie. It's his first time in Nbpl. He was also thanking everybody for getting the opportunity to be able to compete. What better debut to have to throw your name into the mix of potential new emperors to be able to replace some of the fallen ones, then almost closing out the day in 3 games. Chen has so much potential behind him now. He's definitely going to be a player to watch out for.
Yeah, all of these guys have been doing it for so long, and we were talking about it that Chen was not part of the league earlier this year. He's been a stand-in replacing Shaw, one of the old GOATs, where Shaw was a lot of the time top 5. So for Chen to fill in those shoes for GG, he's done an excellent job, and congratulations again to him today, doing super, super well. A lot of really near moments. I would say the biggest disappointment to me today was someone I wanted to see win was Wufang. He came out just like swinging, playing so well, and had multiple opportunities to win. And I still can't forget the chance that 225 and Wufang had. They could have shipped the tournament right there if one of them took the risk, but they decided to give it to Arano instead, and it just blew my mind away. Like their rationale of just not pulling the trigger. Hopefully they go back and look at that exact moment and they realize they could have won that tournament for them. This end game again, Star really got to pick who was going to win this one when he had Palm Lightning and hit the lobby fully in control. And I think that's closer to how you want to play these end games. You want to referee, you want to dictate the pacing as much as possible. Speaking of which, pacing of this last game, what a thriller going here all the way to the end. Verse Spider, I mean, if we were to go into this before, is basically one of them who are going to take it from how dominant they've been throughout these weeklies, the past 3 weeklies. Remember, Spider has won everything else. So for Chen to come through here and take it away from Spider, he almost had a flawless 4-piece going into finals. So congratulations again to him as we look through these highlights. Wufang 225 coming through. This endgame was, I felt like it was slowest endgame we've seen besides the one with 225 Wufang and Arana.
Oh my goodness.
Everyone wanted to get something through, but it didn't matter. And one thing that's for sure though, Moxie, is I would say Akos is not a later pick. He's definitely one of the earliest picks because everyone got a ton of value off of him.
I mean, the F2, you got to see it there. Like, he's actually using it to last hit or to stagger other players so that they can't keep up the chase on lower health targets, and the Ikas can slide on through and find those eliminations. Plus, hold that position because you can actually overhold the gold focus off of that F2 connection to give yourself more time to be able to swap into things like the musket in the mid-air, something that we saw Chen do in Celestra when we were looking at those replays. These standings, though, these are going to be very influential for the amount of points that players have been able to put together, because I'm going to be looking at 2v5 and Wufang. Whoever gets more ranking points off of the bi-weekly finals that they've been able to put through here gets to qualify, potentially. They were drawn on the same scoreline. So whoever's ahead of them, and it is going to be 2v5 by 0.5, who's able to beat out Wufang, and I believe that's likely going to solidify T25's position into the grand finals without having to go through LCQ.
Yeah, and you were mentioning before that 225 really wanted some break time between finals to really unwind, to get himself fresh, and we've seen what it looks like when some of these players do get refreshed going into finals. Action coming back to the league, looking super fresh. Same thing with MTF or Fong coming back to the league. Now looking at the overall damage today, Mike putting out the damage, 225 also putting out the damage, same with Verse. Not able to take it down though. You have to have effective damage, get the kills, get the placement. Wufang as well, but Chen in 5th place with 28, being very effective, taking this all down. We saw some awesome plays today, I would say, from Mike, some of that vintage Mike, but still not able to hold it down. Very strange. We saw a very quiet Spider today, even though 90 kills total. Spider, I still think he's the favorite to take it all down, depending on how he looks during the bi-weekly finals. He might be just slowing down. I would say sandbagging, like I said, keeping something in reserve going into Nbpl finals. But still,
no katana for him of the weapons that Spider's played. Like, remember back in the day, I think it was stage 2, so Summer Split last year. Spider's strategy, like, he would always have dual blades or dual halberds, and he would be looking for weapon swaps with a katana. But he's entirely moved away from that playstyle.
Weapon swap with Hong Sword is just as good. A lot of the players use Hong Sword for the extra mobility. And the range. That's one thing. Hong Sword has a little bit more range than Katana. We're seeing that handsome young lad, GG's Chen. Congratulations again. What a stellar performance coming out from him. At least for me, Taki's always told me that Chen is one of the GOATs in the league. I hadn't really seen it myself until today. Normally, he's been pretty quiet every time I've gotten the cast solos, or anytime I've really watched with Taki. Never really saw Chen pop off like he did today. But after seeing, especially the early games when he was just going absolutely insane, I definitely saw a bit of his brilliance moving forward, and he probably has a promising future ahead of him. But still, it was similar like when Frost came to the league. He MVP'd as one of the rookies. But once players started studying him, things changed quite a bit. It's very easy to get to the top, but it's hard to maintain it when everyone starts looking at you under a fine microscope, trying to pick apart your playstyle and trying to counter you in the future, and even trying to learn from you. Frostbus, his flying knives, a lot of players took from him, and I'm sure for Chen, a lot of players are going to take some of his macro strategies that he did today. And we're going to really analyze the last little bit.
Wait, Shen Yuan not making it into bi-weekly 4. meant that Wufong and TW5 both qualify into the grand finals. Chen Yuan's gonna have to go through LCQ. So Edward, Wufong, TW5, Mike Verse, and Spider are all going to be the players that are safe. They get to watch the games of LCQ and prepare for the grand finals. Everybody else is going to have to go through LCQ, last chance qualifiers. 6 games where none of your points carry forward, and you have to perform on the day every single match. Which means that versus matchup, Raven, to determine who gets the better of the phase picks, that's going to be incredibly important too. I don't think we're going to be seeing any slap 1v1 offs in those versus matchups. I think every single player is going to be putting their best dueling foot forward.
I only heard legends of that slapping confess. I feel like that was early on where people didn't realize the importance of it. We've seen it ourselves, Moxie. Today, just one phase makes a difference between getting a better character, where you're not on a character where you're just going to get sniped out, where it's a little bit ambiguous of who you are. And we've seen that certain characters are just performing way better than others today. Now, this was Bi-weekly 4 solo finals, ladies and gentlemen, but tomorrow it's going to be Bi-weekly 4 trios finals, the last Bi-weekly finals. It's going to be a Monk Mirror matchup to open up the days. First 2 days, these Monk stack end games. Vintage NARAKA 4 trios. Will it go the distance? Again, last time when I did trios finals, JL popped off, got very, very close to ending it very early, but it just continued on further and further, just because in trios, at least, the strongest compositions are the Viper composition, followed by the Cannonball compositions. So if you aren't lucky enough to be in those phases and get higher points, you really get stifled after that, trying to get that MVP. Similar to what we saw today. If you don't really get to be a Syra, we saw Syra do super well today, which I've heard mixed things about Syra's review, but it's undeniable. Her strength when she gets looted up, gets that gold weapon, and gets online, she really dictates the lobby, and she's a force to be reckoned with in the end game. The other honorable mentions definitely go to Akos as well. Everyone performed very well on that character. Yeah, Moxie. Today was very exciting. The one thing I really want to see is how the flag was going to be played. And it turns out no one really goes for the flag. Everyone just kind of waits to the last minute to see who. It's a game of chicken, as everyone just gets depleted right at the end, and it goes the absolute distance because of that play style. And Chen comes out on top just through points.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see the inverse of the hero selection focus fire when we go into the LCQs, because the people who are going to be able to pick their hero are going to be doing better than the people on the lower end of the leaderboard, which means that you want to groove the top 6 players out to give yourself a better opportunity of making it through those LCQs. But unfortunately, that is all of the solos action that we will have in the regular bi-weekly finals. Next time solos, it will be the LCQs before we head into those grand finals. Make sure to watch tomorrow for the trios finals, but until then, I've been Moxie, this has been Raven, and from everyone here at the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League, we'll be saying goodbye.